It's so loud. We're back. We got the YouTube player going. My preference. My preference.
Another Championship Sunday has arrived here in the Mythic Dungeon International, and the biggest prize of all, BlizzCon, still reachable if they can make it through. To get there, they will have to cross the finish line first and leave their competition in the dust. I'm your host, Rickery, here with your MDI casters. Dratos, I mean, we've had some impressive teams this weekend, haven't we?
We've had some very impressive teams this weekend. In fact, I think this weekend has been the scariest one so far, as we've had both Liquid and Dignitas.
Hey.
Basically, our defending champion and our defending runner-up.
Yo. Good morning.
They're both in this group, and they've both been creeping ever closer together.
Good morning,
in the bracket, and today
chat.
is the day that they're going to smash into each other at full speed.
Oh yeah, we got the big head-to-head Dratos. I'm so glad you brought that off there. We got Dignitas versus Liquid. Started off the day. What a banger. What a time to be alive. What a matchup we're going to be watching here. And hopefully, probably, we'll also be seeing the run back in the grand finals later today. Should be good day. Great matchups. Ducks can fly versus great team. Also gonna be a banger matchup.
Lock in and just get it done today. So we'll see if they're able to make it happen, but I believe in them. And you know, Tettles, you have a cowboy hat and an American flag.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to spectate.
Is there ever a chance that we see you like supporting EU with
it's time to spectate.
Like an Alpine hat, a British flat cap?
I'm gonna pre-place the chat. I remember it's approximately on Rook's face. I apologize, Rook.
Possibly. Okay, I need that. First off, I'll hit you up after.
I'm gonna guess it's right here. Might not be here, but we'll hide it for now.
British cap. That seems like a mistake. I have a trucker hat. Does that count?
You know, a trucker hat is a hat, and you could wear it. Make seems to say no, but I mean,
WD Grams
maybe the
follow.
spirit of travel, because trucks go across the ocean really well. I don't know. All right, Tuttles, you know what? We'll keep workshopping it. See what kind of hats you can keep adding to the wardrobe. But everybody, we are pretty deep into the MDI at this point. But even if it's your first time tuning in, we have plenty in store still for you. Let's look over everything in our roadmap this season, starting at the very beginning. Now, all of our teams had to qualify in the time trials, which you can all participate in too. Sign up, get in there, get a banner. It's a great time. From those time trials, the top 24 teams moved on to our group stages. We've watched the action unfold across 3 group weekends, but we have a 4th as well. Next weekend, we will have our China broadcast with English commentary, so definitely keep an eye out for that because it's going to be a lot of fun. From all of these groups, top 2 teams, they'll move on to the Season 1 finals, and from those finals, the top 4 across the regions will move to the grand finals, where they will compete live on the BlizzCon stage for a prize pool of $300,000. I mean, honestly, I cannot believe that we're almost through the group stages. Can you, Makes?
Your last two caster videos on
Honestly,
YouTube were
no,
awesome.
I feel like
Hell
the
yeah.
group stages were
I appreciate
so
that.
fun, and I'm almost a little
Glad to hear it.
sad that they're over. Of course, season final, CN Cup
I
coming up.
wanted to upload a video
I
to
feel like
yesterday,
we could,
do like one a day for the competition, but I'm not gonna lie, every single game was a 2-0.
Love that. We'll just keep adding more.
There was an idea to maybe
Definitely,
clickbait some
they're gonna be
people in with
invested.
one of the
Honestly, I'm invested
Dignitas or
because I
Liquid
feel like
games,
they've got
but I
this
decided
season.
instead
I agree with you. It feels like it's
we're gonna be
such a fast
uploading
season, and yet, like, the biggest
probably
stuff
not
is
just
still
one
to
video from
come.
today,
So
but
don't
maybe
worry,
even
everybody.
multiple. We
Our
will
groups
see.
aren't done quite yet.
WD
We still have
Grimes
all of
with the
today
tier
for
1.
our English coverage of that CN
Thank you
Cup,
kindly.
like we mentioned. Next weekend is going to introduce us to that set of contenders, all of whom want to make it to BlizzCon just as much as all of the other
My
regions.
cam goes like
we've
right
seen.
here-ish.
So Dratnos, give us an overview of the teams that everybody should look forward to coming out of the China region.
Yeah, so of course,
Ooh,
the
little China
best
region
looking team
overview.
is the #1 team, which that's how seeding and time trials, of course, work. So shouldn't be a surprise. But what might surprise you is just how much they are the best team by, even compared to our global region, right, to the Western teams. This team had such a fast time in the Mysara Caverns time trial that they would have beaten Liquid, Dignitas, Triple Threat, and Mandatory with that time trial run in Mysara Caverns, the fastest one across the world there.
That's
not
a
quite
fast
as
Mysara.
though. So we have #2 seed there, Interrupt. They would have been about 5th, so they would have been around the same level, a little bit slower than the Liquids and Dignitases, but faster than pretty much everybody else. And then our #3 seed, Wafu there, who definitely win Best Logo award by a lot. They would be around that, Direwolves Create team level as well.
Wafu's
so also
logo is
another
crazy.
very, very strong team. And then that's, of course, not to mention what the other 5 teams are going to bring to the table, which we can't wait to see. So, yeah, we're broadcasting that. It's happening next weekend. We're broadcasting the English version also next weekend. So you should definitely tune in to watch. It's going to be same place, same time as you're watching this, basically.
It's going to be super exciting. Honestly, I feel like this return to speedrunning format is showing really well for the China team, so I can't wait to see what they're going to do and how big of a competition they're going to sort of put up for everybody else in groups. But of course, before we see China play, today's teams are out to settle who will be the top 2 out of Group C. Tettles, talk us through the journey of our remaining 4 teams and what they've sort of done here to make it to this day.
All right. Well, we started out with 8 teams, but we have ended up with 4 today. And first up, we got to talk about Dignitas. They are the reigning champions, and they have honestly been smashing expectations. They've had a swift 2-0 in all their maps, and they look really solid. It seems like they've been playing pretty interesting around the spec variety rule, where I think all 3 of their players for DPS.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, going into this first matchup, guys, I feel like I gotta give the edge to Dignitas. I think they have looked
they are
unshakable. It's been shades of what Mandatory have shown in Group A. Liquid have also been unbeatable, but we've seen gaps in the armor, right? We've seen deaths. Their routing, their pathing just hasn't looked as crisp as what we've seen out of Dignitas. So
while we saw Dignitas have basically
should be a good matchup, but I gotta give the edge to Dignitas.
One death in that Sea of the Triumvirate with a little bit of a missed skip. And so I think for Liquid and Dignitas, those are going to be 2 teams that are facing up against one another, and they're quite even. Whenever you even look at time trials, like Dratnos pointed out earlier, they were quite close to one another in time trials. How are they going to perform today? It's really going to kind of come down to last-second decision-making and damage. The other 2 teams that we have in the lower bracket, we have Create Team. This has been a very interesting team that's been playing spoiler
Who won Dignitas?
the entirety of the weekend.
I get behind that.
Fairly competitive times, and they've been playing fairly clean. Whenever you look at 9th-seeded teams, you never really know what you're going to expect out of them. But I feel like for Create Team, if they end up getting like a really good set of dungeons and a good run, I would not be shocked if they could play spoiler. The final team that we have today, we have Ducks.
You know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I'm actually gonna say 2-0 Dignitas. I think the subbin is going to. I think it's gonna hurt Liquid enough that they are gonna have to make a run through the lower bracket. But then when we get to the grand finals, I got some other predictions in mind.
FF'd the second map, but Love Watchers would say that Ducks Can Fly convincingly 2-0 to be depleted with the fastest series of the weekend so far. So can Ducks Can Fly build off that momentum of the fastest series of the weekend? We'll have to wait and see.
I love you bringing that love-watching energy for the Ducks Can Fly. Thank you, Tettles. I mean, yeah, it was impressive to see them, what we could see of them yesterday. Hopefully they're able to continue on some of those good runs that they had, and all of our teams bring their best today because they're going to need it here in our Group C finals. Now, before we get things started, though, let's have a little roundtable here with everyone. starting with Makes, what's one thing that you're hoping to see from today?
Oh, easy. We're still missing Holy Priest and Hunter. Now, it would have been easier for the teams to bring it on day 1 or even day 2.
We're just still hoping for the spec ban rule. Imagine.
It's got
I
to
win.
happen, right? It's the
Morning.
last chance in the group stages that we could fill out this bingo sheet. I'm just hoping somebody does it.
GM.
Sure. I mean, maybe they just haven't used them yet because they're just so strong. They're like too strong, even. Maybe we can hope these last 2 remaining ones, we might see them come into play. Honestly, I think I would love to see it. We want to see the full board be filled out, but already the fact that we've seen this many specs has been really, really impressive. So we'll continue on though. Tattles, what are you most looking forward to from today?
Okay, I hope to not see Holy Priest and Marksmanship Hunter, but I do hope that we actually end up seeing a full 5-map series in the finals. That would be really
Yes!
cool if we
Oh
go
my
to
god,
the
I'm so
5
glad he
maps.
said it.
What are the teams
Give
going
me
to
the
be busting
BO5.
out compositionally?
Give me the
What are
craziest
teams gonna
spec
play
ban
where
rules of
they're
all
in the
time.
bottom of the bag. Not that
Hunter,
spec.
of course.
Not that one though.
I don't know. I think there's a way that this could work out for both of you. I think if we go to 5, they have like no specs remaining. We get to see the ones that Makes wants. We get the 5 maps. I think it'd be great.
I hope,
think it'd be really
because
good to
if we
see
go the
all
full
the maps,
BO5,
3 maps like
yo,
that.
surely we're getting a rogue, right?
Well, fingers crossed.
Surely,
We'll
right?
see what happens. That would be great. Now, Dratnos, how about you? What's
And
the
if we're
one
getting a
thing you wanna
rogue,
see from today?
what rogue spec are we
Well, let's
getting
see. We've
on-
already got Holy Priest off the list. I would like to see a Marksmanship
from these
Hunter.
2
That's the other
titans?
spec
What
that we're gonna
rogue
need
class
to
spec
round out our
or
bingo
class do they
card.
think is
So one of those,
is
please,
worth
if
playing,
somebody
right?
could Access
Surely we
the,
get something.
Thank you, Dratnos.
the midnight release version of Marksmanship Hunter. I think that one would work out quite well in these dungeons. So
Good point.
yeah, little time machine. Import one of those here and
Rebuff.
and
I'm
bang.
not sure that's allowed. Hold on now. We're gonna get
Well,
in trouble with
is
our
there an explicit
admins.
rule against it?
It's the
That's,
tournament realm. It's the tournament
yeah.
realm.
Well, you know, I can't say that there's a specific rule against time traveling in the MDI, but maybe for future seasons this will now need to be a consideration. So thank you, Dratnos. We'll see if it's possible.
Glad I can help.
But honestly, everybody, there's a lot that we are looking forward to seeing. And chat, give us your thoughts on what you are hoping
Outlaw?
to see today as well.
I mean, if
But
one of these teams
our
runs a
top 4
Fizz
teams
comp,
are
I
gonna
guess
have a
so.
shot at being able to deliver at least some of this during their matchups today. So Makes, what heads-to-heads will be starting us out in our bracket?
I mean, we're going to be starting with the Battle of the Beasts, so to
camera
say.
for a bit.
Liquid is going to go up against Dignitas. Those are the 2 favorites in this group weekend. For those of you that are unfamiliar, Dignitas is a missed count since they've been picked up by the sponsor org Dignitas. And then the loser of that matchup will be waiting in the wings for the winner of Create Team versus Ducks Can Fly. And that will be their last chance to determine whether or not they can get to the season finals in June. And then, of course, we'll see who takes the entire cup in that final that Tettles was alluding to. 5 maps is a maximum of 12 bans that are possible if we go to this 5th map per team, that is. So we would love to see that.
It would be very, very good. I don't think we've seen a full final series go like that yet, so I would love to see it go all the way through. I'd love to see them take it to the end, and it's very possible here with the contenders that we have in the mix for Group C. And while we have matchups that we know, some yet to be determined, Dratnos, who are you most excited to see face off today?
I mean, it has to be Liquid versus Dignitas. This is a battle of the Titans. We get to see it once to start the day. We are going to get to see it potentially.
Wait, here we go. Here's the map
again
pool.
as well.
So we have
Whichever
Skyreach,
team loses there
Mysara,
can win the
Magsters.
lower bracket. Of course,
Okay,
both
I don't
Create Team and
love
Ducks Can Fly
Skyreach. I think
have a
Skyreach is a
chance
pretty
in that
bland
series
dungeon.
to get
However,
wins, which
I will say when we saw Mandatory in the Skyreach in Group A, they actually pulled out some tech that, for an incredibly linear dungeon, was very impressive. Like, I think there was an instance where they had a gate. They had a really fast gate by getting knocked up by the tornado or something.
All 8 of those maps
That,
between these 2 teams because they are so
I recall,
closely matched from time trials and from what we've
Maycene
seen
pulling
from
off.
them play so far. It is again
Mysara, however,
MDI champion
I
versus defending
mean,
MDI runner-up.
is also a pretty
2
standard dungeon for these
heartbreaking
top teams. I think.
seconds
Well, we've seen
from
some pretty
putting
standard
down
routes.
MDI
We kind of know what to
last time as
expect.
well, so,
Magsters,
very exciting day
also
today.
fairly linear.
Well then, honestly, you are in for a great start.
It would have been nice to see like a Windrunner or an Algathar, I think, in that matchup, but maybe we'll get one in the
here,
BO5 later in the day.
Is going to be a showdown that has been a season in the making. Liquid versus Dignitas. They are clashing.
Jao Jensen, slept that day as you were doing the
Let us all know who you think will be faster.
My Sara 20.
Now, I mean,
Do you think
Dragon
that with
Quest are
buffs,
saying
Death Stalker will now be the
really
number one
exciting,
pick for
these two teams
Asa?
are really close to one another in time.
Wow, look at the
But
Twitch
how do you think
prediction.
that their runs
Holy.
compare?
By the way,
I would say.
Mods, do you guys want to run the prediction?
I would give Dignitas.
Go ahead.
If we just played their
I'm still going with the prediction. I honestly think it's 2-0 Dignitas.
Wins that series like 2/3 of the time against.
I think it's 2-0 Dignitas, but wow, this is a crazy
Quite
split.
a bit more clean across those maps, and also just really fast.
But yeah, to answer your question,
making on the spec
I don't
it seems really
think
coherent,
Death Stalker is going to
strategy,
immediately be the
so
number one spec.
I would lean towards Dignitas based off of that, but that's a very small sample size. We've only
Whisper made a
played
post in the
four
Ravenhold
each,
Discord
so,
comparing
there's a
the
lot of
talents
benchmarks
between
still
builds, and
based on
apparently
time trial
Fatebound
time. I
for
think I'd maybe go the other way,
Mythic
maybe,
Plus
maybe be
or
leaning
Dungeon
towards
Slice
Liquid.
specifically, whenever you sim that,
Yeah, I mean, I think
it
it's
sims
gonna
a
be
little bit
close.
higher than Death
And I know
Stalker.
that this series is the
However,
first time that we've
Death
seen
Stalker does
Liquid
in the
and
order
Dignitas
of
have a
30% more
direct
prio
rematch coming into
damage,
this season after those close calls
which
last season.
can
So,
and
do you think
could
that
and
Liquid
could
is
not be
going to
useful.
take them
Like
down
may
this
or may
road?
not be useful. I think it depends on the dungeon and the comp that you're running.
They were more motivated than ever to try to, get back
So,
out there.
that's gonna be the
and
question,
please
really.
prove
But
that
you
they
could
can
play
be
either
number
or.
one.
However, Death Stalker requires a lot more
Again,
attention. It's
last
gonna be a lot
season,
more
that was the
difficult to
first time
execute.
that configuration of players had played together, and so obviously coming in second
I
place.
shrink down my webcam after my
was
comment on the
really
video.
sweet knowing that they were 16 seconds away from winning. And so now,
Unrelated, I don't think.
they
I
have
don't
to
know if I read your comment.
be able to retool,
but
refocus. And
if
they
you
have
said
actually a lot of
if you told me to
speedrunning
shrink my
experience
camera,
on this team as well for Liquid, how are they going to perform in a speedrunning?
it should be the same size as it was in the video.
Here.
Or if you're referring to
Yeah, I
like
mean,
the
we're gonna have to see if they're able to really bring it together. I think both of these teams coming in, they
Like the
have
my
built
reaction
amazing
videos to the
runs
series.
for us. But when you're up against teams that are at the very, very top, it's hard telling exactly.
Why, was it-
how
was it,
things
like, in the
shake
way
out.
of other
Now,
elements?
It looked like chat. You were all pretty evenly divided. We had a little bit of a swing over there towards Dignitas that was happening, but we're
Yeah,
getting
no
to our
worries, Joe.
predictions as well, and makes hearing DIGNITAS and Tuttles talk about how close these teams are. Where are you kind of leaning with
well,
your
the points
predictions?
in my chat are pretty even too. What do you guys think? I'm honestly going 2-0 Dignitas. That's my prediction. What do you guys think?
It is very clear for me that I will go with a 2-1 in favor of Dignitas. You guys do what you want.
I just ordered some pizza waiting for the games.
Liquid fan club here,
W
so
early morning
I-
pizza.
I'm gonna go with Dignitas.
Is Dignitas miscount?
Alright,
Correct.
okay.
They were
Well,
miscount,
Dreadnoughts,
but
where are you
were
kind of
picked up
leaning?
by
I'm
Dignitas
gonna go with a 2-1
during
for
the tournament.
Dignitas as well, but I'd like to preface this by saying I'm setting up for Liquid's inevitable 3-2 reverse sweep in the grand finals being even more epic with
Are-
this
okay.
prediction.
Are
Okay.
Dignitas an NA org? Are we allowed to claim them?
Let's see.
No,
No,
you
they're
are not
EU.
allowed to claim
Well,
them. No, the team is EU.
Team
Well,
is EU
no,
technically.
but the organization's NA, so we're allowed to
Let's
claim
call
them.
up Kira and team and ask them if they would like to be claimed by
Oh,
NA. I'm
oh
gonna
yeah,
say
okay,
that is no.
Sure.
They're based in Newark, New Jersey.
Oh!
So that's us.
You are
Yes,
not
shout
claiming
out
that
to
works.
US.
Wait, NA?
That's,
That is
NA's
not an
last
NA
hope?
team.
Well,
No.
Tuttles, does this sway you? I mean, obviously you were just talking up Liquid, but are you swayed towards?
Maybe you're just
Dignitas?
crazy?
What's your prediction gonna be?
I'll go 2-1 Liquid. I feel like Dratnus and Makes made pretty.
I'm not sure.
points.
Maybe I'm crazy.
Realistically,
2
this
p.m.
is
here in
a series
Argentina?
that is about
Oh
50-50.
shit.
Like, I
Alright,
feel like
enjoy the
If
lunch.
you ran the series a bunch of times, you would have the teams be,
Who
it would
put
be about
60k on
5 times
Dignitas?
10 times.
Whoa!
Yeah, I agree. Honestly,
That's a
I think
lot of
that
points.
They are so close, and that's part of what makes watching these two go head to head so exciting. And since I guess we know now that Dignitas is. Totally
Wow, it's
an
pretty
organization,
split.
it
I
feels
would
like
honestly, if I was Cassius fan, I would go 2-0
I would
Dignitas.
go 2-1 Dignitas.
I can't believe we're all going 2-1.
No,
Like, I'm telling you guys, it's gonna be 2-0. I'm telling you guys, it's gonna be 2-0 Dignitas.
We decide they fall on, and I'm gonna do 2-1 towards Dignitas. And it looks like if we peek in with chat, we are still staying pretty close, but Dignitas taking that lead still. So I mean,
Well, here we go.
all around,
Let's see what we see.
Liquid
Let's see what's
kind of
let's see what we see.
desk as well. But the very first time we're gonna be seeing them coming head to head.
Dude, it's so
in the
close.
matchup for these two teams. I
Bro,
think
this is
it's
so
super
exciting
cute
from
to
like one of
have,
the
Skyreach, I
top
think,
teams in the
for our
tournament.
first map. So what are we thinking, Dratnos, that Skyreach is going to bring to the table for them both?
Yeah, Skyreach should be an interesting.
Alright,
one to see
comp-wise,
if our
I'm
series
going
like
to
the
predict-
technology Warlocks make a lot of sense in this
Yeah,
dungeon. You've got
demo,
good damage profile for it, and
Liquid will play
great gateway
Devour,
for it.
because that's what Cine
You
plays, I think.
Don't need it for either of these.
Oh,
elements. You
he's-
would want the Affliction
I don't
for
know.
it,
I don't know if
by
they're-
Caverns. So yeah, I think we're in for a.
Yeah,
very
I think they- I
Warlocky
think,
series, I guess.
Okay, Warlocky. Is
I
that
think
what you're
Wolf
feeling as well?
Disco can play Warlock. So I think it's Warlock, Devour,
Warlock is
Og,
a likely choice
Bear,
for these
Mistweaver.
teams here.
on the side of
I
Liquid,
feel like
and on the
Liquid
side
feels like
of
they know what he's going to bring out.
Dignitas,
That Vengeance Demon Hunter, he's
probably the same.
very happy
Maybe
to
they
get
opt for the
that
DK instead of the
Vengeance
Devour.
Demon
I'm not
Hunter.
sure.
I think we could see some creativity on specifically the tank role in this dungeon, as it's not
Co-stream with
one of
Max?
those
I'm already co-streaming with
registers
Warcraft. I don't
players,
think I
right,
can
where
co-stream
you
with
get hit,
Max.
You go for those really massive pulls.
I'm pretty sure you can only co-stream with one person at a time.
We are a little bit more limited in this dungeon, so I think that would be probably where I would
Yeah.
see a tank swap.
I'd have to like
Alright,
knock
well,
or something.
We are going to be heading into our
Alright, here we go.
first map of the day. This
Here
is
we go,
a
here we go, here we go.
like we've been
Let me get the chat
saying,
back on
this is a
screen.
matchup that has been a season in
Back
the
on
making.
screen here.
Team Liquid coming
Make sure it's in
trying
the
to
right
get
spot here.
revenge on Dignitas, who took the championship from them last season. Here they go, facing off in Skyreach Caverns for Game 1, Tettles.
Alright, alright.
Skyreach.
Interesting. Okay, so exact comp that I predicted out of Liquid. On the side of Dignitas, we have similar comp, but we have the Brewmaster instead of the Guardian Druid. Actually, both teams are running the Arsham instead. Very interesting. So, Liquid have the advantage here. I think the Bear is better than the Brew, but if we go further into the map series, Dignitas are setting themselves up better for the later matchups that they may face. Who's going to get this pull done faster?
It kinda goes back
Let's
to what I was
find
just
out.
saying, right? There's a couple of pulls in the Skyreach that are a little bit brutal, but none of them are as massive as you'd see in the matches. There's tiers where you start running and you go for basically.
And Liquid have
in the dungeon or 30%
Magic pull Renji a little bit faster than Dignitas, but both teams fairly close here. Dignitas actually have a lot more mobs to contend with for a bit.
Liquid's ban situation is going to be like if it goes to a map 3, because
Wow, this is gonna be close though.
They can take out that Warlock. They can
Already you can tell it's gonna be close.
I assume the same selection on the side of Dignitas, and then I would expect them to also take out that Brewmaster, whereas Liquid then need to either remove that Devour Demon Hunter, that Augmentation Evoker, or the Bear Druid. None of these are necessarily specs you would be happy about losing, so just something to keep in mind.
So look at this. Liquid is a little bit behind in terms of trash count, but they do have additional mobs coming in late. I actually think that the additional mobs coming in late on the side of Liquid
Interesting. Actually,
is pretty good.
I think that's so. I think what Liquid do is they CC these two mobs are the two mobs that spawn closest to where you enter the dungeon. So I think they imprison rooted them to have them come in later. Sleep block maybe. Typically you would imprison paralyze them, but Liquid don't have a monk, so I'm not sure what else other CC they use to have those mobs come in a bit later. Yeah, I predict that Liquid will ban the Arsham plus 2 of their existing specs. I'm not really sure which ones.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's probably the Devour Warlock.
Is going to come up, right?
Dignitas will ban their Brew, Arsham, and then plus 1 of their DPS specs. Probably the, I would think the Demo Walk, but yeah, we'll see. So, I mean, the damage has been very, very close. Liquid has maintained their very small advantage here with the exact same amount of count. So they've just dealt with this first section of the dungeon a little bit faster. Also noteworthy, guys, you look at the timer, you'll notice that it's offset by 1 second. This implies that Dignitas started their run 1 second earlier. So the time that they finish these dungeons on screen, it's actually going to be a 1 second in favor of Liquid here. We see 4% on the side of Liquid. But Yuri goes down to a coolest wins from the red sheet. That's the first death we've seen out of Dignitas this entire tournament on the boss. No trash. This is not good for Dignitas. We need to be, I was talking about Liquid showing cracks. This is the first crack we've seen out of Dignitas. This is just dying to a plus 17 boss, guys. That is not what we love to see as a Dignitas fan, as Dignitas enjoyers. So not to apply the game and the match is over, but betting on Liquid making a mistake is not a bet I would want to make.
On top of that as well, Skyreach being a time trial dungeon, this is kind of
now the timing of the death is not the worst thing in the world because it was right at the tail end of the boss, so we could basically instantly release. We didn't even have to commit our battle res here. But look at that, they're just faster into the next room here.
It looks like Zebi on the side is Warnstoning and tagging some additional mobs into this pull. And on the right side, we have a replay there of Yargi dying as...
Ooh! Yargi runs into Hurtjax's tornado.
And they got bumped off the edge.
Oh!
Brutal.
What?
That is
insane. Yargi, also a Team Liquid player.
left-hand side, that solar elemental.
Is he-
You can see that
he's helping his team.
I still see Seed out there for a little while longer, like 25 seconds on it. And
All right, so
then
Liquid are ahead on the order of probably like 20 to 25 seconds at this point in time, with including the death timer, right?
Working through these constructs as well.
Yeah.
We'll know for sure once they spawn the boss, but
Yeah,
I'm
and I
guessing
think
it's
that the important thing is, like you
around there.
mentioned,
We'll see on the side of
constructs killed off earlier, because the limiting factor here is being able to kill the boss.
You know what?
That
That
you
wow,
get that
actually,
spawned to drop the game,
Dignitas have
continue
kind
to
of
progress
accelerated,
the brand.
like
That's the key
almost
element.
randomly.
And Liquid now they have pulled Arachnith here.
Okay, there is
On
a
the right
solar
side,
orb
Dignitas
off the boss here.
virtually the same
Kind of
time.
awkward. It's gonna heal the boss a full
Two
on the side of
teams
Dignitas.
from Yargi.
Yeah, and that's
Any advantage they just got
expected, right?
has been
And
evaporated.
Caliber, so a little bit of a
So
hybrid
whatever they did
game
really fast to spawn the boss,
until
but it's not
over.
without risk, as the orb going off is going to actually heal the boss back to full. We also see the shield from the Blinding Sun Priest go on the boss itself, preventing any incoming damage until it gets purged. It does get purged within the second, but that's a second of damage lost on Arachnith. I don't know how to say that boss's name, not gonna lie.
That is not the case for either of those teams. Everybody should be able to just dodge.
Meanwhile, on the side of Liquid, it's been smooth sailing. Somehow, despite healing the boss, and despite the purge going off, Dignitas are at the same boss health. It seems like they're blasting right now, but they're just like, they're just constantly making mistakes. This tempo, though, is really promising.
Yeah, I think that is something that, like, if we were in like a pushing format, that strategy would be universal 100% of the time, as it's seen. In a speedrunning format, you don't really want your Augmentation Evoker losing the globals.
We see both Warlocks pressing their Tyrant here within less than 10 seconds of each other, and we're already 6 minutes into the dungeon. Just goes to show how calculated each one of their presses really is. Both Devour Demon Hunters are going to be entering their Void meta here, similarly at the same time.
As high on DPS output as you know, the premier Mistweaver.
That's true.
But, could just be that they're saying, okay, the damage we're gonna lose.
Breath timers, however, are actually a little bit offset. Shine's breath is about 30 seconds ahead of Verb's. I believe there is CDR in their breath, so maybe that's not the true timer, but
Those teams are neck and neck.
Oh my gosh.
Basically, between them, there is nothing.
I mean, Dignitas, you're not so like considering the mishaps they've had. They've basically just been faster for the second part of the dungeon. Look at, you can even tell with the timer, by the way. You can tell by the timer. This is with the healing the boss, and also the purge going off, preventing damage for about 1 second. Now, 1 second isn't a lot of time, but it depends what cast went off during that second. Was that a Collapsing Star second? Was that an Eradicate second?
Look at this for Liquid.
Was that a Hand of Gul'dan second?
Shine ends up having his Breath of Eons, and on the right side, Verb not actually having that Breath.
Now,
of
both
Eons
Warlocks,
a little bit.
Tyrant,
So Liquid
pressing
being
Tyrant here to
able
carry this
a little
pull.
bit. I would
I
say
think on the side of Liquid, they actually never dropped combat, so it looks like Dignitas is doing a lot more damage, but that's not actually the case, as we see Liquid actually finishing off this pull faster and engaging Rookron just like a few seconds ahead of Dignitas. Wow, what a matchup. This is so close. But as we approach the end of the dungeon timer here, Dignitas, I think, will need a death on Liquid. These small kind of back and forth slingshotting that they're doing between bosses, between pulls, Liquid catching up a few seconds, Dignitas taking those few seconds back. It's not going to be enough unless Liquid have a major mistake. It doesn't have to be a death per se, but most likely it needs to be in the form of a death. As we see Liquid here opting to stand in for the AoE. Same thing with Dignitas. We're going to commit Obsidian Scales, Darkness, and our small wall on the side of Liquid. On the side of Dignitas, we commit bigger walls. We actually commit our Unending Resolve from Yargi. So Liquid, I think, are much better equipped to eat a second AoE from Rookron here. Dignitas, Yargi is a little bit scared. We do have Link to carry us through the next one, plus maybe the Aug-Evoker AoE Zephyr. I had to think of what it was called. But I'm a little bit scared if I'm Dignitas here, if we're going to opt to stand in and DPS Rookron through this next AoE here. We'll see what they opt to do. So Liquid is going to stand in. Now they have strong Warlock Wall, they have another Obsidian Scales charge, Blur, and there should be Zephyr, I imagine. There's the Link, and they're eating that. Very nicely done. And outside Dignitas, exactly what I said, they are opting not to stand in on the second AoE. Will that punish them? Just like that, they're behind about 7 to 8% boss health. Liquid have pulled about a 5-second advantage on this boss. Alright, how quickly can we do this skip? We see Wolf Disco looking for the angle, gets it, and we're through. Very nicely done. Yargi goes for the Michael Jordan.
So it is a 3-minute cooldown.
Big jump, Wordstone's up, and we're through. But Liquid, pulling off to the side, Kiribru we see, rolling around, porting, melding, and we're through. Pretty similar setup time from both teams, not gonna lie. Oh, looks like Dignitas had to double back. I think we CC'd the wrong mob. I saw a para on the Adept. We don't want to parry the Adept, we wanted to parry the Blinding Sun Priest. Now we're not going to have that para available. And we're going to have to deal with an extra kick mob, I think. Solar Elemental coming in on the side of Dignitas. Plus Blinding Sun Priest. Yeah, I don't know how this is going to go for Dignitas. We'll see here. Both teams with probably the most difficult pull of the dungeon underway. This is our Bloodlust. All of our cooldowns.
It makes this pull a lot less.
Liquid making their way through the most of the pull here. Most of the small mobs are dead. They're going to kill off the Solar Elemental before the Solar Orb gets a cast off. Very, very impressive from Liquid. At this point, it's only a few mobs remaining. Dignitas also finishing off their pull on similar pace, but Liquid, this is their map to win. That death is going to bite them in the ass. Dignitas.
With their damage that we've seen so far, this has been the closest.
I don't think there's any way they can come back.
And for Liquid, they should be on the right side of this time.
Even if they pull the damage that they somehow pulled on second boss of the dungeon here, they cannot make up 15 seconds of death timer worth of damage.
Zevi gets selected first for the Solar Zealot. Gusta wins back onto the platform clean.
Wow. Yes, so there are multiple ways to get
Dude,
back
what?
on the platform.
Holy. These teams are crazy. Wait, Dignitas opts to kill the bird. Maybe they just passively killed it. I don't know. But that thing melted. Melted fast enough to the point that I was convinced they meant to kill it. We see Shine using Wordstone there to get out of the bird. That way, Team Liquid can opt to ignore it.
However, some of those spells have a rather high cooldown, so let's make sure we're not getting an unfortunate spawn here that could cause some chaos for them. SLT now being deployed by Liquid.
We see Heartjax getting picked here. He's going to cast on the boss for a while.
But then 90% of the way through, so had to recast that Wernstone on him. Losing a couple of globals in
that is unfortunate.
Time in the process, and this is the point for Liquid here on the
Heartjax Wernstoning out, but missing some casts supposedly.
Again, Dignitas has 15 seconds worth of death penalty against them.
What is that og damage?
The moment that they down this boss,
that's a good question.
Is going to stop. 3%, 2%, 1%, and Liquid are going to go up one map.
Team Liquid
versus the reigning MDI
with the 12:46 timer.
Has to feel good when
all right, my prediction was wrong immediately. However, looking ahead to maps 2 and 3, I would rather be, as far as our spec ban rule is concerned, I would rather be Dignitas, okay? I would say Dignitas played the slightly worse comp for this dungeon, and now they'll reap the rewards from that for maps 2 and 3.
Neck and neck against one another, and they're proving.
Well, I mean, this is a crazy matchup here. I'll move my camera so you guys can see the numbers. Let me turn off the chat.
This is really cool. I mean, honestly, amazing to see. I think Dratnos will have even more information for us here for our first map.
Yeah, this is an incredible run out of Team Liquid. A 12:46 is 9.
Guys, these damage meters are really confusing.
Than the fastest +17 Sky Reach.
How does Dignitas have such higher damage numbers?
Liquid, the new record for a
I guess they were just doing more damage.
Look at that damage graph, though. Oh my goodness.
Even though they're slower. More damage is not faster. Believe that. Can you believe that?
Not perfect at tracing. has traced the 2 damage graphs on top of each other there. You can see it gets a little desync there.
Oh, this is healing done.
4 to 5 minute mark. That's where
Wow. Okay, this is so close.
Like badly. Somebody who's pretty good but not perfect at tracing has traced the 2 damage graphs on top of each other there. You can see it gets a little desync there. The 4 to 5 minute mark. That's where somebody bumped their arm. And
Dude, it's so cool to see how similar their damage profiles are, though.
Exact same idea for the dungeon, just very slightly better for Liquid. Largely just because of that death as well for Dignitas near the start of the run. I mean, there's not a whole lot else that makes this different, although there are a couple of bits of nuance that I'll explain to you when we get to our replay segment, which starts now.
Oh, God, that death is so unfortunate.
By that coalesced wind.
So if they don't have that death,
that's 15 seconds right there. That is.
I wonder if they. I don't know.
I think I liked a lot of Dignitas.
I don't know if that makes them fast enough. Because they're probably still about 10 seconds behind, 15 seconds behind when the key finished. I don't know if that's the difference. I think they may still have lost, even before the death timer.
So when you have an ability like this, the second boss
certainly would have been a bit closer, but I don't think the Warlock lost that much at the end of the boss fight.
You know, you're supposed to hide behind the pillar or whatever. You can just throw down one of those totems.
Also, a lot of time gathering glass bowl. That is true. They, like, Kira had to double back for something.
We have a Resto Shaman, right?
It looked like they CC'd the wrong mob, and that's what I was commentating, but I actually don't know if that was exactly what happened.
Inside something like that, but it's often not even
also, Liquid here opted to stay in for both boss AoEs. This is risky, but enables more damage.
Dignitas were instead hiding. Liquid were also.
Yeah, here we are.
Both teams were banishing off that Sunwing, which is a nice benefit of having that Warlock. Although, does mean that you don't generate full resources off of it in some cases. So maybe if you're hiding behind the pillar, you're not supposed to banish that thing. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, very close map. Incredible game between Liquid and Dignitas.
Holy.
Fastest run ever of a 17 Skyreach. Goes on the board for Team Liquid. A commanding start to the series.
I mean, it just goes to show.
Dude, incredible matchup.
Chat.
Chat.
Even with a death over on
before
side,
map 2 starts here, I'm going to run a quick ad segment so that you guys don't get it during the next match. Remember, you can skip ads with a Twitch Tier 1 subscription or a Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. You guys won't miss anything. I will see you in 90 seconds. You're back.
Coming up next. And the two teams are going to have to take into account the spec bans that will be happening. So as we take a look at this makes, what are you anticipating we see these teams kind of angle for?
I mean, we were kind of talking about it a little bit as we were going into that Skyreach. Of course, Liquid now needs to ban either their Bear Druid, their Devour Demon Hunter, or their Augmentation Evoker. We're expecting them to take out the Resto Shaman.
Write that with the follow.
I think
Appreciate you.
We will most likely see on both teams. But losing one of these three is kind of not ideal, so I'm curious on what the answer is for Liquid if we're just going to be playing around that Brewmaster now. Mazara Caverns is a big dungeon. There's a lot of massive pulls you can do in there, so I'm curious on what that answer is going to be, and I think there's also a lot of routing differences we've seen in that dungeon in particular.
Max wants to be in a watch call together with you. Okay. Why? How? I'm not. Dude, I'm not. Bro's just making that up.
FF one of the maps.
Well, no, Shadig has it made it when he stopped saying we don't have to sub if we don't want to.
Just try to play your best game plan on that composition. Try to set yourself up.
At the moment I say, yeah, you have to subscribe, I made it.
I think that you pointed out, we want, like, I think all three of these teams want Bear Druid, or both of these teams want Bear Druid for all three of these maps. Dignitas already committed to not having Bear Druid in the first map, kind of saying that we would have liked it in Skyreach, but instead we'll play the Brew.
Yeah, so I typically like playing for map 2 over map 3.
I'm not already interested. If Max wanted to hop in a call and spectate this event, bro, I would be down.
That means you're not going to be able to do the Incense Wernstone stratagem after the mini-boss, which might mean that, yeah, you actually want to be weaker in map 2 and save the full power for map 3.
Well, surely he's only interested in the Team Liquid matches. Like that's my guess.
Those are really Bear makes both of those dungeons really good, and Liquid can only play it in one of those two. So I think I would want to... yeah, play something a little bit less.
Okay, here are the bans here. So, on the side of Liquid, we actually banned the AUG and the Demo. That is not expected. I was not expecting they would go that angle. The AUG Evoker is a big loss. On the side of Dignitas, we got the Brew Arsham, as expected, and the Demo Lock, so as expected. Dignitas have the ability to play what we've seen out of all of the teams this weekend, and effectively run what we call full meta comp for Mysara, which is Guardian Druid, Mistweaver, AUG Evoker, Athlock, and then one of Devour or DK. I'm guessing it'll be the Devour.
Yeah, right.
Liquid, on the other hand, don't have that AUG available, which I think is a big loss. I feel like AUG is one of the strongest specs in the tournament. So what are Liquid gonna pull out?
Basically, all of them kind of rely on that
Comp-wise, that doesn't require the AUG. I honestly have no idea, but this is gonna be really interesting.
Towards Fordaza. We don't have that now for Team Liquid. They don't have an Augmentation Evoker, so they don't have Burnstone. That is just how that works. So either they have come up with a new way to do this that we haven't seen just yet, or their route does not depend on doing this, which we have seen, but was generally slower. So I'm really curious on what their routing looks like, right? That is a big question now.
Because I think that's the big thing, right? Like, if they can't do that, then is their route inherently slower? Or do we think there might be a possibility that there would be a faster route that they could pull off without that tech tunnels?
AUG is just so broken in Mysara's Caverns too. I mean, the amount of uptime that you
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Map 2.
Like the two target
Liquid with a 2-1, or Liquid with the 1-0 lead. Can they pull off the 2-0 and upset the reigning champions? Upset might not be the correct word here to use here, because both these teams seem to be fairly evenly matched. Or does Dignitas win this matchup, tie the series up 1-1, and force a game 3? Here we go. Lock in. It is time to see it unfold. Holy.
Liquid have the advantage. They have 1 point.
Fizz comp, Lil Roe actually coming up. Bro, if they pull out the Fizz comp, if they pull out the Rogue Fizz comp, I'm converted to a Liquid fan. Let me tell you.
Are going to be really worrying about what lies ahead for them. We're coming into game 2 here at Mysara Caverns. What tech will we see? Who will be faster? And how will Team Liquid versus Dignitas shake out in our second map of the series makes?
I am so excited to see what our team
Here we go.
show us. Of course, there's always the potential.
Liquid on the Athlock, Serve Hunter,
We're not gonna bring the bear to it. We're in
Ferocity K, is it? No, Unholy DK. And we have the VDH on Yips. Wow, okay. This is a really cool comp.
Oh, that's BM.
Beast Mastery? I mean, I think Dignitas have the heavy advantage here, but I'm curious to see what Liquid make work with this matchup. Are they intentionally just tossing this map over to Dignitas so they have a stronger map 3 composition? Or do they have some secret technology with this specific comp in the Mysara?
Even though Liquid is on, let's say, a tier 2 composition, this is still
Hurtjax pulling out 1.4 million damage, pull 1 of this Mysara Caverns. That's a lot of damage. And their pull has concluded. 24.38%. Let's see how much percent Liquid managed to get once they finish their pull.
Things are not set in stone, let's say.
Dungeon progression lead for now.
I'm covering DPS meters. Apologies. There you go. Thank you for the reminder.
Gathering that next pull, so a couple of dead seconds on that loss. They pressed it pretty late here, so it's going to actually carry over just a little bit, whereas Liquid's lust has ended, and they're now...
And Liquid have slightly less count after their first pull. Now both teams are going to go over to the left here, pull the Hex Guardian plus Mammoth to enable both those 4 prisoners to be cleared at once we deal with this pull. And at this point, I mean, Dignitas have opened up what seems like almost a 10-second lead for themselves. They are just, I mean, this is the power of the meta comp here. They are doing incredible damage here.
Dignitas in a slight lead here, and I think that is kind of reflecting what we were saying about the comp diff, right?
Yeah, I mean, this AUG Evoker is just enhancing the damage from this Devour Demon Hunter and this Affliction Warlock for the side of Dignitas, and I think that
Dignitas already done with this pull and moving on here to what I assume will be a pull onto the boss here. Now, Mandatory opted not to pull us into the boss in Group A and place us 1 pull entirely and then pull some extra trash later on onto the boss. It seems like several teams in Group C have opted not to do that and instead opting to immediately go onto the boss for the sake of just going fast through the dungeon. Now, doing this does mean that we need to play more count later on. That Mandatory would have already gotten at this point in the key. But Mandatory also opted to not play any trash onto the final boss, which it seems that several teams are choosing to do. And I gotta admit, if we can play trash on a boss, that's often going to be faster here. But on the side of Dignitas, there are tons of swords on the ground here. This is a very dangerous pull. Lots going on, lots to dodge, many kicks to get got. We have the Headhunter still up. The Soul Eater is going to be spawning swords on the ground this entire boss fight. Going to be handing out healing absorbs left and right. And they're about 32% ahead of Liquid once Liquid finally pull the boss with the same
what is the
pull.
fastest first boss split that we've seen this weekend makes?
Well, so this is a plus 16, which this weekend...
On the side of Dignitas, we see the Imprisoned Headhunter coming in a bit later here for them, so that's a little bit of extra count. That is one more kick they have to contend with, but at this point they've killed all the remaining mobs, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
I haven't seen a whole lot of Mazara Caverns, I will say.
Okay.
We saw Ducks Can Fly in here in a match that was forfeited with 529, and then we saw Ducks Can Fly and Es Imposible in here with 611.
So, about the 6-minute marker is what we've been
They
seeing.
have a Blood Elf Mistweaver for
We
AoE
also saw
Purge.
Dignitas in here,
Wait, that's
431.
crazy.
Okay.
On the side of Liquid? Wait, that's so cool. Zesevi is in fact playing Blood Elf.
They were
I wonder if it's for the skirmishers? I mean, that's where I would expect the AoE Purge to be valuable. However, if you purge them all at once, you're also going to take an infinite amount of damage. But I could also see the AoE Purge being valuable in a plus 16 Keystone, where you could probably survive multiple skirmishers going off, especially if you have a wall. So I imagine it must be for consistency, right? They just communicate, all right, press your walls now. The entire team has their walls up, and then they hit that Blood Elf AoE Purge.
They're gonna have to kill off some Gnarldens.
That would be my guess, as opposed to having to lean into your DPS players killing, proccing the shield, and guessing when that damage will occur based on the damage that you're doing. But we will see, we will see. Now Dignitas finishing off their first boss split well in advance of Team Liquid. We're in the order of 40 seconds ahead of Liquid right now, with even more count than Liquid have. Dignitas are just putting up an absolute heater. And at this point, it definitely seems like Team Liquid don't have any secret tech that they're trying to implement in this dungeon, but rather they are preserving their optimal composition for map 3.
It absolutely is.
I wiped my group from the AoE Purge the other week. Not doing that again. Well, there's a reason that you're not in the MDI and these guys are. We know when to press our AoE Purge. No disrespect. Dignitas finishing off their mini-boss pull as Liquid gets it underway. We see AJ running around, activating the braziers to enable grabbing the Spirit whenever they choose to do that. Pull out onto the second boss. We're going to tag in the Skirmishers, the Warrior Pack, basically this entire platform. Dignitas are going to tag in as one pull. There is a Soul Render in here, 2 Bound Defenders. I believe there's a Shade that they're going to get in at some point, plus the Shade's in there, plus a Shadowbinder. So lots of kicks, lots of stops that need to get got for them to succeed in this pull. And the Skirmisher's going to pop all their shields here. We do have our walls rolling on the side of Hershax and Verb Evo. Yargi, no wall, but he is not just below full health. So we are looking good on the side of Dignitas. Most of the danger of this pull has passed as long as we proc those Skirmisher shields without falling over.
It's also kind of nicer because once again you're playing around these ranges here. They don't need to stand in melee. The only 2 people that kind of get toppled around by what you lovely call bounce houses.
This pull is a very chaotic pull. Just so much shit going on, so much stuff on the ground that you have to dodge. We've seen quite a lot of variance between teams with how quickly they can do that pull. Dignitas, however, managed to clear it out relatively quickly. And we see Verb Evo running back to activate the Spirit, and Wormstone ahead to his group, so they can then pull the rest of the trash that they intend to onto the boss here.
Whenever the boss initially spawns, he actually knocks players.
Hershax was a really early boss spawn. Love to see it. Dignitas like the immediately pulling the boss here. Yes, I love how they do this setup here. Kira Bear pulls the boss while he's still gathering, so our DPS players have something to hit, and we just engage that boss combat just a little bit earlier than other teams would. Other teams would opt to go pull the trash on the side, and then once they've gotten it, tag the boss. Not Dignitas. They're playing to do this key as fast as possible, and fast they are going. We've also popped the skirmisher shield, so most of the danger of this pull should be past us as long as we get our kicks. Yargi has a hex on him. We get the AoE stop, disorienting roar going out, preventing that cast from going off. And we kill it off before the hex goes through onto Verb. Evo. We do let a soul render cast go off on Kira, but he's a bear, he tanks those. Now, by the way, look at the lust timer. There are teams that would... Some teams were close to getting their lust off for this boss. Usually it was just shy. They were just too far behind. Or the lust timer was not quite up in time for them to get the lust off on this boss. It would be a great lust for them. But the dungeon timer is just so fast that they can't afford it. On the side of Dignitas, lust is still like a minute away. For the routing of this dungeon, Dignitas want to have lust on pull for the final boss. They might not even have it then. This is crazy pace.
Like, I think that's kind of the thing that enables.
Now on the side of Liquid, we say they've also pulled. Oh, Shine's having to run from that beam. That's so scary. That's a lot of lost casted time. Liquid have also pulled Vordraza on the order of about 50% behind Dignitas, maybe 45%. But they have to deal with a full boss intermission. We'll have to break through that shield, which is further time that they are now behind Dignitas.
And it looks like you were mentioning earlier, Dignitas is going to be under that by about 11.
Bars didn't even move when purged. W. Not gonna lie, I wasn't even paying attention to Liquid whenever they press that purge button, if they press that purge button. So they are cruising. We have 0 death runs out of both teams. Dignitas just with the better composition, it seems, and the better pace. Now the final and most scary pull here in the dungeon, Dignitas are taking 2, arguably the most scary pull here. One of the most scary. They're taking 2 of these skirmisher plus shade packs. So there's 4 shades, like 8 skirmishers or something, plus a bound defender. They're going to quickly nuke the mini boss here, and then take all the remaining trash into the final boss. They do have their lust rotate up just in time. We're going to purge off a few of the skirmishers to alleviate some of that danger, as opposed to having them all go off at the same time. And at this point, we're pressing cooldowns, pressing lust, breath goes out, void mana goes out. There's our affliction lock 2-minute cooldown. I don't know what it's called. Skirmisher pops right now. Beautiful pressing of the wall. We see Yargi. He's been holding his massive 3-minute wall the entire dungeon for this pull. Actually, probably not the entire dungeon, but he has been holding it for the past several minutes. Has it for this pull. Hearthjax eating the boss jump to finish his channel. Just understanding that you can greed that cast for damage, because at a 16 key level, it's not going to kill you. And what's more valuable is going as fast as possible, even if it means taking some avoidable damage.
We've seen it once. I would rather not see it again. They get one more set of
Dignitas need to kill off this bound defender to have count, which it looks like they will be able to do. They'll deal with these remaining soulbind totems. They are out of damage here, but at a plus 16 key level, these totems don't have that much health. They should not pose too much of a threat. And as we see, they have the count they need. So unless Liquid can one-phase the boss inside of Lust and skip the damage jam entirely, this is Dignitas' map for the taking. Looking to the side of Liquid here, they'll also have to contend with these skirmisher pops themselves. We see Cinecarve press this wall a little bit early. It's going to rotate into the turtle just to be extra safe. Shine rotates his wall up. Wolf Disco presses his AMS. And we have dealt with the skirmishers. Actually, I said they would press it early. They did not press it early. That is the advantage of the Blood Elf Purge. We can remove the shields at a time that is best and most convenient for us. So that is why Cine hit the turtle there, to understand the exact timing, take no damage from the skirmisher pops, and they are chilling. But Dignitas nuking the boss down. That is going to be map 2 on the side of Dignitas. Very well done. A 12-minute 27. Almost the exact same time as what Liquid got in the Skyreach. Wow, we're going to a game 3. This is our We haven't seen a game 3 in like 2 days. And we're seeing it from the best 2 teams of the event. Of the weekend. Wow.
Could take this next point, and of course, whoever loses will be moving down.
Why stay outside? Dreamcash and Trade Liquid ask. Good question. You can pull the boss to kind of the wall, the outside of the room during that phase transition. And doing so just makes it so that your DPS have to travel less to get to the boss. You can start DPSing a little bit earlier. I think that's the only reason behind it. There could be something else there. Actually, I did think of one other reason. When you're behind the wall, there are no really spawn on the ground, so you're good to just stand still in DPS. So 2 reasons, I guess. Mazari's at 12:24 and 15. Dignitas got a 12:27 and 16. Yeah, that's incredible pace out of Dignitas. Incredible pace.
So I think for Dignitas, they have a very clear-cut game plan for the composition that they want to play in every single dungeon, every single step of the way. But for Liquid, they're going to
hide the
firepowered comp in this
chat here.
Next dungeon, and so I think that it's going to be very hotly contested.
Did we see the damage breakdown?
Absolutely. But even here,
if we missed it, I'll go back and check it out.
In the comp, and the meters here worked out a little different this time around, Dranos. But what were you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, this time around, it was definitely not like that Skyreach. You could tell that there was just a difference in strategic speed.
I'm gonna go back here a little bit. I want to see the damage breakdown.
You say
single
tunnels.
I mean, I think that for Dignitas, they've done this thing where every single dungeon specifically...
Dude, Dignitas doing unreal damage numbers. This is insane out of the Devour.
It's going to be the...
But you have to remember, they're augmenting everybody's damage. The Evokers aren't just a clever prank.
Is it worth doing community service keys and go into +2s to help new players? That's up to you.
Compared to what you can do without them. Now, Liquid still had a pretty fast run.
Wasn't Liquid the favorite here?
Terms,
I think that depends who you ask. If you were to ask me, I thought Dignitas was the favorite coming into this matchup.
In this map, again, the
and at this point, heading into a game 3,
it does have the ability to activate Bloodlust as well, which is
I don't know who has the better comp. Dignitas played the worst comp map 1 and enabled this composition for map 2. Liquid played the worst comp map 2.
Incense strategy.
Better comp map 1, worst comp map 2. Both teams are not going to have the Aug Evoker. Both teams are not going to have the Guardian Druid, I think. Actually, Liquid have the Guardian Druid. Dignitas are going to have no Aug Evoker, no Bear, plus 1 other spec. So we're going to see a non-Aug map 3, which is going to be pretty exciting. I don't know which team has the advantage. I guess I would rather have the Bear. I'd rather be Team Liquid with the Bear, but I'm not sure about... I think they have 1 less DPS option compared to Dignitas heading into this 50 Masters Terrace.
So makes, I mean, what do you think?
Dignitas lose Aug and Demon Hunter.
For Dignitas, but we know that Team Liquid, they have this big...
Was it... Oh, okay, so they lose Aug, Demon Hunter, and Guardian then. Wait, they don't lose Guardian. Because they could save Guardian. I forgot they didn't play Guardian map 1. Right, they played Brew. I forgot about that.
The big important factor is what your bans look like, right? Whatever you played twice is now gone for this map 3. And it does make sense that Liquid was kind of forcing this map 3, saying, okay, we'll just play a bunch of rounds.
Let's see, I mean, who's going to take the map 3? Winner gets a guaranteed pass into Winners Finals and can just relax until the lower bracket concludes. And by relax, I mean probably just spend that time preparing for that best of 5, really plan out the series in its entirety. The loser will have to do 1 more BO3 that they need to win to make their way back into the grand finals here.
Dignitas might have the better ban situation, but it depends on what we're going to be seeing here.
I mean, I think Dig is going to play Bear Druid, Mistweaver, Unholy DK, Arms Warrior, Serve. I think that's going to be their 5 stack.
Okay, that would make sense.
So with that being the case,
wait, we haven't.
Liquid's going to have a better composition.
We also already saw that out of Dignitas. They have played that composition in matches before. What Tettles just said.
Really, really good.
Yeah, it's
I don't know. Devour is good in this dungeon, but it's worse. It's weird. Devour Demon Hunter in Masters is like worse until you get to the first boss.
What are you going to play in that last
so the team that plays a Devour Demon Hunter will be slower for the start of the dungeon.
Another
The question
one,
is, can they make up that time for the rest of the dungeon? It's kind of a risk.
I think it would probably be Cine in that spot. So
No, you
it's,
cannot.
it's an option. I'm just saying, it's an option. They have Bloodlust. They have Time Warp. Meanwhile, on the side of Dignitas, yeah, let's see what they've banned out because it looks like okay.
Maybe they go Havoc.
Losing, of course,
Here we go. Here we go. Look at the spec bans.
They had to lose the Devourer as well, so they can play Bear. Although they could also play.
So Liquid are probably gonna go Guardian, Mistweaver.
That was because it was the start of a series for Spec Variety Rule versus the end, but he made it look really good. So I feel.
Oh,
like
I don't know. Like Ellie Shaman, they need a Lust. They need a Lust class. It has maybe it's an Ellie Shaman.
There's a lock for both teams.
Ellie Devour DK,
Yeah.
something like that. That's my guess
Alright,
on
we've
the side of
got
Liquid.
a sort of thought on what they're going to be doing as far as the
I don't know where else they get the
spells.
Lust from, because they don't have R Shaman, they don't have Og. So I think they're forced into a Shaman, a DPS Shaman. Unless they play the Magus. I don't think that would they bust out the Magus map 3? No way, right?
I don't know if there's something that you think these two kind of compare
And on the side of Dignitas, we see the Devour gets banned, the Og gets banned. They also banned the Athlock, so Dignitas can play the DK if they want.
And again, that was a
Actually,
Vengeance Demon Hunter,
as Liquid or Teto
Serve
said,
Hunter,
probably
Arms
DK,
Warrior
Serve,
composition,
Arms
so
Warrior,
they might even
Guardian
roll with a
Druid,
different comp this time around.
Mistweaver.
Okay, well,
Oh, I forgot they have the Hunter. My bad, my bad. Yeah, they have the Hunter. I forgot about that. So Team Liquid could bring out the Hunter instead of the Shaman.
Liquid versus Dignitas. These two have taken it to a game 3, and of course they want to keep going all the way in the upper.
Didn't Liquid ban the
bracket
bear?
if they can. This showdown is
No,
not
I don't think
over
they did,
yet.
unless I missed it.
Everything can be laid down here, and hey, there's always the possibility of a lower bracket.
Hunter probably makes
comeback
more
as
sense.
well. This will be Magister's
Jesus with the
Terror
Twitch Prime.
between
Here we
Liquid
go
versus
into
Dignitas.
map number 3 of the winners finals, and we see Liquid with the Elemental Shaman. We spoke into existence, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. It's the battle of Ellie versus Serve and Devour versus Arms Warrior. I'm not gonna lie, I expect Dignitas to be faster in the first part of this dungeon, except we see a Shine bursting for 1 mil, no Og. That is ridiculous damage out of a Shine.
But that should be, I think that should be very fun. I think both of
I don't know anymore. I expect Dignitas needed to be faster at the start of this dungeon, but one thing I did not factor in is if you have both your Elemental Shaman and Unholy DK press their cooldowns pull 1, Cine can hold his meta for pull 2, which makes your cooldowns so much better. I cannot stress enough how awkward it is as Devour to have to press your meta pull 1 and then have to farm back for pull 2. Or like try to carry it over. It is so awkward. Every single Devour we've seen play this map have played that way. But because Liquid have such burst heavy DPS that can carry the damage pull 1, Cine is able to hold his meta for this pull and nuke it down, which honestly I think it's completely solves the issue of Devour. I love seeing this out of Team Liquid here, and they are so quick.
From both of our teams here, but Liquid is going to be moving ahead here just a smidge faster.
But we see actually both teams advancing at similar tempo here. Dignitas pulling out some serious Pyro damage, killing that Pyromancer very quickly and taking the remnants of trash onto the boss here. Pulling it before Liquid even managed to do. Very impressive. Now one consideration here from Dignitas. Will these mobs patrol through the door? Also, very scary pull. Pressure defensives. We are alive. Double ignite. We managed to live the worm explosion. Very nicely done from Dignitas. We see our DKs bursting for absurd damage. Oh my goodness, on both the side of Liquid and Dignitas. But one of the issues of dragging this pull in right away that Dignitas did is those mobs can reset. If they pat weird, if they're too far behind, they get lost, they're not able to come through the door, and they will reset. Now, I'm not sure if they're able to get all the mobs necessary. I hope they did. But we won't know for sure until the very end of the dungeon once we see the count.
Bloodlust was also pressed just a smidge earlier, so it's now running out for Liquid here.
But Dignitas actually have a lower boss percentage, just slightly better boss damage. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I don't actually know what I'm not really sure how the damage profile of Survival and Arms Warrior compare to Devour and Elemental. I guess if a Shine was LED blasting, he'd be doing a lot more prio, but maybe he's not pressing it. I don't know. He's probably earthquaking. I would respect it. There was a lot of ads there. But there, we actually see Dignitas with this the pace that they pulled the boss at and changed their pull to. They've actually pulled ahead. Very, very impressive from then. Now, Liquid have all their cooldowns minus the Ascendants to deal with this quad Spellbreaker pull. Guys, pay attention to the melds that go out here. We want to try and meld the Spellbreakers to limit the amount of damage that goes out. It will be a big, big boon if we're able to do that. We see AJ press the meld. Very well done. Wolf Disco's already committed his meld. Verb's committed his meld. Hurtjack doesn't have meld available. And we're nuking this pull down. Once again, our DKs have their army available, rotating through it, doing Kajiga damage. I think Liquid will be a little bit faster here because they have the Void meta available on pull. Whereas our Arms Warrior, I don't think have their avatar ready right away. Maybe they did, I kind of missed it. But like as Shine, Yargi also doesn't have his 2-minute for this pull. But I stand corrected, and Dignitas, it looks like we'll be spawning the boss a few seconds faster.
A little bit of focused fire damage, I think, from this composition. They even have multiple
Wait.
Spellbreakers still up. So
okay, a little bit more than a few seconds. Somewhere between 5 and 10 seconds faster. Arms Funnel. Arms does real good boss damage if it has Funnel to complete and complete dogship without it. So I was aware of that, but Devour also technically does more damage the more mobs there are on its prio target. So I mean, maybe Arms Warrior damage is slightly better than Devour damage. That could be a thing. Now, Liquid are still dealing with a Spellbreaker here that they are going to take out, but they have to heal through one more Spellbreaker dot. At a plus 15 key level, they are able to do that without too much of an issue. Now, I do like their decision to actively not dispel the healer shield when it's on the healers themselves. Obviously, if it's on the boss, we have to dispel it. But these healers are free funnel for our Devour. And we see a similar thing coming out of Dignitas.
For Dignitas, the only purge that they have available is Yargi's. But he can
and the boss damage on the side of Dignitas is, it seems to be at least on the order, if not slightly better than Team Liquid here. As we're currently in our army from both DKs. Cindy is going to be ending this Void meta here in a little bit. Probably gets one more Collapsing Star off. There it is. This will be the last one of the meta. And at this point, we are out of damage. Meanwhile, also, I don't see any cooldowns on the side of Dignitas, so we're just raw dogging it the rest of the fight. But Liquid have actually managed to catch up a little bit in boss percentage. But it will be Dignitas finishing this boss ahead with a lead of maybe 10 seconds.
10 boss percent, 12 boss percent.
Now, unfortunately, no Warlock in the comp means we have to run around to activate this crystal. Meanwhile, you see Liquid, Cineboom, phase up there, Yips and Zevi using their Wild Charge and Port, I think, in order to start channeling the crystal thing a little bit faster here. So they've actually made up some time here with the pace that they've done that channel. But it is still Dignitas in the lead. And interestingly, Dignitas are, I believe, not staying back to get the two mobs. There's like a pack of Shredders way in the back. They just, you have to wait a little bit for them to spawn and take some RP. But they are just out of there. Now, it might have been the case that they put a Death and Decay on the ground, and that Death and Decay will tick them once they do eventually spawn and become active. I'm not exactly sure what the plan is for those mobs, whether they're skipping them or playing them. We actually see Yips here, incredibly fast on the gather. They've made up so much time with the pace of this gather. Very well done on the side of Liquid. Now, this is probably the scariest pull of the dungeon. Double Void Caller, multiple Chain Casters in this pull. All of our kicks are tied to Void Terrors that we have to kick. If any fears go off, we are dead. We see on the side of Dignitas, everybody's rotating to the wall. On the side of Liquid, we have Ellie Shaw on the wall, Devour Blur. Look at the damage numbers on the side of Liquid. Multiple DPS at 800k. Meanwhile, Hurtjax is pulling the uncapped, carrying the uncapped damage on his shoulders. Pressing close to 1 million DPS for this pull. No AUG. Very impressive. And it actually looks like Liquid have managed to... Nope. Dignitas have managed to spawn Gemellis a fraction of a second faster. But Liquid, as we can see, with the pace of the gather that they had, have actually managed to recover some of that gap. What used to be a 10-second lead has turned into a 2 or 3 second lead. And there is not much dungeon left, ladies and gentlemen. Which comp is better for 3-target cleave?
Liquid adding in
Oh, Liquid!
additional
Adding the Void Infused Bright Colors! Incredible technology! I don't know how they tag these in, but chat, when these die, they give you, unlike the normal Worm Colors, they both give you a damage done increase, but they also give you a damage taken increase. So they're Kiss Curse compared to the Worms prior to the Void section of the dungeon. Now, playing these on the boss, incredibly smart, right? We're not dealing with the Gigapole that we just had to deal with. So we just get that free 10% damage for about 20 seconds. Love to see that out of Team Liquid here. Now, Dignitas are pulling ahead on the damage. And if I had to take a guess, if I had to wager a guess, I think the weakness here for Team Liquid, 3-target cleave, is their Elemental Shaman. 3-target is not the amount of targets that they want to have. Now, pulling additional mobs onto the boss here does make a Shine a lot happier. But I think this target count is not a favorable target count for their Shaman. Meanwhile, City Boom is happy, and then Verb on the Arms Warrior absolutely loves 3-target cleave, as long as you keep these targets cleaved together. And we see Dignitas stretching their lead here from what used to be a couple seconds has turned into 9. 9-second lead is what we're working with. Teams have similar amounts of count. Dignitas ever so slightly behind. I imagine this won't amount to much for the remainder of the dungeon. We're probably playing similar pulls, similar count. But here's the question. Do any teams do crazy sicko mode stunts and go all the way to the boss? Surely not, right? Surely there's too much danger behind that. Verb is posting up, standing on the railing, kind of aura farming. He does jump down eventually. And we see Dignitas go all the way to the mini boss pool. Liquid, meanwhile, are in hot pursuit. Similar pathing. They are also going to the mini boss. Their Mistweaver tags it in for the tank as they're doing the gather. Very nice coordination from Team Liquid. Now, so no teams are going straight to the boss. The next question, once we kill the Void Caller, do we leave? The Void Caller is a danger, but Kirjov's really low with the Healing Orb, rotates to his bark, and he is alive. His Incarn is just a few seconds away. We kill off the Void Caller, and do we leave? Immediately! I love this out of Dignitas. The Void Caller is the most dangerous mob to pull onto the final boss here, because the way this boss works, and the way your tank has to position on this boss, the boss has a massive melee hitbox, so your tank gets a debuff on them. They have to drop off to the side, as you see on Kira here, which requires all of your DPS to be like pretty far away. Alright, there's gonna be a puddle that spawns, all of that good stuff. The issue with pulling trash on this boss is that because of the way this tank mechanic works and the way your DPS are spread out on this fight, it's really difficult to actually cleave an AoE trash down. So when you have a Void Caller that will heal itself over time, it will basically never die unless you have to prio it. But if you're having to target the Void Caller on this last boss, you're not actually damaging the boss itself. It looks like Dignitas and both Liquid recognize that. They focus the Void Caller down and then go on to the boss. And at this point, they've dealt with most of the remaining trash, just a timer alive on the side of Dignitas and Team Liquid. It's now just a matter of who can kill the boss faster. Dignitas with a 6% boss lead. And we have Lust coming up in 15 seconds. Hurtjax gets one last army of the key. Same with Wolf Disco. They're both holding it for the Lust. Ashine has Ascendance. Yargi's going to have his cooldown cut rotate up. Verb has all damage coming up. Which team does more boss damage? I kind of like the Elemental Shaman right now. Lust plus Ascendance is a lot of fucking damage. Here we go. Both Lusts press. All cooldowns. 30% onto Dignitas' side. 30% for Liquid. 20% Dignitas. 20% Liquid. The boss is just melting. Ascendance has ended. Both DKs are still in their army. And Dignitas with the faster boss kill. Lust is still going. Oh my goodness. What? Wow. Dignitas with the reverse sweep. What an upper bracket. Oh my goodness.
They are masters of Mythic Plus.
Dude.
They have secured their place in both our grand finals later today and
yo, let me tell you.
Next month.
I cannot wait for this grand finals. Wow. Holy cow.
At least not yet. This loss
Here are the
is just
damage
more fuel
numbers.
to their fire. They'll have the chance to blaze a trail
We
through
see the
their
DK doing
competition in
absurd
the
things
lower
in this
finals
Magisters.
later today.
My
This
goodness.
one was so close, though. A
My
very
goodness, my
intense
goodness.
Final map between these two. I mean, makes comparisons on this. What do you think
Wow.
separated them in the end?
So just for reference, both of these runs
That
would
is
be
insane.
the fastest runs we've seen in this
Oh,
dungeon.
no way. Do you guys get ads
For
during
Liquid,
that? Fuck.
unfortunately, Dignitas played
I'm
at
sorry.
the same time, so they're not going to get
I could have
the title
did I not?
this
Oh, I
fight.
must have forgot
Both
to
these
run ads
players
before this
faster
match.
than anything
Oh.
we've seen in that dungeon yet.
1
by
of
about
42, yeah.
5 seconds.
Wait, there's a
With that claim,
there's a emote for that.
fastest run in here. Impressive stuff. I was kind of in between. I was torn whether or not Liquid was just playing mind games and would be able to.
So you had
call
enough
back
less
in
than
this
my
map.
one?
I think.
Maybe.
See how close those teams are.
Problem is, as Devour, you just kind of have to press your middle on
Second of
cooldown.
that
Like, you kind of
dungeon
always
there,
have to
and
press
was
it.
Truly a treat to watch.
Wow, dude,
That was
these damage units are
phenomenal. I mean,
crazy, by the
Dragon's,
way.
here we are
It's
again.
so
Now we're
close.
looking like we have that very similar tracer on the
Holy.
graph again.
Yeah, although you can see there are a couple of spots where Dignitas inch a little bit further ahead. There's
All right,
even,
can we get the upload going here?
then right
Let's
at
see.
the very end, Liquid almost
See if we can
clawed it
upload the
back.
match mid
5.794
mid-game.
seconds was what separated these two teams in the Magister's Terrace. I mean, what a great map. What a great way to end our series. And honestly, what a great appetizer for what might be our grand finals.
Oh,
rematch
Brownie, thank you.
If Liquid are able to vanquish the lower bracket. Here's a quick look, though, at some of what went down in this map. I mean, I was struck by just how close the two teams were. There was such a high percentage of this map where we were just watching the same exact pull with the exact
Dude, that
same
was
enemies,
neck
the
and
exact
neck.
same
My
health bars.
goodness.
There were a couple of slight differences in strategy. Of course, Liquid with the different comp than Dignitas, and ended up going for a little bit less count early, right? You can see that 3% count differential, although this is a point where both teams are collecting count, but it was about 3%.
Who is the next
in
match?
favor of Dignitas
Ducks Can
for a
Fly
while
versus
until Liquid found a little
Team
bit of
Crate.
extra
So we're going to the lower
But
bracket
yeah,
now.
The big thing for me was just how the
And
two
the winner of
teams
that will face off
were
against Liquid in the
neck
lower
and
bracket.
neck the whole way through. Dignitas opened the lead further, Liquid closed it back. Dignitas opened it further, Liquid closed it back. Liquid were never ahead, though. Dignitas were always either tied or winning. But yeah, we were watching the split screen view, just the entire map, watching it could have been the same footage.
All right, guys, I gotta highlight this.
Different specs a lot of the time.
Where's a good
at
start
that end
point
boss,
to start?
It was Dignitas that were able to just get in combat a couple of seconds.
All right, comp-wise, I'm going to predict. Yeah, demo. Liquid will play Devour because that's what. So just makes it so that. All right. Damage for about 20. I gotta highlight this and we gotta download it. That's the tech.
Uh,
Now Dignitas are pulling ahead on the damage. And AoE trash down. Who can kill the boss? And elemental toss with the reverse sweep. What an upper bracket. Oh my goodness. Dude, toss with the reverse sweep. What an upper bracket. Oh my goodness. Alright, highlight. Dignitas versus Liquid. Winners finals. Publish. Alright, once that's done, we send that to the YouTube.
Versus Ducks Can Fly series. The team that ends up losing that is going to have their BlizzCon and their Season 1
No
finals
disrespect to
being
those teams,
snubbed,
but I gotta do
and the
some
team that
homework
wins
before
that
grand
is
finals.
going to have to go up against
Okay.
Liquid.
Hey,
The
good luck with the
powerhouse
homework,
that
Enferns.
Take Dignitas to a 3-match
Good luck with
series
the
in lower
homework.
finals, and so they're going to have to shock
Red
the
Pal
world,
or
let's
Unholy
say.
DK for high-end rating.
There's
Whatever
some
you enjoy
potential
better.
for it. I
Whatever you
definitely
enjoy
think
more.
so, but I mean, these teams have a lot ahead of them. They're going to still have to accomplish if they want to make it through. Great team and Ducks Can Fly is going to have a lot to show us. So
I guess one disadvantage to Ret is that you bring a raid buff, yes, but you're competing with kind of two other rules, the Holy Paladin and the Prop Paladin.
Still to come. Up next,
And unless Red is very strong, is like a meta DPS spec, often you're going to bring a Holy Paladin or a Prop Paladin instead, so. Whereas with DK, DK suffers from the same issue, but there's one less role you can fill, because you can't heal on a DK. So for DK, it's like, if there's a good DK DPS spec, then often you're bringing DK. You don't bring any raid buffs, but grips have been kind of raid buffs. At least for the last few end bosses, grips have been necessary. But if DK isn't tuned well, then you bring a Blood DK. Please note my title suggestions may be slightly inaccurate or misleading, but optimize click-through rate. I got a title in mind here. We got some ideas. We got some ideas. Alright, chat. While this, I gotta wait for the highlight thing to upload. I'm gonna get some more coffee before the next matchup begins. What a series. Liquid trolled my SAR comp. I mean, I don't think they trolled my SAR comp. I think they recognized that either they thought Dignitas had a better Mysar Caverns than they did, or... I mean, either way, teams had to kind of give a map. Well, okay. Hold on, let me backtrack. Liquid played for maps 1 and 3. Alright, in a best of 3, you only have to win 2 of the maps. And with the spec ban rule, rather than try to win every single map, it's a viable strategy to invest your resources into 2 maps. Which is, I think, what they did. Right? Which is fine. Totally fine. How can you not bring a Baron to Mysara? Because they wanted the Bear for map 3. Remember, they played Bear map 1. So if Yips ran Bear map 2, they would not have had it for map 3.
These next 2 teams might seem like underdogs this weekend, but they are out to prove that you should root for them all the more because of it. This is Create Team versus Ducks Can Fly, so get your predictions in chat. Both of these teams have loads of potential and even some upset potential, as we've kind of pointed out. And Create Team, I think in particular, has put up some very fast times this weekend. So
Coffee
if there's a
acquired.
team that could upset Liquid or Dignitas, could it be Create Team titles?
Let me double check the video here. Dude, it's so close. Bro, this is so exciting from like one of the top teams in the Bear Mistweaver. 30% for Liquid, still no in upper bracket. Oh my goodness. Alright, yeah, it's good.
Oh, they're not favored in this map. I think it's one of those things that like they always have a game plan, which I think is more closely in line with some of our top performing teams that have already qualified for the Season 1 finals.
For sure. I mean, what do you think then has been holding Ducks Can Fly back?
In order to move off the meters,
So Ducks Can Fly. Well, I think Ducks Can Fly. Well, they've been wiping.
I will
bunch.
pre-position my camera right here. I think this is approximately where it needs to be.
I feel like they've had like about a 50% chance of just having a
Thanks
full
for the
team
reminder.
wipe in a specific dungeon, and that's been tough.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we can get some more, I think, deeper insights as well on this with Dr. Atnos making his first appearance here in the Mythic Dungeon International. Dr. Atnos, can you give us some more information on why wipes are bad?
Yes, as a renowned expert in the field of wiping with many years of hands-on experience, I have some explanations for you as to why it is so bad to be wiping. So, when you wipe, you lose 15 seconds per death, right? 15 seconds times 5. If 5 people die, that's already pretty bad. That's already like at least a minute or something, somewhere around there. The math eludes us. We've got researchers in the field figuring that one exactly out. Then you're also going to be running back, right? So the run back, however long that takes, that's bad. That's especially bad. Then
Okay.
you might have used B-reses, right? So you might not have those B-reses anymore.
Yep.
That's especially bad as well. And
All right, we
that
got a really
feeds back
basic
in, maybe
thumbnail
this
here
is
to work
actually
with.
6 then, right? Oh, that's even worse. If it's at least 10 minutes in the dungeon, it might even be 7.
What is
Or
Dranos
even
cooking here?
worse.
7.
Could be.
Okay.
7.
Okay.
Could be. And then the mobs full heal as well. That's another thing that happens. Mobs heal,
Okay.
right? So that's really bad. If it's a boss that's at low HP, that's just catastrophic. It's disastrous for you, right? Cooldowns. I should have gone with CDs, but we'll write out the whole cooldowns here.
You're committed.
That's a
Great
little
handwriting.
blunder there. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm left-handed, but I use my mouse with my right hand, so this always is. Anytime I'm drawing letters, it looks pretty bad. But yeah, your cooldowns will be bad. So if your cooldowns are bad, now you can't maybe do the same pull. We've seen Shadow Meld go on cooldown, and now you can't do a skip. And then sometimes you try and do the same pull, and then you wipe again, and this turns into 11 or 16. Some ridiculous amount
All
of
right.
deaths.
Or 7.
Bro, I'm ready to upload
Yeah,
I'm ready to
very
upload the
bad.
first
17
match
is
to
a
my YouTube.
possibility,
That was
right?
record
All
speed.
of that can happen off of just that one wipe. So that
Dranos,
first
where it's like a
wipe
kindergartner?
here, if you can
I'll be
stop
honest,
that,
bro.
you
If you
can
guys
cut
are
off the source,
looking at,
then
if you
none
guys
of
are
this
trying to
has
read
happen,
my
and
writing,
you can get all
you
your
would
time
not.
back.
It would be even
So
worse than
that's,
this.
That's
Let's
currently
keep it
our best
honest.
theory. Our leading theories on why wipes are bad.
Thank you so much.
Vibe camera moves.
Scientists-
Amen.
Yeah, chat, please.
What
please write
WoW zone
this
do you
down.
think
This
is the
cutting
coolest and most
technology
thematic,
right
and
here.
why
For
is it
scientists,
Reverend
enough
Draft?
mathematicians to
Westfall.
continue to try to puzzle this
The
one
answer
out.
is Westfall.
Dr. Atnos, I think
The
that you
reason
really
the
did a great
bias
Leading
are
theories on why
cool.
wipes are bad.
That
Thank you so
zone
much.
aesthetic
I
is
mean,
cool.
scientists-
Write that down.
Yeah, chat, please,
Yeah.
please write this down. This is cutting technology right here, and of course, scientists.
Oh,
and
shit, I'm covering
mathematicians will
Rook.
continue to try to puzzle
Oh
this one out,
shit!
but
Yo,
Dr.
sorry,
Atnos, I
Rook.
think
I'll
that
go down
you
here.
really did a great job solving it. So thank you so much.
My bad,
for
Rook. My
coming
bad.
here and
I
gracing
didn't
us
mean
with
it
your
like that.
knowledge.
You know, we're
Thank
cool.
you.
We're cool. We're cool.
I mean, honestly,
What
these
the?
things compound though in ways
Alright, going back
that
up
you
here.
don't necessarily think. You can look and be like, oh yeah, a wipe is bad, but there's a lot that goes into it, especially with speedrunning. So, you know, I mean, Ducks Can Fly, those deaths will cost them, but Makes, you've been a little bit worried about Create Team as well, though, if they end up on a map 3, right?
Yeah, so
All right, guys. My money here is on
enough,
Create Team.
I've
I'm
been
gonna go
looking over
out on a
your
limb.
dungeon
My
maps
prediction last time, I
after
predicted
the
2-0 Dignitas. I was
five
wrong. It was
that I
2-1.
ended.
I'm predicting
I've been
2-0
teams
Create
trying
Team.
to kind of see how they
I think this will be a competitive lower bracket matchup.
And I noticed
I think
something
Create Team
that
have
was
shown
already
more
spoken on the
promise.
podcast before,
Do we have a prediction
which
going?
is Create Team
We do have a
does
prediction
not
going. If you guys want
get
to,
the
if you guys want to bid your
comp
points
of
and put them wherever you want. Right now we have 60 points in Create Team, 0 on Ducks Can Fly. Pretty tight, pretty close. Big spenders out here.
On their team is the dedicated Demon Hunter DK player, and Tara basically only switches between Hunter and Warlock, whereas Toke only switches between Evoker and Shaman.
Big
Now,
spenders, big
that
spenders.
gives you 6 specs to kind of toggle around and play with, which together with the tank and the healer, of course, is enough, but it could put them in a rather rough situation with their back against the wall if they misplay their bans throughout map 1 and map 2 if we ever see them go into map 3. Now, this is all on the sheer assumption that they don't have any other specs.
How many teams from this group will qualify for BlizzCon? Good question, Kara. So the top 2 teams will qualify for Season 1 finals. All right, the top 2 teams from each group qualify for Season 1 finals, which will be held later in June. This will be comprised of 8 teams. Okay, the top 3 teams from the finals plus 1 team from China will qualify for BlizzCon. So how you compete in this event has no correlation with how you finish in whether or not you qualify for BlizzCon, but you have to finish in the top 2 to continue to be in the running.
Yeah. So it was their first map, or actually it was the second map of the series versus Snail Z. But with that being the case, I mean, they were playing like double monk in there. I think that like the strategies, you want to try to keep them as consistent between compositions as possible. That way everybody feels like they have a good understanding of like what is supposed to be our game plan. And that's why the spec variety rule is kind of unique this season, because it pushes teams to have potentially multiple strats depending on the dungeon. Like last series we saw Liquid in a Mysara's Caverns. That could not have been their like best, strategy for the Mysara's Caverns, but it was the strategy that they had to do because they didn't have the Augmentation Evoker. But I feel like for Create Team, there's nothing specifically with this map pool that should put them, back against the wall into some composition that they don't want.
All right, well, we'll see if they've planned it out. I mean, Tuddles, you were even mentioning, well, sometimes you can back yourself in a corner. Other teams like Dignitas figuring out how to play around this so, precisely.
Interesting. Wait, chat believes in ducks can fly. Does my chat believe the same?
Able to take that into account as they come in on
Okay,
the first map
nobody's
win
voting
winner
at all
Spire.
in my chat.
Now,
All right,
we have
W.
some predictions to make, even
I
as
think
you
it's
have
Create
put
Team
in the
favored.
chat, and it
I'm
looks
surprised
like
that there's so many
a lot
ducks
of
can
you
fly
are
voters.
leaning towards ducks can fly in this matchup. But Makes, do you agree? Do you think that's the way you're going?
Listen, I love the birds as much as the next person, especially all of the duckies. However, I feel like Create Team, they're massive gamers. They have looked so good. They have done tons of damage in the runs that we've seen them in. So I will go
Dactyr and Muze with follows.
2-1 in favor of Create Team.
Joel, yo, found you via the Max videos. Love the content, homie. Fellow knife shoe enjoyer
I
too.
100% agree. I think Create Team.
Appreciate you, big dog.
I'm gonna go 2-1. I also all-in all my channel points on them as well.
Appreciate you, big dog.
All in for real, no deception, no fake out this time, Zyro? You're sticking with it?
No hedging. I just.
We think our top three in the
believe
groups,
that
all the
better
groups so
teams
far.
on the dungeons they're practiced and
Mandatory?
they should be practiced for this matchup because it's the first
Dignitas?
one we're playing of the day. So.
Of course, of course. Tuddles, how about you? What are you going to do?
I'm not sure between Liquid and Triple Threat.
If you go by experience,
Probably
Ducks Can
Liquid.
Fly should probably be favored.
I don't know,
However,
with-
I think that
with
for
the subs-
gameplay that we've seen this
Wi-
weekend,
if they didn't have a substitution, I think it would be more confidently say Liquid.
You're going to just say it's going to be a
But-
swift and decisive one here. All right.
What do you say, Rook?
Oh, thank you for asking, Mix.
Triple Threat's the only team that had
I
any kind of
don't-
monumental collapse so far.
I really want to believe in the Ducks. I always love cheering for the Ducks every season, but I have to say,
Go with your
Create.
heart, Rook.
Okay,
know.
all the casters are voting for
No,
Create
it's okay,
Team.
you can go with your
Right, that's kind of what I
I
expected.
think my heart is leading me away from
But
the
the
Ducks,
Twitch chat
Mix, and
disagrees.
It's breaking in two right now. I'm gonna have to go for Create Team on this one, because they have been so strong. We have seen them come in and really make a name for themselves, literally in their name, and when they signed up for the tournament. Create Team here, I think, just being really strong.
All right, here we go. Into the Windrunner Spire. This is always a good matchup. And we're playing the exact same composition, but the only difference, Create Team love that Destro lock. Meanwhile, Ducks Can Fly on the
Yeah, and we're
Affliction.
seeing already kind of
Here
mirror
we
matchups.
go, ladies and
Affliction's
gentlemen.
on the exact
Battle of
same
the Warlock
level,
specs.
slight variation.
Battle of the routes.
The
Who
Unholy
can do
Decay
the dungeon
versus the Frosty,
faster?
actually two variations.
Lock
Unholy
in.
versus Frost. And we also have Destro versus Affliction. So same classes, different specs makes.
Demo's the meta spec?
Interesting
I don't think
enough,
so.
because both
Let me play
classes
every
are
other
good,
Warlock
so-
spec in the game.
Funny that those
Is this
two
class
ones
broken?
that
Maybe
they
a little
will be
bit.
stuck into, but as always,
Just a
in
little bit.
Winter Spire, that first pull, there's not a whole lot that's going to be going on here. I'm a little bit surprised that Create Team.
Both teams pulling out similar damage. The Unholy Decay on Create Team doing actually a lot more damage. Oh, interesting. My bad. I missed something. We have Unholy Decay on the side of Create Team versus Frost Decay on the side of Ducks Can Fly. This Unholy Decay for Create Team is going to allow them to go a little bit faster for the starting section or starting segment of this dungeon. However, if the series goes the distance, that choice to play the Unholy Decay on map 1 may come to bite Create Team.
Yeah, and
It
the
might
Affliction
bite
lock
them
versus
in the
Destro lock is
derriere
interesting as well,
because
Destro
Ducks Can
is
Fly will have
very
that Unholy
heavily
Decay
based around
available
the
to them for
Affliction
maps
lock,
2
whereas
and
we've talked
3 if
about
they
a lot
want
of
it.
Mysara Caverns, which is where we normally see the Affliction lock played. Affliction lock tends to have just very solid damage all the time. They're just happily Seed of Corruptioning away the entire time, as you can see.
Now this bull
Theo
is
Ducks
quite
over
scary.
here, and Ducks Can Fly.
We're going to rotate
They do a lot
into
of
our
damage, but
1
Destro,
minute
even
30
without the
cooldowns
Infernal, is doing a
soon,
lot more
and
damage
we
than
see from
Create
Create
Team.
Team,
Actually
they
very, very
choose to
impressive.
save their
He's also
cooldowns
playing with the
for the
Outlaws
boss
Destro,
pull,
the Hellcaller Destro.
and it looks like on the side of Ducks Can Fly, the Frost Decay will be doing the
You can see
same
those little
thing.
fell eyes
Now I
behind
will
him,
say for the start of this dungeon,
noting that he's
because we're playing 1 minute 30 classes, but we're holding our cooldowns for the Lust and Boss Pool that's coming up after this, which, by the way, this is a very scary pool. We've seen players just go from 100-0 when they get double assassinated by these cutthroat mobs. Luckily, we have not seen that from either team so far. This pool has been fairly well executed. But one of the things I like about having a 2-minute cooldown on the side of Ducks Can Fly is that our cooldown usage is a little bit more efficient, right? We're having to sit on our 1 minute 30s here as Crate Team for such a long time. Meanwhile, our Affliction Lock will not have to sit on their cooldown quite as long because it's a longer cooldown. But here we go, Crate Team. They're probably about 10 seconds ahead so far. Only 2 pulls into the dungeon. Maybe not 10 seconds, maybe like 7 or 8, 6 or 7. But we're into the boss pool on the side of Crate Team. There's the Bloodlust. There is the army. There is the Infernal from our Desert Lock. And here we go as our damage numbers rise to the roof. Unholy Decay cresting 1 mil, 1.2. Destro getting close to 800k. We gotta get that Cutthroat into the pack. It's just chilling out there, casting Poison Blades. We don't have enough kicks and stops for all of these mobs. We only have enough to kick Callus, the caster boss, and make sure we deal with the Woebringer after they channel that AoE, which it looks like we have done. Now we should have some available kicks for the Cutthroats. At this point, the boss fight should be relatively straightforward. Aside Ducks and Fly, they've also dealt with that pull very, very well. Their Affliction Lock actually doing slightly more damage here. Maybe that's the advantage of that 2-minute cooldown compared to the 130. Actually, I don't actually know how the cooldown profile compares for these different Warlock specs. However, looking at the boss health, we see Crate Team slightly in the lead. Now that we drop down to a 2-target cleave scenario, I do love the Destro Lock. We love Chaos Bolting 2 mobs, and our Destro Lock is cruising here. Probably is going to have slightly better boss damage compared to Ducks Can Fly, but I mean, it's going to be very close.
It absolutely is. I'm curious for how
it's going to be very, very close.
Like from here on out, of course, that first class was used already. There is a massive pull that some of our teams have been doing on to Ember Dawn, but it doesn't come without risks, as is the nature of massive pulls like the MDI ones. So that is something we'll need to keep in mind as we're looking at both of these teams once they're finished out on Derelict Duo. But I will say, after that first,
am I trying to make it to BlizzCon this year? Maybe, we'll see. I would love to be there, but fuck, man, it's gonna be a lot of money to go there.
Back into contention, getting back closer to Crate Team, still going to be.
And we see Crate Team finish off the boss about 6% ahead of Ducks Can Fly, or about 10 seconds.
The thing that I really want to focus on here,
9 seconds, 10 seconds. This is a very even matchup so far, guys.
Thing about the specs that they've chosen is it completely changes.
Now, the Ember Dawn Wing is a little bit less linear. All right, we saw pretty
whereas the Frosty K Affliction are 2-minute
stable pulls out of both teams for the other side of the dungeon, the Derelict Duo side. The Ember Dawn Wing, you can get a little fruity and you can get a little funky, all right? What I mean by this is we've seen some teams, as they go to the Lynx room here that we'll see on the side of Crate Team to set up this trash pool, we've seen some teams opt to pull additional mobs through the wall and make this pool even bigger and then go to Ember Dawn afterwards, playing less trash onto Ember Dawn. We've also seen other teams, so Crate Team like to go outside here. I believe they stop here. They're going to play this pool. We've also seen other teams play a smaller version of the pool. They'll just stop in the Lynx's room, like what we see out of Ducks Can Fly here. They're going to stop here, just kill all this trash, but then play more trash onto Ember Dawn itself. All right, how are we going to play this out? Both pools are very, very scary, very dangerous. Where do we choose to place the risk is the question, and which of the two is faster?
I personally love when teams go outside here, but keep in mind there's a lot that happens right now. Graham, for a second.
Grand Finals today. Grand Finals will be later today, yes.
Able to be healed off by Tatik. So both of these
Aloha, I don't know who that is. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't followed hockey in a long while.
Ducks and Fly, go face down.
Oh, go face goes down! Oh, the side of Ducks and Fly! Well, my goodness!
Comes in for the Ducks.
It's a disaster out of Ducks and Fly. I got distracted by the hockey comm. We were jinxed by the guy being a Canucks player, apparently. My goodness.
I mean, that was exactly what I was talking about.
Oh, that's so tragic on the side of Ducks and Fly.
On the Frosty K on that pole. That pole lasted too long for them.
Could not recover.
Look look on the screen.
could not get the tank back
their
alive.
DK was doing almost double the damage of the Frosty
I
King.
did miss the exact context
Pull
of
after
how
too long,
our tank went down there.
and just ended up
But this
bumping
is,
down to the
I mean,
top.
this is
The
Create
other
Team's match to win at this
for
point.
Create Team is they
Now,
don't pull
noteworthy,
the
when I was
Flash
talking
Bomb
about
that
splitting the
Apex
pools up
where
here,
Ducks can fly
Great
big
Team
time
have not
hits,
opted
they
to pull
had
the
that
Bloated
extra
Lasher
damage on the
to their
pole. They had
previous
that extra
pool,
enrage
so they're dealing with
on any
it
particular
plus the
flowers that were
two
had on that pole as well. It was too much damage.
Territorial
They
Draenhawks,
used to live
which are
through.
getting a full
Now,
channel of the
Create Team,
spit
a
here,
massive pull on top
which
of
eventually
Emberdon
they
of
do
their own.
stop,
They do have that
onto
Bloated Lasher to
Emberdon.
deal with. Spores Bristol
These
going out
three
just
mobs
south
are
of
the
AoE
danger for
damage
the
on
group.
top of the
For the
debuffs.
tank, it's
Emberdon is putting out
all of the
fires
little
as well.
lashlings. Once the small lashlings die, Grammage should be a lot safer. Looks like he's now safe. Oh, but our ult drop's really low. We are not doing a great job on the side of Create Team stopping these Dragonhawks. We need to be instant on these fire spits. If it happens during a boss AoE or a Bloated Lasher debuff that gets applied to the group, we probably will not survive. Now, we do still have Cheat Death available to us as our Augvoker, but our other DPS players do not have that luxury.
To see what Tuttles has to say once he actually comes in on
Now, it does look like we're going to take out the Territorial Dragonhawks here. I see some Rain of Fires being placed down. I imagine Terrorlock was opting to do some AoE damage for safety as opposed to maybe prioing the Emberdon. I actually don't really know how this or Lock's damage profile works. Maybe they just press Rain of Fire anyways. I don't know. But assuredly, our DK was hitting Graveyard, just making sure we killed off all of those ads to then have a safer boss fight, which honestly at this point is the correct decision here. Great Team have a mass advantage over Ducks Can Fly with their full wipe. All they need to do now is keep it together, and they are in the driver's seat.
Slow down just a little bit until their cooldowns are available again. They're looking pretty good here.
Look at the safety as well. They knew this pull was dangerous for them. They still have that Restless Steward CC'd in the back here. They don't need to pull it in until the Burning Gale is done. Although they're going to have to get good two-target cleave on it. Will be gripped in by the Unholy DK here. But look at this. The cooldowns are back up. Infernal plus Army of the Dead popped
YouTube chat
in here. And we know we're not going to need these for
what the hell was the context of this?
Once Emberdon goes down, we have a skip to do. We have to run all the way to the second Mystic. Those cooldowns.
Are we talking about Israel, bro? We're watching a fucking
and they can just freely use them.
MDI match.
Down this Steward on top of the boss.
Chill.
This is just a great execution of this dungeon from Create Team.
Yeah.
Little Tattoo, what's up?
They're now arriving in the Ember Dawn area as well.
All right, Create Team with a
to get here, but it's good to see
9-10
all it takes is one wipe on
second
the
boss
side.
split.
Create Team
They are on very good pace right here.
will be back
What they're going to pull off here is
on
our
ground.
Augvoker's going to run off to the side. Notice how every other one of our party members has meld. We're going to actually meld skip this breaker pull. Now, something interesting. I think when I've seen teams do this skip, they often have 78% count. I'm not sure if that's going to make any meaningful difference here for Create Team, but we see the meld skip there, and now our Evoker is going to Wormstone, and now we are in the clear to gather our final trash pool of the dungeon. Now, there is some danger with this trash pool. I think there are other pools in the dungeon that are arguably more difficult. However, Double Mystic with all the axe throwers is a lot of group damage, and we need to make sure we take it out. Now, our DPS players will have their cooldowns rotating back up, so we should be able to take care of this without too much difficulty. But here we go. Last major hurdle for Create Team. Can we make it through this pool all alive?
Nearly perfectly both times. What's one more time for the road for Create Team? The cooldowns are back up. Infernal is down. Army of the Dead being summoned to send these Mystics home. Just blasting AoE damage here.
Yeah, and this is not an easy pack. You can see all of those axe throwers in the back. You're going to be adding
There was the first Bloodlust from our Mystic. Chain Lightning needs to get kicked. Very nicely done.
In that group there, and they're now being gripped.
We're going to nuke down the Mystic that spawns the boss so we can get into boss combat sooner.
Slowly but surely moving.
We can take one last Flame Nova for the road, and actually both Mystics just exploded around the same time. Create Team just clinically dealing with that pull, but we see still the Axe Thrower is just chunking away at our health bars here as our DPS, our DK and our Warlock, their health bars are doing, they're just doing ping-ponging. They're doing tricks on it.
This boss in itself has
There's the IBF from our DK just to make sure we survive the rest of those Axe Throwers while they're still alive. They should be dying off here. We pulled the remaining trash that we need onto the boss. I believe this should be enough count. I'm a little interested to see their count situation.
They're doing a great job.
And actually, looking over to the side of Ducks and Fly, I see they have the exact same count that Create Team did. So I imagine that their count situation is, in fact, where it needs to be, which is good for them.
Yeah, pulling in the remaining trash that they need here on top of the boss, just getting a little bit of extra funnel. And we're in here. Augevoker actually baiting the first Reckless Leap there. Tank going for the second one.
Well, I mean,
Tokus feared for sure,
I guess technically.
He has it. He has it. Don't worry.
Okay. We're
So,
good into the first
I mean,
Extra time.
here's the deal.
I like
Great
that
team killing off the last
you know,
trash mob.
though.
Is that 100%?
For the entertainment or doing
2,
the plots.
1, 0, bang.
As they're
100%
now
count,
into
perfectly
the
done
rat phase,
on the side of Great
you
Team.
can see Tokyo
All that stands in their way
dealing
is
with the
1.5
turn
plus
out
16
on
bosses.
next. Both of these players are already
There's
into
surely
just making
they
sure
can't
that
possibly wipe from here,
the
guys.
clock
They
moves
cannot
and
possibly
that
wipe from here, right?
has died off
Right?
and they can
No
progress
caster curse.
in
Knock
this
on wood.
boss
Something.
fight Here, hold on. Skip for ducks can fly. Did they do it?
We're good. Okay, another successful skip for our teams.
Ducks can
Wait,
fly.
the
Also
breaker-
pulling off the
at
skip.
least
The
turns
breaker
still
being a
went
little
well.
spooky there with its
That was
charge.
good for them to notice that was happening.
But there's the
Because if they
Wordstone,
activated that
and they're
Wordstone
also
as it
setting up their
charged
last
they might
pull.
have gotten in combat, and
But yeah, at this point, it's
would've been
eyes on
an extra
Great Team.
mop here. It looks like it's gonna be.
They're gonna deal with
a
one
little
more
too late
intermission
for
on
Ducks to
Commander
find that full
Kroluk
once again,
before
costing them. We talked about this team
being
growth.
able
We can go
to
for the
fully
best
kill
guy
off the
each
boss and make their way to
It's
the
usually not just
final
a single death. It's usually a full wipe for them that causes the problem. And
the
it's the same
final
story
boss
here for
fight
Ducks Can
of
Fly
the
once
dungeon.
again, as they did have that wipe on the Apex Link in the Ember Dawn wing of the dungeon. Still going for the double Mystic pull, trying to give themselves a chance in case Create Team does have some potential problem in the final moments of Commander Kroluk, or potentially on the Restless Heart. A lot of AoE damage can happen on that boss if you aren't careful with the frontals. But Create Team are just on top of it here. Warlock baiting that first leap with the wall active.
I think, by the way,
Second one.
I think it's so
Players
cool.
to stand out here.
Man, the spec ban rule is so cool, man.
Lock wanted to go into
Just
melee.
seeing all these
Coach
different
said, "No,
specs
you're
come out and
staying with
compete
me. We're not
and
gonna be feared."
put up compelling timers.
Will be going down shortly for them.
It's so cool.
Yeah, sometimes you have to just hold
W
someone
Blizzard.
by the hand, even if they don't want to, during this boss fight, just to make
There are a
sure
lot
that
of things to
they
say
get
L
there.
Blizzard for,
It's like everybody
but I
always
gotta
wants
give
to
this
run
one,
into
them
the
this
boss.
one,
You
all
don't
right?
need to. You
This
just
is a
need
W
one
Blizzard.
friend, not 5. Something to learn from this boss fight here, maybe for your LFG routes in case you encounter those type of players. But Great Team are
Ducks Can
on
Fly
to the
also
last
managing to engage their
platform.
boss here.
Restless
They've also
Heart
made their
is
way
just
through the
spawning
most
in,
dangerous
and
pull
between them
that
and
stood
1
between
point
them and the end of the
away to
dungeon.
Bloodlust,
But they are
looking
also
across the board,
one
most of
full
our
boss fight
cooldowns are
behind
available
and one
as
in
well.
almost 2
They
minutes of
should
death
be
time roll
able
behind.
to just, yes, start
Great
right
Team will
off
be pressing
with
Lust here.
massive damage
All cooldowns,
for
nuking the boss.
French team.
This is
How
their
quickly can
map
they kill
to
this
win.
boss? I'm just looking to see what our fastest Windrunner Spire was. I believe it was sent Spellbook on the +15, but on the +16, Liquid logged in 15 minutes 36, which Great Team might be close here.
Might be cooler if your opponent's
About a
picked. That way you'd have to
minute
adjust the
45
fly to
two
unexpected
minute counter,
situations.
depending on your RNG, they did pop minute 30s on pull.
You're not the only person to
Back
mention that.
again at
I think that could be
about
quite interesting.
About the 1540 mark in the dungeon, if my math
Yeah,
is
the
correct.
main concern with that
So
right now
I
is
think
like
they're gonna be on the same pace as
the
Liquid here. The
the
damage is
MDI and the
starting to fall off in
TGP
just a moment
has
as
kind
they
of
have
moved.
out of those
It
cooldowns
used
now,
to
the
be
Warlock will
like
be falling off
you just brought your
right
best specs
about
to
now-ish.
every single map, to every
So,
single dungeon.
Keep talking, they won't know.
Rarely there would be some spec
But
swaps for
it's still
dungeons where you
going
thought
to
a
be
different
fast. I
spec was
think they can
faster
beat
than
the
whatever
version
your
of
most
Bastion,
damaging
which was a
composition
16-12
would be.
earlier this weekend.
Like an
They're
example of
on
that is
pace for
maybe
that
you
for
opt
sure.
to play an
They're
elemental
nothing
shaman
not
in the
consistent.
Nexus
I
point
feel
so that
like
you can
Create
one phase
Team
the core
has
ward,
kind of
as
really
opposed to
good
like
runners
running the
fire
full
at
medic
home.
comp. Right?
They're
That's an
so
example. Maybe that's
solid at
true, maybe
dealing
it's
with
not.
all of the difficult pulls in this
That kind of
dungeon,
used to
having
be
to
how it
do
went for the MDI.
those big pulls just
The
yet.
spec ban rule is sort of a
One of those
new
debuffs
introduction
here.
to
So have the
this
bolt
game
go down on
mode,
the
this
Warlock,
game
and
type.
everyone else gets out of the way, so it should be good to go
And
here.
what's unique
There's
about
no
it
debuff
is
for our
that
healer here. There's no reason
prior
to
to the spec
play.
ban rule,
They need more
there
damage.
wasn't really emphasis on needing to
Knocked up, and being
multi-shot.
knocked up is a
All right?
damage loss, ironic.
That is
Ah.
true.
like you multi-shot. Oh my
Healers
god.
heal, that's what
I
they're here
partially
for,
read
that's
Joel's
exactly
message
what
and then I
they're
said multi-shot.
doing. They don't need
There
to
isn't
do
really a
any of
need
those
to
debuffs
multi-spec.
here. They get to do it right now. There you go. And
Or there wasn't really a need
this
to
is
multi-spec.
going
Like
to
you would
be
just bring your
the
your
last
best
round
spec, you'd
that
play
we
that. You'd have to
have
learn whatever
right
that
here
is,
as
right? Because you don't really
Create
know
Team
going into
are
season.
on to the single
But you'd go into the
digit
competition, you only have to play
Restless Heart
one
in this
specialization,
Windrunner
all right?
Spire. Not the fastest, but certainly a fast
Maybe
one.
two
I
for
would
if there's a
think
dungeon
for them
that
here
required
for
another
the
spec.
first point on
With the
board.
spec ban rule, it has really encouraged
was
teams
quick
that have
and
players that can
clean
play
from
a
them here.
multitude of
Great
different
Secret Team coming
specializations.
in strong
So the
today,
priority
and
has kind of
that's
shifted
why
from being
we're going to have to
as
see if
fast as
Great Team
possible and
can
as
have their
competent
input
as you
to
can
stay in
be
the running
on one or
on
two
this
specs
But
to
yeah,
being
the first one, we got to see, I think, a very
like,
efficient
rather than being like,
sort of run from
you now
them,
have to
and
be
while it wasn't as fast as
as possible and as comp as you can be on like several specs. Like the emphasis has shifted to being able to play a bunch of different classes and specializations, which wasn't previously in the game. So it's kind of a new direction they've taken. And for competitors, it's like a new thing they've had to wrap their heads around. I mean, in the time that I've been competing in the MDI, I've only experienced the spec ban rule, so I've had to kind of like learn and navigate that. But prior to competing, I was a one-trick, right? I only ever played Rogue. So
if they do make it there, that's the real question.
All this has been a learning experience for me for sure, and I imagine a lot of other competitors too, even those that have been around the scene for a while.
Just have to finish off the series now.
But yeah. Anyways, Joel's message.
Keep moving ahead, of course. But Tettles,
You hopped into our Mythic Salad Bar raid on Thursday.
I saw that Create Team
Oh.
made France.
You're talking to somebody else in the Twitch chat?
Runners
W.
Fire here. They
That
looked
is a crazy guild name,
absolutely
though.
Phenomenal. I think there was actually a moment of time on the Deerlick Duo boss where Create Team did lose a little bit of time.
Okay, one sec. I want to see
Runner Spire here.
But for the time
the
being,
damage breakdown. Oh shit, did not mean to do that. But yeah, big
this was impressive.
big Warlock damage
Just have to finish off the series now.
out of both teams. Not sure how
I
accurate
mean,
this
they
is
wanna
though, to
keep
be
moving
fair.
ahead, of course. But Tettles, when you were watching this, what were you seeing from either of the teams?
I saw that Create
All right, to go back to
Ducks
live.
Can Fly, not really understanding why wipes can potentially be bad. They end up having a tank death, and that ends up spiraling out of control, causing them 6 and potentially even 7 deaths. And it was just brutal.
Oh, no way
Tettles
Tettles hit that. No way Tettles hit that.
25 or 30% of their runs.
Also, apologies, you guys are gonna hear double for a second.
In catastrophic
Dude,
with
it's
a
so
team
close.
wipe, and even though they're in the lower bracket, even though they've actually been able to kind of
like the
battle
element.
back in some of these series, none of their series have
All
been
right.
very one-sided affairs. I think for the Ducks Can Fly, they really just need to make sure
showing
they
right now.
are playing to their best strategy 100% of the time. This is a team that we've seen in the MDI time and time again, that they are returning players. And this feels like this is the least consistent version of them that we've ever kind of experienced. But they're not eliminated yet. They're only down 1 map. This is a 3-map series, so while Create Team is up 1 map, it's we have to see what's going to happen next in the Sky Reach.
We are going to have to, and hey, this one features birds, so maybe it's going to be an advantage over there. for
Sky
Ducks
Reach
Can Fly.
once again.
Although
Interesting.
they will
Very
be
linear
taking
map
down their
here.
own brethren, so I guess there is that consideration. But honestly, Ducks Can Fly are a team that they have good strats, they have good thoughts and execution when it's all there. But when things fall apart, I think it's oftentimes immediately putting them on the back foot to then have to try to figure out how to overcome it. And they're going to have to do more than just overcome mistakes in Sky Reach. Now, as they look ahead to their spec bans, Zyro, what are we thinking that they're going to sort of try to
Guys,
bring in for this one?
The video is out.
Right, looking at the map pool that we have coming up, obviously Sky Reach is something both teams should be very practiced on. It was a time trial key. We've seen
Guys,
both
guys,
of them. Well, we actually
go to the
saw
video,
it
like,
in
comment,
this weekend,
subscribe if you haven't already.
Team to have a good strategy in here.
That's the fastest upload I think I've ever done, by the way, from a Twitch stream.
Without a Warlock against S Impossible, which is like a class that we expect to see in this dungeon. So they do end up banning off both of their Warlock specs, but I think we'll probably see Demo Lock from one or potentially both teams here if they don't change that strategy. The question for me, they're not banning out the Augavoker, but are they going to play the Augavoker? Because we have Pit of Saran as a 3rd game, and if we get to game 3 and they don't have Augavoker, that's a huge downside.
Makes you talked earlier before the series started about Create Team.
It's a little rough. We didn't do any big editing, but
What do you think about
it's up.
banning that on Holy Death Knight?
Okay, one sec. Tuning back into the matchup here.
What do you think about Create?
Look at the spec bans we have on the side of Create Team. The Brew, Destro, Unholy DK. Okay, and then we have Brew, Af, Frosty Gay. So, very similar bans. I quite like Ducks Can Fly's bans better, right? We have access to the Unholy DK for maps 2 and 3. So I think Ducks Can Fly have a slight advantage comp-wise, looking ahead. But really, we can only realize that advantage if we see through to game 3 here. Ducks Can Fly need to win this game 2 to tie up the series and push a game 3 to really realize the value of that Frosty K pick. But here we go. Here's the Unholy DK that they have enabled for themselves. And we're playing meta comms on both sides. Ducks Can Fly, however, opting for the R Shaman. Devour Unholy DK. Create Team with the Mistweaver. Devour Demo Lock. Okay. I think I like the Demo Lock better than the Unholy DK. I think it allows you to do this first of all, gather a little bit faster, and also the skip that you do after the 3rd boss of this dungeon, you can execute that a little bit faster. However,
so we'll have to see how that plays into it. We know Mistweaver is more than capable of doing
once again,
damage, so
oh,
that could help
wait,
a lot on
guys,
this.
holy, I missed something. Create Team is not playing an Augvoker. They are saving their Evoker for map 3.
Need to win this one. And then
Okay,
to a map
this
3.
is big. I don't know how I missed that.
Maybe thinking a lot more
I have to give the heavy advantage to Ducks and Fly here. As we see, they are already in boss combat.
I would explain seeing that Resto Shaman. I will, however, also say upon my
I mean, this is Ducks and Fly clearly have the better comp. And they also have they've also saved some resources for their map 3 when that rolls around. They'll have the Guardian Druid available. They'll have the Mistweaver available. They have the DK and the Devour available. If the Devour does go down, wow, he dropped really low. That was quite scary. But now Ducks and Fly will not have the Og Evoker. And what we've seen from every matchup so far is the team that doesn't have the Og loses. Alright? Create team will have their Og available for map 3. And literally, no team that has not played an Og has won the matchup. Og is so broken. So, although I like the way Ducks and Fly have played their spec bans, I think they will have some good specs available for them map 3. They will not have the Og Evoker if they pull out this win.
How do you skip up to the last boss? How do you pull the extra trash down? I mean, you can't without a Wernstone, so they're going to have to get 100% count before going into the final boss. That's a problem for future them, though. For the time being, they need to just stay ahead and win this Sky Reach. And for the time being, it is almost dead even on the first boss here. It looks like Ducks Can Fly had one singular extra trash mob in that pull. That's
also,
them
brother, was
a
good.
Slight advantage here, but in the massive pulls in the Sky Reach, pulling one extra mob in doesn't make that big of a difference in the long run for the tiny boss damage that we're looking at.
Yep, that's right. And you can see how Create Team, once again, as they're playing around this Ellie Shaman, they're just kind of slingshotting with the Ascendants. We were talking about it with Tettles earlier on in that Magister's Tears. Every single time it's used, you can see Create Team just accelerate in damage. You're now
Also,
going to surpass the Ducks once
interestingly here,
once it is run out.
Ducks Can Fly, despite getting earlier boss combat, Create Team have actually managed to claw back that claw back in the boss damage department. And I think the advantage is that Create Team has slightly better single target. I think Demolock, actually I don't know, I mean Demolock and Unholy DK are both very good boss damage merchants. But I think Devour is like not that great, and so because we're Ogging Devour, it's not that great. As compared to Ellie Shaman, which has great boss damage when you press the Ascendants. Although I could be wrong if we look at the meters here, our Ellie is kind of lower. But I imagine they were probably just pressing Ellie Blast when the ads were on boss here when they spawn the boss. So probably their damage looks lower than it actually is on the boss itself. We see both teams finishing off the first boss within a second of each other. That is very, very close. Now, interestingly, Duck Crate Team has a better cooldown situation. Their Devour Demon Hunter has Void Beta on pull. Meanwhile, Mirage has to farm it back. We see Army and Tyrant go out. I expect Crate Team to finish off his pull a little bit faster here.
I feel like this class is just like, it's just okay. I don't think it's anything super special. It does solid overall. I think that's about all I see.
We also see Create Team pulling in the second Solar Elemental, the Adept, and also the Blinding Priest will be coming in later. It is currently CC'd. It'll come in much, much later, actually. But notice what Create Team do here. They kill off the first Solar Elemental, which enables them to go into the room, but they wait a second.
It was the most fun that spec.
They wait until the second Solar Elemental does its Solar Flare cast, because with the way spell queuing lines up, it'll Solar Flare immediately into a Solar Orb. But if you spawn the orb outside of the room, it is LOS and it does not heal the mobs, which means that you do not have to kill it. So very good pathing out of Create Team here.
It's still a solid buff.
Ducks Can Fly with a similar route implementation. You see the Solar Flare outside of the room on their side as well.
Ducks Can Fly also on a big pull of their own triple Solar Construct here, doing a ton of damage to the group. See that Spirit Link going down.
And I mean, it's so close right now. Wow.
That first wave.
I expect Ducks Can Fly should be able to pull out a large gap here, playing the Og Evoker, but Create Team are doing a very great job holding their own here, putting up a solid competitive timer. And they're actually pulling the boss faster than Ducks Can Fly. They must have had a cleaner time with the Solar Elemental. Maybe Ducks Can Fly had a couple Solar Orbs, Solar Orb channels go off on their side, but Create Team are actually considerably ahead. Ducks Can Fly still have to finish off this last construct. 2 constructs even. And it finally goes down now. Wow.
But certainly something that has now slowed them.
Now a Solar Flare cast does go off inside of Ducks Can Fly. However, it only heals Solar Elemental. The boss hadn't spawned yet, so they don't lose any damage on the boss itself. But we're about 15%, probably not 50%, 10% ahead on the side of Create Team on the boss here. I don't know what they did with that trash bowl, but they did it a lot better than Ducks Can Fly did.
adventure around the boss.
Yeah, very consistent damage here for Create Team. The Demo Warlock is great at that, right? It will pretty much
When you're actually playing MDI, are you able to watch a
some form of
stream to
damage
see where they are
sometimes.
at?
You get a little bit
Yes,
of burst out of
but there
every
is a
turn
1 minute
window,
delay.
But in general, you
So
just
while
don't
you can
get.
get some
Almost
info, you
always
can't
have
get everything.
Some form of damage. That can suffer on the bigger pulls when you don't have the cooldowns available, but in general, it's never going to be that kind of situation for them. They'll have practiced the pulls around those cooldowns and be ready to do a ton of damage. Create Team, though, starting to slowly open up the gap here. The first boss split was only a 1 second differential between the two teams. Create Team on the trash here, though, gain themselves about 10% boss damage. But as we've seen throughout in this dungeon throughout the competition makes, 10% on a boss, you know, that's within 1 death differential. There are so many things in the latter part of this dungeon that can kill you if you're not careful. We've even seen players die to the wind tunnel skip coming up. There's a lot that can go wrong.
That's like
here.
the hardest part of that dungeon, Zyra.
Well, it is for
Come
Ducks
on
Can
now.
Fly. For Create Team, they have the benefit of just being able to take a gateway.
Don't say that.
Looking back over to the screen here, we see Create Team have opened a gap of about 20%.
They will need to
It
play
does seem like Create Team
That's
just have
something
slightly
we'll
better
look
single
through.
target
That's
here.
how we're going.
I was going back and forth
Of course
over
they
it on the
absolutely
first
need
boss,
one,
but I mean, this is a sizable gap here.
I
We
will admit,
pulled the boss 10%
in
ahead,
all
and we're finishing
my
it about
understanding
17%
with
ahead.
Warlock
So we have managed to
Create,
gain 7%
that
in
Warlock
damage.
here goes
Now our
against
Devourer
Warlock
is currently
Create
sitting in a
just
meta. They're probably going to get 1, maybe 2 collapsing stars off on these birds here. We'll see how many they get. Meanwhile, Terrorlock will have their Tyrant rotate back up, but it will take a little bit
I
here.
think that's a really interesting conversation to have because
Phasmars gets a second collapsing star. Very nicely done. That will probably be the last one. There it is. And Terrorlock should have their Tyrant rotated back up. Now they're opting to hold. Okay, no, they press it. They press it. I think it was correct. I think you just need to put it on cooldown. It kind of is a little unfortunate at this point in time because the pool is mostly dead. Meanwhile, on the side of Ducks and Fly, we also see Mirage carrying their meta into this pool. Moza dead, does not have army for 30 seconds, which means they'll be having it on the boss. So we need Mirage to carry the damage here for this pack of birds. Well, there we go. Great Team pulling the boss at about 8 minutes, 3 seconds into the dungeon timer. How much longer will it take Ducks Can Fly to pull the boss and follow suit here?
That's awesome for them, and you can see they've dealt
Nibla, what the frick is good?
They're on to Ruckran more quickly. This is going really well for Create Team so far.
And Ducks Can Fly pulling the boss about 8:22. We're about 19 seconds behind on the side of Ducks and Fly. Now, this is what I would almost want to call an insurmountable lead on the side of Create Team. However, there are two places we can catch up time. One, do we opt to eat one or both of the AoEs from Create Team and Ducks and Fly? If Create Team has to sit the first one, now look at the defensive cooldown here, usage here. All of their defenses pressed, literally everything. Darkness, big wall from the Warlock, wall from the Ellie Shaman. Create Team is almost assuredly not going to sit out double sets of the Searing Quills here. Meanwhile, inside of Ducks and Fly, look at our defensive cooldown usage. We have AMZ, Blur, Zephyr. Okay, Ducks and Fly are also not going to be eating multiple. They've committed way too many defensives, which they will not be able to utilize for a second soak. So we're both going to LOS the second soak. That makes sense. The second place that Ducks and Fly can make up some time. Well, okay. Before that, there's actually a place they're going to lose some time, which is the advantage of Terrorlock's gate. Terrorlock will be able to gate skip out of Rukron, and which will allow them to skip past the kind of like wind RP on the stairs a little bit faster than Ducks and Fly, I assume. However, the final pull of the dungeon is a very, very scary pull. And I would actually give the advantage to Ducks and Fly. This is where the Ogvoker really shines, being able to utilize their stops and just big damage profile to support the Devour and Unholy Decay and their uncapped damage. But Create Team, taking a little bit of time to set up the gate. They do get it down eventually. And they will have killed Rukran about 20 seconds ahead of Ducks Can Fly here.
It has to be the transcendence to a teammate.
Now, another thing interesting on the side of Create Team.
The skip done here. Rolls through with the cocoon on top.
So we good transcendence. We managed to pull a skip off very well inside of Create Team. Phasmars does not have Void Meta ready right away. He is gathering at the moment, but they are taking their time setting this pull up. Making sure threat is an issue, you know, unnecessary CC. Not having your meta available on cooldown here is a little bit scary. Phasmar's press it on boss for damage, whereas Mirage, we see, opted to hold it. Now, they have the Warrenstone skip as well on the side of Ducks and Fly, so they're doing the skip a little bit differently here. They pull the meld off, and look at them go. Much faster setup on the side of Ducks and Fly. But even so, Crate Team are just into the pull. All cooldowns press. Lust, Ascendance, Void meta. Tyrant has been committed. Walls are out. Big wall from the Warlock. Blur from our Demon Hunter. Can we kill this pull before it kills us? That is the question. It looks like all the little mobs are dying off here on the side of Crate Team. Very nicely done. Now imagine Ducks and Fly. They have to accelerate here. They have to absolutely nuke this pull. This is where they should make up the time if it's anywhere in this dungeon.
This pull is basically already done, as Ducks Can Fly have arrived at that same spot. And
We see Goatface's health bar doing actually tricks on it. Crazy bouncing around from Goatface. Very, very spooky here. But they are going to make it through this pull, and quite nicely so. Honestly, probably faster than Crate Team. However, the gap that was made by Crate Team, a 20-second gap, is not a small gap, and Crate Team will be engaging the final boss now. I believe Crate Team should have one more ad coming in later. I think there's a Blinding Priest that should be running in at some point. Maybe not. Maybe it's just the Initiate. Maybe that's all the count they need.
Ducks Can Fly aren't going to have to cleave a single.
Do Crate Team have count? Is this Initiate enough count for them? If it's enough count, I think they are in the clear. I don't think this boss percentage gap can be recovered by Ducks Can Fly.
13% behind on the boss, so there's really not that much of an advantage here.
Checking the count. 100%. Clinically done by Crate Team. Very, very, very impressive on their behalf.
It is scary. It is. You need to time it right.
And as we've seen before, Crate Team have had consistently slightly better boss damage. Looking at the cooldown breakdown, we'll get one more Ascendance press. We'll get likely one more Tyrant press on the side of Terrorlock. Phasmar's is in Void meta right now.
Is that close enough to port?
Wait,
it's really close to
is Terrorlock going to be able to get this port off? They get the port off.
Yes.
Very nice.
That's
on the side of Ducks and Fly, we have Army that we're going to press here shortly. We have Void meta just ending on the side of Mirage. Breath will be up. We'll get one more Breath for the fight in 45 seconds. Maybe with CDR, maybe sooner.
On the boss from Ducks Can Fly, but the cooldowns are back about to be active for Ducks Can Fly.
Ascendance was pressed. Tyrant was pressed. Phasmar's will get one more Void meta here. They have pulled ahead in boss damage, although their damage will be slowing down here shortly. Then picking back up with Phasmar's, Devour, Demon Hunter. I don't think that Ducks and Fly can recover this gap. 20% is too much health. They're even going to kill the Solar Zealot here. Crate Team playing so safe. They have the lead. All they need to do is not die and kill the boss.
This is so crazy. The fact that they're electing to deal with
and Crate Team with the Augless comp will take the second map over Ducks Can Fly. Wow. Crate Team, that is very impressive. I think this is the first time we've seen an Augless comp beat a comp with an AUG. From memory, it probably happened at some point during the lower bracket. I don't remember, but wow.
And while Crate Team are a newly
why don't we see Sand Lane, Blood Decay, and MDI? I think we might have seen one in Group A. But we haven't seen much outside of that. I've heard Blood Decays can do damage, but I think they struggle to live. As what I've heard from my tank friend.
Our Ducks flew together and gave us a very competitive second game. They might have
GG's.
lost our series, but they
Ducks Can Fly. Well played.
Give them some love in chat, everybody.
A fourth place, same as we did.
But we look forward to the
one duck to another.
Now makes the
it was a good attempt.
Much more competitive this time.
Crate Team will be heading to the lower bracket finals to face off against Liquid in the next matchup. If I'm being honest, I'm excited to see Crate Team. I think I don't think they're taking out Liquid, but I do think that they're going to put up some competitive timers, and I don't think Liquid can. I don't think Liquid can scoff at them and just put no effort into this matchup. Crate Team has proven themselves and shown to be honestly very potent this competition.
There were no deaths. It was cleanly done, but they just lost.
Very well done. Congratulations to the believers of Crate Team. You guys all will gain your points.
And that's where it all came apart. You can kind of see how the graph moves further and further away from each other throughout the dungeon too.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you can literally watch it happen across the chart. But, you know, I think both the teams did come in and really give it a great run. Tuttles, when you were looking at both of them, what were you seeing and how they compared?
feel like for Create Team, there was a moment in time where they were actually pacing quite closely with both the Dignitas map and the Liquid map that we saw earlier today. I mean, it even started off right off the bat, where we have Create Team on the left side. They start their first pull so much faster than Duxkin, the Dignitas map and the Liquid map that we saw earlier today. I mean, it even started off right off the bat, where we have Create Team on the left side. They start their first pull so much faster than Ducks Can Fly, just because of how it's set up. By doing that early gate and just like standing on the platform, it allows you to actually save so much time getting the pack gathered. Because instead of having to have
You spend an hour one day taking a bunch of different pog face photos for YouTube thumbnails?
Instead, you just
Oh, it's over the course of multiple days.
body pulled.
It doesn't take me that long. I just like make a
Doesn't
bunch of
it
different
really
faces of the
cool? We
camera,
haven't seen any other teams do
and then I'll go through and
They
like pick
get
what I
up to
want to
the top
use.
of this ledge, and that
I've
actually
kind of
saves more time
exhausted
for
all the
second
pog
team,
faces.
large time saving
I'm like
time.
running out of
I think
pog faces that I
that was
like.
pretty cool. And so then after
So I'll have to
coming
take some
out
more
of
soon.
Rockland, they do end up LOSing here. They are at
Yes,
the,
sir,
I
yes,
think
sir.
It's like the 9:45 mark.
The YouTube
which is,
meta.
Again, only 20 seconds behind where Dignitas and Liquid were on Ruckran. Great Team did end up losing a little bit of time compared to that split in this last
Well,
trash
well, well.
area, but
Guys,
that allowed
what a
Ducks to fight to
treat.
get back into
What
things, but
a
I feel like
treat
for Great Team, they
today
were
has
always
been.
kind of in control.
Oh, I'm so
of
excited
the
for the
way that
next two
they just
matchups.
proved
Wow.
that today they were the best
Wow,
team.
wow, wow.
They were, and I mean, honestly, Create Team, they just continue to
Guys,
show
ads
us
are
that
going to run,
for a new
so you guys
team,
don't get
they
them during the
have
next
a lot
matchup.
that they
Remember, you
are
can
out
skip
to
ads with a
accomplish
Twitch
this
tier 1
MDI.
or Twitch
So
Prime
very
subscription.
excited to see what
You
they
do not have to
moving
subscribe if you
forward.
don't want to.
Congratulations to them for making it through
But
here,
if you do, I would
at
appreciate it.
least to our lower
You guys don't miss
finals.
anything.
Now, before we let you all go, we need to take a look at our bracket and see what's coming up and what games we are going to be preparing for. So, Zyro, where are we currently in our bracket here on our Group C finals?
All right, so unfortunately, Ducks Can Fly going home here sets us up with a interesting matchup here. Liquid versus Create Team. Liquid dropping down from the upper bracket here. They'll have about 45 minutes or so to have practiced the series. I'm so confused looking at the way Liquid played, because there are maps that they look lights out in, right? But there are some maps that looks like they just haven't had enough practice time with Cineon to have fully fleshed out their strategy yet. So they looked a little bit off kilter in those maps. Hopefully they have enough practice time on this lower bracket matchup to where they can put together a good series. Otherwise, Create Team is poised to upset here.
It would be wild if they were able to, but those are the kind of moments we definitely all look forward to in MDIs.
Counterpoint,
The
subscriptions are
unexpected
mandatory.
happening and catching us off guard. Now,
Say that.
we're going to be caught off guard by a little something different here.
What'd I just get linked?
Games.
Oh,
Something
yeah.
ain't right. We know it's coming, but every time I feel like it's a surprise when we actually find out what's wrong with these maps. So we're going to take a look at some dungeon maps here in Azeroth. We're going to study these pictures and chat.
All right, I think
think
I'll make myself
we have
some
things that are wrong,
some
and
food
we'll
for
do
this
2 of these. So let's
this
get started.
next matchup. But let's see if we can find what's wrong in the maps here. So,
Okay,
Alright.
Windrunner's Fire.
ba 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 ba.
That's a dungeon. So far, so good. I can
This one's
confirm
real.
this.
I think, is it
Yep.
Sylvanas' half? That can't be right.
Oh yeah, isn't it? It's something else.
Oh, it's quarters. Yeah.
Quarters. Thank you.
Are they
Yeah,
both
you're right.
quarters?
Oh, I
Okay,
see.
guess
Yeah.
see Sylvanas'
It's
half.
definitely not half. I know
I
that.
Okay,
think
that's
for
what I was
sure.
saying. Like, I don't know.
Name
what it
is
but
wrong.
It can't be half.
Also,
That,
Sylvanas. That's not right.
I just
I
don't
think
know
that's
what
the
it
same
is.
name. 'Cause it's all on one level, right? Surely it's. I think that's
Just the
quarters.
same-
Those quarters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
Hmm.
Okay, number one. Oh, no. Oh, I see it. Do you see one?
Oh, oh.
Is the
Okay.
behemoth missing?
Yeah, where are the behemoths
So,
in this?
I've
I'm trying to find the
I've
links.
learned the game. All right, and we're gonna have to start doing something differently. If you're ever curious,
There's a mob over
look
here
at
for some
the
reason.
Stairs.
Stairs.
There is an
There's
extra
always
set of
gonna be
stairs,
stairs.
by the Restless Heart.
Oh, right here.
Stairs on stairs.
There's a
there
mob over here
actually
that shouldn't be
stairs
here.
in
You're in, like,
Really?
game?
Yeah, but these are
No.
fake stairs.
Those are fake stairs.
Where's the links?
Oh, is there no links?
Oh, missing a link?
Is that no?
Where is it?
I think it's there.
I'm squinting at my screen.
It's in
I'm
the
trying
middle.
to-
See the pack of 3? I think it's there, right? Isn't it the orange thing?
Oh, I think I see it. Yeah.
Is that it though?
Hmm.
It looks
Shouldn't
weird.
it be bigger?
Looks like a-
Maybe there is no links.
Yeah, like I think it should look different.
Is that an
I think it
abnormally
has
small
different
link?
icon.
It's not the links. Okay.
It's not the links.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's see.
Hmm. Like scanning. Doesn't look like anything has been erased from the map.
Derelict duo looks good.
Okay, what if, and hear me out. This
Okay,
is a theory,
chat,
I have no
I'm
idea
gonna
if
go-
it's true, but what if they turned the
I'm gonna make a bagel
duo around?
while
Or like
the
a
map
pixel production thing,
picks go on,
where
and
they just
before
switch those two
we get into
boxes
break
for
here.
fun?
I'll be right back.
Skip that.
Okay,
It's not the
that.
case, but they have done
BRB.
before, so you are right.
Yep, yep. Just trying, you know.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait. Is the dungeon entrance in the wrong spot? Don't you have to go through this entire room?
Oh, there you go.
I see.
Yeah.
I think I see another one. I'm pretty sure near where Sylvanas' quarters are, that's a banshee. I'm pretty sure that's not a banshee. Like I think there's only one banshee in that room.
We've had this in
Alright,
the past. That's just how it is in MDT for some
I
reason.
think it's just MDT. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's our 3 for this one. So should we take a look at the second map? If I'm wrong, if there's another one, we'll
I
find
think
out.
there's 3
Is there
per.
another?
Yeah.
All right.
No.
Okay. All
There we
right.
go.
All right.
Okay.
And so we meet again.
Isn't that food icon wrong? I'm pretty sure it's a
No,
different
that's
food
right.
icon.
No, there is
I'm
food there,
pretty
but
sure
I think
it
it's
is
a different picture.
Oh, it's a different
icon.
picture.
Yeah,
It's like, yeah.
It's a
Oh,
cauldron.
okay.
Yeah.
See, there you go.
Good
That
job.
one looks like
Petals.
delicious noodles or dumplings or something.
All right, hold on. Look at the stairs. Stairs.
What stairs?
I think the
all of
stairs are
them.
right this time.
Yeah, just
Wait a minute.
any,
No,
they
there's
could
the
be
stairs to
wrong.
the top right of the
What?
boss are missing.
Is that right?
No. Yeah, I am
Oh
right.
my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Dude,
What is wrong?
that is messed up.
It's always
always
the
the
stairs.
stairs.
It's always the stairs.
Okay, but there's one more thing. There's one more thing. Huh.
Everything is spelled right.
Yeah, it is echoing span and wailing depths. Those are correct.
You know what's really funny? I'm like looking at all of those mobs, and I'm like, yep, those sure are mobs. That's what mobs look like in MDT. And I like gaslight myself into thinking I know exactly what pack looks like what.
The problem is that it could look like an MDT is always the.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, the mammoths are there. It's not that.
Huh.
I don't see it.
I think the ghosts, like the prisoners, are all in the right spot.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, we're
Oh,
getting a hint.
something there.
Oh, it's in this zone. In this area.
That pack is normally
Oh.
not in the boss room.
Is there
Where's
a
that
voodoo
pack in the
hexer
boss
pad
room?
that's missing?
Oh yeah,
That
that really
pack is
outside.
not in the boss
Oh.
arena. It's not there normally.
Yeah,
Well,
well, they
the
got
way that our teams pull.
they got snapped in. They got
Welcome.
snapped in.
Yeah. All
No,
right.
That's
This
not
map
allowed.
is disqualified. This map is disqualified.
This no longer can play my Sire Caverns.
Take
Those
them to
are
jail.
our 3 on that one. Thank you, chat, for playing along with us, and that is yet another, I would say, much more successful this time around for us with the maps here. I feel like we spotted those decently quickly this time. Yeah, pretty good. All right. Everybody, we've got more for you coming up. Our next series will be Liquid versus Create Team. This is a really big one in the sense that, is there the possibility for an upset here? Could Liquid get eliminated when we were sure coming in that they would be one of our top 2 teams making it out? Who knows? They've been looking strong, but so has Create Team. You're going to want to stick around and see how it all unfolds in just a few minutes.
Dude, do you guys ever like? Do you guys know any products that are like way for a little bit more money? It's like way better than like the store brand variant. I asked this because I order groceries online. I usually just get like the store brand stuff for whatever. I usually can't notice the difference between like store brand versus like named product. So I just get the store brand version. But I guess they're out of like the store brand cream cheese that I usually get. So they gave me like the level up, the Philadelphia cream cheese. Oh my god, that shit is so much better. like I genuinely notice it. Holy. Are there like products like that you guys have like the same relation with? Ketchup, bread, like Heinz versus store brand. Okay, bread is interesting. I don't think the place I go to has like. I don't think the place I go to has like store brand bread. It's the high class stuff, yeah. The high class stuff. The fucking like the $5 cream cheese versus the $4 cream cheese. Most dairy products. Daisy cottage cheese. Okay. Cheap ketchup, way too salty. Oh, okay. I wonder. I think there's something else. Like there are a couple items I will not avoid the store brand version for. I'm trying to think of them. Oh, I don't like. I hate the store brand orange juice. That shit is ass. I get named brand orange juice. Your current Lay's or Mr. Christie's cookies. I don't know what that. I don't know Mr. Christie's cookies. Never heard of that brand before. Do I drop 2.5k on Create Team? Guys, somebody's already got 1k on Create Team. Here's the deal. If you guys want, it's like, my guess for Liquid versus Create Team, Liquid beats Create Team 99 times out of 100. But there's a 1%, the one time that Create Team will beat Liquid.
Finals will take one of our
Do you want to bet on that one time?
Out of the running. This is Liquid versus
17 black.
So
let it ride.
Predictions chat. Now, obviously, this is
let it ride.
That
if you know, you know.
Expected. Create Team is a team that we didn't totally know was going to be as strong as they've looked so far this season. Whereas Liquid, we know they're strong, and they came so close to taking the crown for themselves back in our last season here of the MDI. So Zyro, Liquid put up some record runs earlier, but are they looking entirely on form this season?
Yeah, so it's
let it
a
ride.
bit of a variance, I think, from what we've come to expect from Liquid, right? Obviously, this team is full of some of the best players in the world. They've had some dungeons where they've looked good, but the question marks for me are the dungeons that they might not have necessarily been the most practice on, whether or not that means...
I've been wondering that I'd return to WoW after some years, and I used to be in Rogue. Do you think I should return, and what race should I pick for Rogue?
That's part of the problem of having a last-second sub. Of course, swapping in for Boomy at the beginning.
Race is not super important, especially for Raid. If Mythic Plus is a big driving factor in your enjoyment of the game, and you like playing a lot of Mythic Plus, then I would push you towards Dwarf or Night Elf. For the reason that,
so if we look at the Dignitas series that
well,
Liquid played,
SD,
two of the three maps,
G3,
one of them
SD,
Liquid had
SD
the
good,
fastest time of our MDI.
may
The other one, they
arrive at the same conclusion.
Than Dignitas, who also had
You
the
hate
fastest
Mythic
run
Plus?
of the
Okay, then
MDI,
play
so,
whatever the fuck you
two
want.
extremely,
Doesn't really matter.
extremely good runs out of Team Liquid. The Mysara Caverns, though, that
PvP, I have no idea if it matters in PvP.
was rough for them.
For Raid,
They went in with
it
a
depends on the
subpar
season. Like
plan,
different specs,
and
different races
that is
are
not something that typically a
are
team that
slightly
wins
better
MDI
for
will
each
do
season.
in
It'll
the
kind of like
master
vary.
series.
So
even if you think, hey, we're gonna be the best team in the world, we can beat these other teams. You're never gonna be 100% to beat a team
I would
like
say you
Mandatory,
just
a
pick
team
a
like
race that you
Dignitas,
vibe
a
with.
team like Triple Threat in every single map.
if you're like,
So
no, I
for
shouldn't
you
think I
to
gotta
make sure
play
you're
like
giving yourself
a
that
really
chance
consistently
in
good
every
race,
map. And that is definitely the thing that I'm worried
Probably
about for
Orc
Liquid, is there are
or
some
Makar.
maps, based on the spec variety rule, based on the map pool, there are vulnerabilities that they
unless you
have
like are an
that
outlaw
I do
player
think
only,
there's a good
and
chance
then
it is due to
those
that
two
last
specs are
minute
not very
sub,
good.
that plan isn't as fully fleshed out, and hopefully if they can win this series and still make it to the finals in June, they'll have the time to actually iron that all out. But right
Sub
now,
is
that
good.
is a huge vulnerability.
Sub is
I mean, it's
one of the
definitely something that
strongest
Create
raid specs
could
right now.
take advantage
Yeah.
of, right? If they're looking to get that map, if they
And
notice one
I think
that
people are
might
also
play
playing
to
it
their favor,
in
they could
PvP
get
to
in
some
there
extent.
for it, and we can see the ones that will
I've
have
been
coming
seeing a
up
lot of
here,
Outlaw
but
PvP.
Create Team is
All right, here we go.
fast,
Liquid
but
versus
do
Create
you
Team.
think that they are
Nexus
fast
point.
enough,
See
though,
the
for
triumvirate.
Liquid?
I think that Liquid.
I think
on
Create
a
Team
map basis
have a good
should
Nexus
be
point.
just across
But
the board
their
a little bit
seat,
quicker.
as we saw,
But
when they
I don't
face off, I
think-
think it was
so
against
sometimes you have
Dignitas.
matchups, even in the
Maybe I
lower
can pull the
finals,
matchup here.
where the team that is favored.
All right, when Create
doesn't
Team
require, like,
faced
a
off
pretty
against Dignitas
significant
in the seat, it was a
mistake
disaster.
From the favored team to actually lose.
It
whereas I
was
feel
a
like
disaster.
With a couple of deaths, if
Their
Liquid had,
tank
like,
was
one or two
permadead.
deaths in a dungeon, I feel like
So
that could actually
I
open
don't
up
love
the
this.
possibility for
I don't
Create
love
Team
this
to just
dungeon
kind of
pick
take a map off
matchup
them.
for them.
I do think that Liquid should be heavily favored. here,
Maybe they can
but I
pull
don't
out
think it's something that
and,
is,
and
like,
hold together
guaranteed
in the
by any
seat, but
means.
last time they were in there, it was not
Oh,
cinema.
Absolutely. I mean, we even saw in our past weekend with Group B some
It was
upsets that
a
were
it was a
surprising
2 of
across
10
the
on
board.
Rotten
We had
Tomatoes.
some surprising matches, I think. So that would definitely be the case here. I agree that Liquid still feels like, even with this replacement, they've come in very strong. And yes, with a bit more practice, that locking in or that sort of synergy, I think will fully round out for them. But they do have to make it through this series. And of course, they're going to be facing off first here on Nexus Point Zenith. So, Zyro, how does this one look for them, for both of the teams?
Let me say this.
Listen,
My guess, 2-0
okay,
2-0
so looking at
Liquid.
the actual map pool,
But if Create Team manages to win
was one of the dungeons
one of
that
these
was
maps
a little bit
and
sketchy
push to
on the map,
Algathar,
right?
I think they're gonna win the Algathar.
They did have one
I don't know
dungeon
why I
that
think
probably
that,
ended up costing them
but if
in the realm of 1 minute. I'm
Create
gonna
Team
go
can
ahead
take
and go on
one
record and
map
say that
off
they're
of
gonna be practiced for this
Liquid,
series, though, after the hour
Algathar is where magic
Go
happens, bro.
2-0 Liquid.
Algathar is like the most cinema
Okay,
dungeon
prediction,
of
alright. Dranos,
all of
what's
the
your
MDI
predictions
so
on this
far.
one?
Yeah, I do.
We
think
see the
it's gonna be a
craziest shit in
close
there.
Series as well. I am also going to go for Liquid. I think I'm going to go for 2-1. However, I do think that this particular map pool with the seat of the triumvirate there, that will give Liquid the flexibility to play around the spec variety rule in such a way that if it goes to a game 3, they're not going to be in big trouble. So yeah, 2-1 for me.
Okay, Tuttles?
I'm going to a Liquid. It's one of those things that I actually think that whenever you have a strong inkling that one team is going to be winning any map specifically, you should just, double down and kind of pick them to go 2-0. So I'm going 2-0 Liquid. I feel like they should just...
That's your question? No, would you ask?
In all the maps, honestly.
Okay. Oh, I would love to see an upset, but I don't know if I would love to see it so much that it would take Liquid out of this MDI.
Chat.
So I think I'm going
Whoa.
to go to...
I have ads that are supposed to run in 13 minutes.
Myself.
I can snooze them,
Especially too, because
so I delay them
they
5
are
minutes,
still
but I have to remember to press that
incredibly
button.
good, let alone for bringing a different player in.
In
which
10
think the
I would
fact
run
that
ads right
the
now,
times that they
but I think the
are,
match will
as well
start
as
in
they
less
are,
than
just
90
goes to show
seconds,
the
so
caliber
I
of
don't want to run
players
ads.
on that team.
Chat,
Create
do me a
Team,
favor
they don't have
and be
the
like,
same level of
type
experience
ads
quite yet
10
in
minutes
the
from now,
scene and
okay?
here
So I
in
can snooze
MDI.
it and you guys
So
don't get
they
ads
have
during this matchup.
already gone very far, and I think what we would expect, and I would love to see more, but
Do I have ADHD? I know you do the same thing I do, where
while it's
you
possible for
get
them to
really
take it
stuck on
here,
one food
I'm
for a while,
feeling like Liquid
onto another,
is
don't really
gonna
touch
pull
what you were
through
just
and
on for a
they're gonna
while.
be able to make it. Now, everybody, we will see how this
No, I
actually
don't think I have
pans out
ADHD.
here.
ADHD.
Looks like a lot of you are leaning towards Liquid.
I mean, I haven't been
yourselves.
clinically
This is
diagnosed or
going to
anything.
be Game 1, Team Liquid.
Maybe I do,
versus
who knows?
Create Team
Probably not.
On Nexus Point Zenith here in our lower
I'd say
finals.
probably not, but I don't really know
This
that.
is an elimination match, so whoever makes it through, you are leaning towards Liquid yourselves. But this is going to be Game 1, Team Liquid versus...
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
on Nexus
Lower
Point
bracket
Zenith
finals.
here in
The
our
winner
lower
moves
finals.
on to the best
This
of
is
5
an
to face off
elimination
against
match,
Dignitas.
so whoever makes
More
it
than
through
likely,
will
we expect it to be
secure a place
Liquid,
in Season
but Create
1
Team has put
finals,
on
and
a
everybody
solid
wants
showing
to
this
make it
tournament.
their draft.
Here we go. Map 1, baby.
Alright,
We
see
have
right
no
off the
Augs
bat,
from
very
either
similar
team.
idea from
In
both
fact, we're
teams
playing
for this dungeon. Those powerhouse picks
basically the
of
same
Guardian
comp,
Druid,
but
the
trade out
Mystery
our
Monk,
Devour
the Death
for
Knight,
the demo
which
lock.
The exact flavor will be revealed.
I
when we
really
see
like
how
this out of
fast
both
they're
teams.
first. It's Breath of Syndragosa for Create
Who
Team,
can
so
go
it's
faster
Syndragosa.
here?
Yep. And then the only
I mean,
disagreement we have
I want to
is
say
whether
it's
to
Liquid,
play a
but
$10
Create Team
lock or a Devourer
have
Demon
showed
Hunter
promise.
here. Both strong choices. I think the Devourer Demon Hunter is better in the other maps.
And it looks like Create
so I
Team here,
feel
managing their
like
pull
saving
set
it
up
bit
just a
more, but
little
definitely
bit
feels really
faster
good.
I
than
think that this
Team
map
Liquid.
pool has
Here
kind of
we
an
go.
interesting dynamic.
The dungeon begins. Lust press. Oh, Kunam's out.
I feel like a dungeon like Sea of the Triumvirate.
As a DPS player, as a tank player, we need to avoid standing in swirlies so we cannot get stunned. We rotate through our walls so we do not die to all these engineers. Circles are called. Yips dropping really low. Yips with the healing absorb and manages to get topped back off. Cocoon rotated out onto our Mistweaver Monk.
For both of these two teams.
And both
that would
teams
make
managing to
logical
finish
sense
off
from, like,
most of the danger of this
meta
pool. It
strategy.
looks like Team Liquid a little bit faster, spawning all those mana batteries, whereas Create Team having to work through them just now.
Brewmaster homes, respectively. So that does work out really nicely.
Very similar tempo. Looks like Liquid is about 3 to 4 seconds ahead right now. That's pretty good for Create Team. Any Create Team fans in here? We are happy to see that. But it looks like Boom really pulling out the advantage, really showcasing the benefit of the Devour here, doing so much damage in that first pull.
Bursting through Core Warden Nizara's burn phase, the other boss on the other side. So we'll have to see how that one works out. The Frost Death Knight, though, I think an unsung hero at being OP at that as well.
It's kind of like, I feel like for being able to meet that burn, it's kind of like you have to do a pick 2, where it has to be 2 of either Augmentation Evoker, Elemental Shaman, and Frost.
You can't double pull,
Augmentation
unfortunately.
Evoker, that's a premier pick for pretty much every single dungeon. You would play Aug in most dungeons. So instead, you take those, you call them unsung heroes in the Elemental Shaman and that Frost Death Knight.
So guys, what I'm going to be interested to see, I think Create Team, I think Demolock has the potential to do more damage during the burn than Devour. Now, I don't know if it's by much, but I know Devour everywhere else in the dungeon is very, very potent. Devour will do a lot of overall here.
Virtually the same time as we're seeing from Liquid here.
But outside of the burn and just for pure single target, I do think Demolock has better damage here. So I actually anticipate Create Team to claw back some of their timer on this boss with their composition. Now, obviously, they're against Liquid. These are some of the best players, best PvEers in the world. So will that comp advantage actually translate to something meaningful on this boss? We'll have to see. Now, notably here, Liquid opting to CC the Adept and pulling onto the boss for additional Devour funnel. We'd love to see that.
Bomb for Create Team here. And yeah, you can see they're actually...
Oh yeah, Create Team is kind of in the thick of it right now. We need to get out of this corner here. The Sword's going to be spawning soon. And we see Terralock. Very, very good movement to move over to this intersection here. We do like to see that. Now, Create Team really need to get this intersection dealt with here. They're still seriously lacking room. Thankfully, there are no puddles that encroach upon them, so they are able to make it out here. But that was pretty scary. And I think Liquid with slightly better movement have managed to call back that lead in boss percentage here.
But I think that the movement is something that you're kind of pointing out as well. If any time like players kind of have to panic, or they say the DK ever gets separated from the boss, that is actually a decent amount of damage that you were losing for both Liquid and Create Team here, as they are just trying to make sure that they have unmitigated uptime on all of their abilities. Even something like the Devour Demon Hunter that's 25-yard range, weird stuff can happen where if they get stuck on the wrong side of a beam and they're not
Create Team's positioning is so strange.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a big
I mean, these are some criminally awful lines, by the way.
We're going to see the boss going down a little bit faster
look at this.
for Team Liquid.
But wow, it's very close. Very, very close.
Seconds, a few milliseconds
Yeah,
separating
2 seconds faster on the side of Liquid. Create Team, I think, have the advantage of boss damage. So City goes down! Oh my god! He's offline! City conceded! No way!
Is that 2? Is that 1?
It looks like he's gone offline. So a disconnect.
No way.
On the side of Team Liquid here. That is 15 seconds that they could not afford to lose. They did have a 3% count advantage over Create.
That's insane. Liquid, after having to bring in a sub in because Boomy was unavailable for the tournament, Cine comes in, has to learn everything on the fly, only to come into one of the most important matchups of the tournament. If they lose, they are out of it. Imagine Liquid losing and not making it to the Season 1 finals. That would be crazy. Cine gets DC'd. That 2-second advantage is now... They're behind. Create Team is in the lead. No, obviously they still have to finish out the rest of the dungeon, and Liquid, phenomenal players, phenomenal team. But we might, I mean, if Create Team can hold it together, we might be going to a game number 2. Wait, for some reason I thought this was game 3. Well, we might be going to a game 3. I mean, that could still happen.
Throughout this area, and the big thing that we're having to watch out for is pulling a trash gauntlet that is on Core Warden Nisira. Because once you actually start to get that trash gauntlet engaged, that's the next kind of forced point of progression. And so the earlier you can get those mobs pulled, it means the earlier you can get those killed off, which means that you can get the next wave spawning earlier and then continue that momentum into being able to pull the boss first. And that is like a really big deal. So Create Team here on the right side, they actually end up downing the trash pack that they pulled about the same time Liquid did. So even though Cine disconnected, Create Team didn't was not able to capture a significant advantage from that, although they are still a few seconds ahead, and you see that core ward in this Hero Trash starting to get engaged for Create Team.
Yeah, to be fair, I just want to clarify the point that Tails just made there. He was talking about how Create Team really isn't that far ahead. Cindy dying where he did, and then reconnecting, basically meant that he actually got to skip the RP of going back from the first boss to the start of the dungeon, because he just released at the start of the dungeon. So, and Liquid just went with the gather anyways, they didn't wait for Cindy. So, an effective time loss is really only Death Dimer. I mean, obviously Cindy missed some of his ramp, and they did lose a little bit of time, right? Remember, they finished the first boss a little bit ahead of Create Team, and now they're going into this pool a little bit behind. But honestly, of all times to die, of all times to DC, probably a pretty good time for Cindy. So
Nullifier when it's time for that. And
now,
then you finally will get to
guys, tech for this pool, you're gonna notice that Liquid have finished off the nullifiers. You need to kill the 2 nullifiers that are in this pool to start the RP, not the lingering image mob. And so we see Create Team have already managed to do that. Terrorlock drops really low, but they managed to get topped off. We're rotating into our Ascendants, rotating into our Tyrant. This will be our final Ascendants before the burn. Final, probably get one more Tyrant maybe before the burn, not really sure.
Where since that is the mob that is limiting what's going on.
But both these teams are neck and neck.
There's a second Herald on the side of Create Team, all the way in the middle of the room, still casting Entropic Leech on them. Who cares about that?
These leeches are very scary, by the way. Now, you can meld the leech cast, but it requires very specific timing. It's pretty awkward to pull off.
Is there one more trash pack for Create Team, or is this the last one?
I think it's a Null Sentinel wave is the final one. Yeah, you can see it spawning.
So it looks like Team Liquid are actually a little bit faster through their...
for Create Team, it's spawning a little bit later than it did for Team
through their boss RP. So Team Liquid doing some pretty good work here, getting through these trash pools. Very, very efficient damage.
Dungeon progression, but they do still owe 15 seconds at the end of this. That could be a big problem.
Yeah, I think they're about.
Now Terrorlock is going to get one more Tyrant press off here. He's going to hit it on cooldown, I'm sure.
You have to factor in that death. That would equate to 10 seconds behind.
Meanwhile, our 1 minute 30, our 2 minute classes can no longer press. We have to hold cooldowns. And it looks like Terrorlock is actually opting to not press the Tyrant out of fear that he will not have it available for the burn. I don't know if I like that. I think he could have afforded to press it, but I understand. Basically, when the boss spawns, you need exactly 40 seconds on your cooldowns to have him up for the damage amp. And in the case of Terrorlock and his Tyrant, I believe Tyrant has some pre-ramp to it, so maybe he wants to press it a little bit before the burn, so it's even less time than that. But yeah, look at this. On the side of Team Liquid, we've already gauged the core warden about on the order of, I would say, 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds ahead of Create Team. Now again, here we go. The damage amp is where it all matters. Which team can do more damage? Which Ellie Shaman gets better procs? Which Frosty K gets better procs? I think the demo might do slightly more burn damage than the Devour. I don't know that for sure. We will see though. We do have final 4-hour Devour as we're going to pre-ramp here on the side of Cine. So we can enter our second and third and potentially fourth Collapsing Star inside of this damage amp, although that is very difficult to pull off. Now we see the pre-position. Alright, interesting. Cindy and Shine learned. They're no longer pre-positioning behind the mobs and getting stunned like they did last time. Very good. Here we go. Can we one-phase the boss? 20%. We're doing incredible damage. Holy moly. Liquid are absolutely annihilating this boss. And it's going to be one phase. Very clean from Liquid. On the side of Create Team, can we execute the same thing? Here we go. The boss is a little bit higher. I don't know if it's going to go down for Create Team. They need a big crit. Bang! They do not get it.
Create Team here, they have the boss at 10%,
skip ads.
Like you were
Thank
saying,
you.
And now that
snooze done.
Time that was lost from Cine has been completely wiped out.
Wow.
Yeah, look at how long it's going to take Create Team.
Create Team needed that burn, and they did not get it. Liquid is now in the driver's seat.
To Team Liquid, there's something like 30, 45 seconds.
Wow.
We might even get that next Light Scar Flare cast starting for Create Team. Just an absolute disaster.
You know what? I was kind of hoping Create Team would pull off the one phase,
all is going well,
so they could take this map.
Liquid have just killed the boss entirely inside that burn window,
and mainly force a game 3 for the love of the game.
Battle reses as well, so things can go a little bit wrong.
So seeing them not able to do that is definitely a bummer.
I think we're going to start being back to an even or.
But the dungeon is not over yet. Liquid on the final trash pool here. 20,000 lingering image mobs in this pool. 20,000 light raw ads bolting around, putting debuffs out. We're gonna rotate through our walls, hit our void meta. Wolf Disco has his Breath of Cinder Ghost to rotate up, but he's not going to press it. He's going to wait for the boss spawn. We need to kill Skull and X-Linger image to spawn the boss, and then we're pressing our cooldowns. Essentially back up, we'll have Lust. This will be a big damage boss pool here for Liquid. They've dealt with most of the ads. They should be in the clear. They're going to tag the left and right light rot packs here onto the boss with the Lust, and that will be most of the rest of their count that they need.
Light rots. Instead, they're trying to focus down
Boss
on
Fawn,
images
one light rot in, second light rot in, Flare Bat,
with
we get the purge on it, so it's not going to heal the boss. And here we go, Bloodlust,
exactly.
all
Same
cooldowns.
idea.
No Void meta
Those
from
light
Cine,
rot,
but he
even
pressed
though
it to
they are
carry the last
dangerous,
Trash
they aren't
Pull.
the priority
That is the
here. In
benefit of
fact,
having
what
your
the
Devour
teams
Demon
as Great Team
Hunter
are doing right
press their
now,
cooldowns
leave
on
one of them
cooldown.
CC'd off
They
the
have
side
damage
and
so
say, you know
often, and
what?
look at that, it's
We've got a lot
basically,
of
he's
important
basically
stuff to
back
deal
to it
with right
already.
now. At some point, we'll just be fighting a boss, and that is when we can pull in that extra light rot. But Liquid
But Liquid now have an advantage of well over 15 seconds with the one phase on the boss. So despite the disconnect death, Liquid should be in the driver's seat here. Only a few more count that they need. They'll just be walking around, picking it up as they go, as they deal with this boss encounter.
This was the Liquid that we kind
And
of
this looks
expected.
like their
Whenever
map
we
one
saw
to
them
win.
in the upper finals,
Wow.
I think you pointed out that even while Dignitas did get the better of them in that 3-map series, and there were some questions as to whether or not Cine's
DC
practice
incoming is crazy,
the
comps.
spec variety rule is going to come back to bite them. They have just proven that they are really good in this Nexus Point Zenith. Their strategy is quite fast here. Lorthraxion gets kicked, and I would not be shocked if that was the last guile Lorthraxion is getting. Liquid only need 5% enemy forces, which they're going to be grabbing here on this platform, and 50% of the boss HP, and that's all that separates them from stopping the clock.
Yeah, this is going so
Shine dropping his pedal
for Team
onto
Liquid.
City. I don't know how I feel about that.
Already sub 50%. Create
Poor
Team
City.
have it at 70%. They will have 15 seconds at the end of this, so they need to accelerate on Lorthraxion. What they really need is they need that Divine Guile cast for Liquid to happen. Oh, it's going to be so tough as well because Liquid have another one in 18 seconds here that they're definitely getting. And then I think they're going to be pretty far ahead of the check to skip the next Divine Guile cast. So it is going to be very, very difficult.
Why is
for
Shadow
Create
Meld
Team
OP
to
in Mythic
create
Plus, though?
a comeback
Shadow Meld can be
opportunity here,
used to
but
solve a
they are
lot of
gonna try their
mechanics.
best. One
So
of
when a
the
mob's
biggest
casting on
windows-
you, you can
one
often
thing
meld
Team Liquid
mechanic.
can land a
Sometimes
couple
when you
of
meld,
wrong
it'll
interrupts
recast,
here
which
during the
doesn't really make
Divine
that
Guile
effective.
phase. That's
But
always
sometimes when you meld a
possibility.
mechanic, it
No,
won't
it's not a
recast, and it'll cancel the
possibility.
cast entirely.
You never know.
So you can sometimes
Especially if they
cancel
stack up right on
mob
top of each other.
interactions
Looks
with
like
meld.
they are this
You can
time
also
gonna
use
solve
Shadow
the
Meld
puzzle,
to
though. And with just
skip
20%
mobs.
on Lorthraxion's HP,
Right, if you want to do a
Liquid
group skip,
charge to
run past a bunch of mobs,
victory
and then meld
appears
so you don't have to deal with them.
Very
That is an
little
option.
left that can go wrong for our
Plus,
defending runner-ups. 12% on the boss. There's
if you're a
just
DPS player and you pull
nothing
threat,
left
meld,
for
you drop
Create
threat
Team to
instantly.
catch up.
But
They're
here we
gonna
see
get another Divine
Liquid
Guile phase here,
accelerating through the
and
rest of this
that
boss
is going to
timer.
be those
15 seconds ahead.
of
They
death
are
timer
well
during it. You can
ahead of
see
Create Team,
still
and
have
they
that
will be
time
taking
now,
this
but the
map
boss is
1.
about to start flying here, and that time loss
Very nicely
is
done
gonna take
from
them over
Liquid.
The last 8 seconds, Liquid take the map 1-0.
Liquid taking here, getting that first point on the board and showing us exactly the Liquid we were hoping for as we came into this first season.
Remove
of
my camera
Midnight.
for the damage meters that we
Now,
get.
we had a disconnect and some things that kind of slowed the teams in various spots in this next.
All right, I mean, Liquid's in the driver's seat. I see it as not a dungeon that Create Team has
I mean, their run looked
excelled
good.
in,
I
so
think the Core Warden Isara burn is a
I
pick
think
that
if
you
we're
can,
Liquid
you can
is
say that went pretty
on
poorly for
pace
them.
at 2-0,
It's
let me
hard
tell
to
you.
say though whether that's always their fault. I mean, of course, you can always try to do more damage, but there is quite a bit of variance associated with a 20-second burn window, so it may not have even been anything bad on the side of Create Team. Liquid were just so good. I mean, taking that boss from 50 to 0 in one burn window in a plus 17 key is unheard of. We haven't seen any
Interesting.
other team, even Dignitas,
Comparing the
be able
value
to
of the
pull that
Demo
off.
Lock
So
and the
incredible
Devour,
work out of Team Liquid.
very, very similar
Yeah,
damage
it was
profile.
phenomenal to see them just blaze through and do that. But
Looks like Wolf
Zyra,
Disco
as you were
doing
watching
a
this
little
one,
bit
what were some
more
of your observations?
on the Frosty Gate compared
Yeah,
to
this was a really interesting
Bastion.
dungeon for Liquid. We knew that they had a good Nexus Point Zenith.
Otherwise, damage
Yesterday,
profile is
they showed off a
very,
pretty
very
solid
similar.
run,
Like, look at
albeit
this
with
breakdown.
A couple small
It's so
mistakes.
close.
The question for me was, were they going to be able to clean up those mistakes? And for the most
So
part, they
close.
did. As we get into the replay package whenever it's ready here, I want to take a look at, obviously, the first boss lines were great from both teams. We still have yet to see another team pull off the type of short lines that we saw from S Impossible this weekend. But great baits on the puddles make it so that, you know, you're
All right, chat.
totally okay
So you guys don't get
with
ads
most
next
of the
match.
boss.
I'm going to run ads
We had
now.
a unfortunate disconnect
Remember, you can
here
skip
from
ads with a
City
Twitch Tier 1
as he went
or
up
Twitch
to
Prime
grab the,
subscription. You don't have to subscribe if you don't want to.
The RP
I will
proc
see
to
you
move on to
shortly.
the rest of the dungeon. He DC'd like right here and ended up dying to the puddle. So that means Liquid had that 15 seconds of death timer plus however long it took him to reconnect to the game to make up for. And heading into the boss, this is
If
actually
Walk
a
press
clip from
timer on
yesterday
cooldown instead of the
that we're
gamble
showing.
hold before the same boss, do you
On
think it
their
would have made a
push
difference?
yesterday, They got the boss
No.
to 8%. They ended up trying to go
They would've been a little bit
behind the
faster,
image,
but
and Shine and Cindy
The
got
not being able to
stunned
one phase the boss
doing this.
put them so far behind.
Today, we have a POV of them going for almost the exact same thing as we roll the clip here. They got the boss to 8% on this push yesterday, even with the stun, so we knew
Hey, the casters finally talked about it. The stun that we put out the other day, the casters finally covered it.
they ended up yesterday here that we're showing.
W.
On their push yesterday, they got the boss to 8%. They ended up trying to go behind the image, and Shine and Cindy got stunned doing this. Today, we have a POV of them going for almost the exact same thing as we roll the clip here. They got the boss to 8% on this push yesterday, even with the stun, so we knew the one phase was potentially possible. If we look at their movement here, they start to do the exact same thing, but the last moment they realize, wait, probably shouldn't do that again. Move out of the way, then move back in, get the full damage amp on the boss, and get the one phase in. Just the day-to-day evolution, learning from your mistakes on the previous day, playing a little bit smarter. That's what you want to see from your top-tier teams. That was what helped them get that clean one phase down, and they had a couple seconds to spare. That was all they needed to make up that death differential and take the first map of this series.
And they did it.
Just those three specializations, because realistically, you want to play
It's very nice.
the Protection Warrior
What, by the way?
and see the Triumvirate.
Real
And you're
quick,
probably going to
new
want to
video.
play the Brewmaster Monk in the Algathar Academy in Map 3 if you end up making it that far. I think that one of the big considerations, though, is that both of these maps, the Nexus Point Zenith and now the Seed of the Triumvirate, are on that 17 Keystone level. So the higher the Keystone level goes, especially in the speedrun format, the more volatile things can be, particularly slated towards that first pull of the dungeon.
All right, we're getting our bans in now. And I mean, Zyro, Seed of the Triumvirate, obviously this is going to be a big one. Create Team has to take it if they want to stay in here. How do you think it's looking for them with what they've banned out?
I think the bans make perfect sense. Now, of course, banning out Guardian Mistweaver is always a question mark. You would love to have those available for a third map, but we know that they're not something that they need to run in the Seed of the Triumvirate, right? Prot Warrior is the preferred tank spec in that dungeon. What healer do we think we're going to pair with that, though, if it's not going to be the Mistweaver?
So I
Just
think
Resto
the
Druid?
Resto
Is
is
it
our
Mark of the Wild?
Druid.
Yeah.
You can play the Shaman as well in here. It depends on what your other
Deck
DPS
bans
gonna do.
are
If their
in.
DPS make
Liquid
really
ban the
benefit
Guardian
from
Druid,
Sky Fury in
Ellie,
particular,
and Mistweaver.
and you're not
Create
gonna
Team
play
ban the
Melee Shaman,
Frosty
which,
Gate,
spoiler
Ellie,
alert, none of
Mistweaver.
these teams are gonna play
I
Melee
like
Shaman,
Create
that's
Team
where
having
I
access to the
both of
bear.
them. Then you could
My
play
guess-
something like the Resto Shaman.
My
but
guess is that
typically
Create
you've been
Team
seeing that
play the
Druid,
bear in this
Druid
matchup.
Prot Warrior combo. Good
I think
throwback to
I think if I'm Create
PFA
Team,
glory days
I
of
recognize that we had
the
issues with the Prot
powerhouse
Warrior
tank
in the seat in our
combo.
previous day
Don't remind
of
me.
competition.
So good.
So we're gonna log onto the Guardian Druid for the seat,
The corruptions.
Oh.
take the L,
I
and
mean,
say that
like,
we're not going to
a
benefit from the
lot
spell
to be
reflect,
thinking about.
but just
Oh
take the
my gosh,
guaranteed
this Wolf
survivability
Disco.
and the power of
This
the
is a
bear.
Mog.
Oh,
Wow,
wait.
Wolf Disco.
What? Can we talk about these DKs not needing any versatility to live dungeon mechanics? What's going on here? Huh?
Okay, we've talked about it. No further questions?
Zero
That's
verse
the
goes
end of the
crazy.
statement,
True.
And that is what we have. No, I mean, interesting here. All right, we're taking a look at this. I mean, Dratnos, you oftentimes have insights into our specs. Is there anything you can extrapolate from Wolf Disco?
I've been captivated by the monocle on this
Yes.
character and the top hat. When you're looking at the tree here, I think the Frost have a fairly standard build that they will run here. So it looks like that is what Wolf Disco is using. I'm trying to see if I can find any comparisons. Of
Wolf
course, you
Disco
have
looks like
Puzzle
he's
Box,
the-
so, an on-use trinket that
He's
does
like
need to
the
be channeled.
owner of
Of course, always something you do need to
8
look out
mines in
for.
Stragglethorn Vale.
All right, well, interesting to see here.
You gotta
Yes, go ahead.
sell me
Is
some.
there any like weird gameplay with Frost DK where you're
Some
playing a 2-minute
Crystal
circuit
Song
with a
emeralds.
90-minute breath?
Yeah, that can be a little awkward. Also, there is the choice between one-hander and two-handers.
Here we go,
which
into the seat
are
of
both
the
competitive right now. I
Triumvirates.
think you play a different one typically
What
in
composition are we
Thieves
playing?
versus
We have
Barons,
access
but
to
I
the
know there are people who
Augvoker
experiment
for
with
our
builds
last
in
2 matches
Thieves.
here.
I will admit, I
And
don't
we're gonna be
have
running
experience
on side of
Frost
Liquid,
DK to
Prot
understand
Warrior,
the
our
nuance,
Druid,
but I'm sure
Og,
these
Devourer,
players do.
Unholy DK.
Indeed, and we are
Create
gonna
Team
take
playing
it to
double
our next
Druid.
game here, Liquid versus Create Team. Create Team has.
I don't know how I
to
feel about
if they
double-
want to
I don't
stay
know how I
in
feel about our
competition
Druid in
and avoid
here.
elimination, but Liquid is out to try and take this to
Map 1 though, here we go.
All right, and you actually see immediately a little bit
Terror
of
Lock
a
staying
difference
on the
in
demo lock here.
where Create Team, they're playing that Guardian Druid where Liquid
We have
are
Unholy
playing that
DK
Protection
versus the
Warrior.
lock.
Guardian
I
Druid
do
is
like the
really
lock better in
really
here, but
solid
Unholy
for
DK
this
just
first
does
pull,
so
and you can
much
see
damage.
Ram Meow,
And we're gonna see that realized here
700,000
as Liquid
DPS
spawn the
compared to
boss
380K.
36 seconds into the key.
But
We're not
with
pulling
that
right
being
away.
the case,
Just
Liquid
doing some ads on the
still get
side,
first
but it is gonna be
boss
tagged in. And
10
now we're
seconds
off
faster
to
than
the races here.
What is
Team
going on? Liquid just have infinite damn.
about 10 seconds behind on the boss.
These bears, they just pad on
I mean,
AoE, and
the
they're
reason,
like, oh,
by
I'm
the
doing
way,
so much damage.
just
Like, yeah, you're killing all
kind
the
of
mobs that my
explain,
Devourer Demon Hunter was
Unholy
gonna kill
DK
anyways.
has
You're
way faster
accomplishing
damage
nothing
than
and looking good
Devillock.
on the meters.
Devillock needs
And then the
ramp
bears
time.
look back at me and they're like, yeah,
They're not able to get
that's
their
what I
damage
just
out
said.
nearly as quickly as the Unholy
we've reached
DK,
an
to my
impasse.
understanding.
So what is the
Now, obviously, some of that could just be player diff, but
Protection Warrior cast Battle
I do
Shout, which is
anticipate
a powered
Crate Team a little bit
disco
slower here.
to deal more
Also,
damage
I
to
really like
the,
this on side of Crate Team. This is a
priority
good
targets.
adjustment.
You'll see.
They
Oh,
recognize they had
okay, yeah,
issues
they cleared up his
running
monocle.
Graham
Yeah,
on the
allowing
Prot
him to
Warrior,
blend
so
into
he's
the
logged
shield
onto
slams
Bear
on
Druid.
the
They're
primary
playing the
target
key
as
out
well.
at
That's
with
a lot
him
more
on the
fire damage as
Guardian.
well.
I just
Whatever the
wish
Bears
that
doing.
I wish our healer was a Resto Shaman. I really wish our healer was a Resto Shaman. We're overlapping group buffs here, and I don't love to see
Alright,
that.
we see here both of the teams get through probably the hardest pull in the dungeon. The
Now,
quad
that said,
sub-trader
look at the
is a
damage
pull that
meters.
on the 17th
On the
is someone
side
that we've
of
seen
Crate Team,
teams
their
across this
Resto
entire
Druid
weekend
is like a
do. So
50
that
PS
is a pull
or
that
a
is
second
always very
Augovoker.
dangerous. And
Look
now
at the
Liquid,
damage.
I really like how
Doing
they're actually
our
routing
our
through
Resto
this
Druid inside
room,
Crate
where they're
Team
making
is
sure that
doubling
Yip
Zesevi's
is
damage.
never getting charged by the
Honestly,
champions.
kind
I
of
feel like that's
kinda
something
dialed,
that
not gonna
happens
lie.
with MDI tanks is where they're kind of at this.
But then going back to boss
They
percentage, we
want
see
to,
a
like,
pretty
chain
sizable
Yip
difference
away
here.
from the boss
Liquid
before the next
are
pack started.
30%
At the same time,
ahead
these
on
champions
boss
have
damage.
this-
Just
you have to stay in
absolutely
melee range, kind of
destroying
mechanics
this
to charge them
boss.
and put a nasty
Crazy damage
disadvantage
coming out on the
dot,
side of
not-
Liquid.
notably not
They're
a
gonna be
negative
finishing off
because
this
damage
fight
on the tanks.
well
And I
before
think that the
2
way that
minutes,
Liquid
20
ended up
seconds
pulling
here.
these mobs, it never allowed Yips to actually tank that dot. We
In
see it
fact,
a
we're
lot
finishing it
with
off at
the final Rift
2
Warden,
minutes
that's in the
and
suppression
okay,
room.
19
That's
seconds.
also
1
one that
second earlier.
has, the champions attached to the pack.
Meanwhile,
That's
Crate
one
Team, they're
addition
probably
because
on the order of, I would say,
managing that is
20 seconds behind. We did just press our Tyrant. Our Void meta did just end. We also committed Breath here. So we're gonna get one more Breath pop. The end of this Tyrant here. It's looking like more like 30 seconds. Wow.
Slower than like the, I think it was the Dignitas
Wow.
route in this
How are
place,
Liquid
where
so
they
much
sometimes have that
faster?
boss dead just
I
at
thought
the
Devour would have
2
good
minute
boss
mark.
damage.
Teams
I mean,
like
sorry,
say the Hacker
Devillock would have good
PHs,
boss damage.
Can absolutely melt that boss with their burst, but still very good out of
I
Team
mean, it could just
Liquid
be that's the
and
advantage to killing that
substantially
first trash
ahead
pull
of
so
Create Team this
fast
time
is you
around.
have less up
You
for
know,
the
that next
boss still.
point Zenith, the two teams were neck and neck until they weren't.
But
This
we're
time around, though,
it's like a
already
35-second lead.
advantage
Oh my
for
goodness.
Team Liquid as they jump into this big Rift Warden
Team
pull.
Liquid showing why they are one of the top-seeded teams
this
this tournament.
Rolling. They had the Void Metamorphosis, and now they have the Army of the Dead being pressed by Wolf Disco here, and they are just going to be able to melt all of this trash on this very scary pack. Now, the question after this pull is, what are they going to do for their cooldown?
I mean, at this point, it's going to
Not
take...
something that we talk about
Yeah,
too much in
Liquid are going to need a
cooldown.
disaster.
Every pull is
There's going to
fairly
need to
large.
be a disaster, maybe not even a disaster, but a slight collapse out of Liquid in the form of a death or two, in the form of a misplay,
Yeah, exactly. There's a
count that they're
good-
missing.
You want your dungeon route typically to sort of
Crate
breathe,
Team
right?
are
You
going to
breathe
need
in,
something to get back
and
into this
breathe out
match.
with all your cooldowns on a pack.
Because I don't think
Breathe
Liquid
in
are going to give
with
them
a scary, but
any
not
leeway
as scary
as
pull.
far as
Of
pacing
course,
is
with the way these
concerned in this
compositions
map.
work, there's always something available, right? Devourer Demon Hunters,
Gingy
they are able to
EMP.
get into that meta
Might need to summon
very
one of
quickly,
those.
very frequently.
Yes.
Frost Death Knight consistent damage is certainly not bad, but the Prot Warrior currently on top of the meters for Team Liquid is a good indicator that it is a cooldown recovery pull.
I mean, look at this. This is like 6 mobs. Like, I think
Right.
that's the biggest indicator. Is Liquid just did a 15 mob pull, and now they're doing a 6 mob pull.
Yeah, exactly. And
Now,
this
City
is
Boom opting to
generally
hold
the way
off
to
on
get
pressing
done
Void meta.
fastest is
Is he
do
going to
some
press
big
it
pulls
late?
and
That is the
some
question. He is going to press it to
medium
finish off this
pulls that
pull.
They would count as big pulls for most players, but for,
Probably
for
spend
FDI
maybe
players, this
one,
is a
maybe
walk in the
two
park.
clapping stars to kill off the rest of this
Ooh, now
pack.
Create Team on the right-hand
Looks
side.
like
They actually
just
had
the
that
one.
down Void Caller caught
And he's going to
in
carry this Void
advantage,
meta
so
into
that
the
mob's
next
not
pull
actually
here.
Pulsing on the side of Create Team. And that actually allows them to grab an
And the timing of this
additional
should
pack
work out
into this
such
Rift
that
Warden compared
he
to
will be
what Liquid
finishing
did.
his Void
Liquid
meta
on the left
towards the end of
side,
this pull,
look
and
at their
then
offensive cooldown situation. Sin's
ramping
already in that
for
Void
the
Metamorphosis,
next one.
Wolf Disco pressing that Army of the Dead. Shine is going to be able to rotate to his Breath of Eons here momentarily, and Liquid are pulling, again, another 10 mob pull on top of the Rift Warden. This pull is notably very scary.
What do they
because
spell
of
reflect in this place?
Stalker
Good question.
dots. Whenever the
Boss
Rift
is
begins
1,
to stabilize,
3,
that round of
1,
Stalker dots that we're going to
3,
be here in about
and
5
4.
seconds, that's where players can
All
potentially die.
3 of those bosses
Yeah,
have spell
exactly.
reflect
Those
mechanics
dots can be very, very deadly, depending on who
that
they target
your
as well.
Prot
There's
Warrior
always a
can
little
spell
bit of
reflect
variance, right?
for
When you have a
Giga
player,
boss
getting
damage.
targeted. Now,
So this
with
is
these
also
compositions, for instance, means
partly why Liquid was so fast on boss 1. They had the advantage of Spell Reflect on the boss.
Least excited to see getting hit by any of these effects because the DH and the DK can just very passively tank everything. The Warlock, I would say, is also one that you'd prefer on the side of Create Team for everything.
So I think Bear
go
Druid
on
should
that
do more
Devour
damage
Druid
overall,
if
but
at all
the
possible.
Prot Warrior should
This is
do
really sketchy. The plays that
sizably
Liquid's
more
gearing
boss
up to
damage.
do, they not only do not have like offensive CDs like right now, but it looks like they are grabbing the War Adept, a Boundless Forward Caller, Rift Stalker, and then some of the
Great
Famished
Team could
Broken
win
into this
if
map.
Yips is hit by
Famished
sudden
Broken,
and
notably whenever they
unignorable
die,
diarrhea.
They do like an AoE hit.
Hey, I mean,
At the
they
exact
can also
same
win
time
if
that you get taken
a
with the
lightning
Rift Warden,
strike
at
hits
the
all
exact
5
same
of their
time that
houses
you get
simultaneously
targeted with
across the
bleed.
world.
That can
I mean,
actually take out a
let's
player
just
for Liquid
fucking
if
say
they're not
anything
careful.
now, I
That's
guess.
why they're preemptively pressing the Zephyr here. They're going to be preemptively pressing defensives if they're also
Is
necessary.
Spell
It
Reflect
actually looks like
uncapped?
it's really well-timed, just group
I
X
think Spell Reflect only reflects like one ability.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't think you can like
Those
Spell Reflect an
defensives
AoE or
really
something.
important
It has to be a
plan
target
out,
ability on
understanding
you.
when you need to press them versus when
And
you
typically
need
it'll
to
just
call
reflect
for
that
help.
ability
You
back
do
to the
actually get a little
person,
bit more help
back to
in this
the
composition
NPC
from
that casted that ability.
non-healer players than usual as well. The Evoker's ability to rescue and put a shield on has been.
Here we go, Liquid
this
engaging the
expansion,
second
but you
boss
still have
as
effects
Crate
like
Team still have to
intervene,
deal with
actually
one
give a little
full
bit of
Rift
shield if
Warden.
you want,
I mean,
from
Liquid
your
is in a
warrior, plus
commanding lead at
intercepting
this
certain
point.
abilities,
That
that
can't
might
be
be
real.
coming at you. No, look, you can.
Are they?
Liquid
Let me
is
check.
in a
Usually
commanding
you count it and
lead.
then you don't bother
Never-
pressing it because you're not too worried, but it is an option. Let me check. Let me pop open the old talent tree here for what Yips.
They
is
got one
running.
more orb they have to soak as the Sevi runs
Looks
into it
like-
to soak it.
Looks like he's chosen to make Storm
And barks himself. Very nicely done.
Hit 2 extra targets instead, but it has a longer cooldown. It makes your Stormbolt have a longer cooldown, so you could also take the intervene for a little bit of a shield. You know, it's an option.
It is an option.
He hasn't even
Alright.
talented intervene, I fear, so it would make it hard to use for that.
All right.
But you could.
You could. That is a good point.
And we see
And
Crate
Liquid,
Team
you know,
finally
they
managing to
could-
pull
they
the
could
second
take
boss
two
to
Rift Stalkers,
themselves.
two Umbral Fins into this boss,
40%
like they did.
behind.
Where I
They
think that
will
three
have
could gone out
more
onto different
count.
players with the Dark Fang,
Interestingly,
and those Rift Stalkers
Crate Team will
seem
probably
very,
be
very deadly.
about
For Create Team on the
6 or
right-hand side,
7%
instead,
ahead
they're
on
like
count.
pull the Famished Brokens into this boss. Those are only deadly whenever they're exploding on death. And like if,
we will
if
know
that
for
happens
sure
in
once
conjunction
all these
with one of
broken
those
die off,
spears going out, or
and it
maybe
looks
some
like it's
player
actually
that's
not
like
going to be
lead
quite
and
that
players
much.
going out, that's where that becomes deadly.
They are
I think on
ahead
17 though, the Restoration Druids should have enough
3%,
firepower to
which
just get
looks like
them to
Liquid
the
are
finish
pulling
line.
in the broken
If they're
towards the end of this boss
by
fight here.
itself, I think they should be
So
totally fine.
more,
Even Zevi
once these
and,
broken die off for
Tico
Liquid,
decided
it's actually going to be
Create Team
very,
just
very
pressing
close.
the
Maybe like a 1 to
Evoke more
2%
offensively than
lead on the
defensively.
side of Crate Team.
Yeah,
That's
and again, if
not
somebody
really
gets
that
surrounded by
notable.
multiple bleeds,
Probably
you
a
have your-
one or
you have
more
your
extra
own
packs
personals,
at the start of
then
the
you start
dungeon
having
is
your,
the difference.
Externals, right? You have your Ironbark, and then you have effects like the Darkness, actually. Darkness as an external, I think, is a criminally underrated way to use that ability in dungeons. It's like a 30% chance to avoid the damage.
So Crate Team
in
about
context.
2%
Crazy
ahead of
powerful.
Team Liquid
That
in the
ability is
count
ridiculous. It's one that, like,
department,
if we had, like, a
but
Keeper
they are
Super
on the
this season,
order of
Darkness and Anti-Magic Zone, the
nearly
points in time
a
in which
1
teams actually
minute
elect to use
behind
that Darkness and
Team
Anti-Magic
Liquid.
Zone would be something that we would be talking about for every
It's a
single
pretty
dungeon.
large gap at this
Those-
point in
those
time.
really enable pulls in a way that sometimes group externals don't.
Yeah, you've got.
And I
you've got
actually-
Darkness, you've got AMZ, you've
I
got
think
Zephyr,
Warlock
you've got Rally in these
I think
compositions.
Demolock
There are a lot of
outpaces
buttons you can
Unholy
press to
DK
make your
in
whole group
3
tank here,
targets.
And sometimes you need to hold them for a big
But even
AoE
so,
pull where you're going to use them for the group.
Liquid are
But
just
sometimes
putting
in a
up
situation where
incredible
people are
pace
being
right now.
targeted by small bleeds, you actually do want to use those types of effects as externals on just one person, and you can't be.
So here we
afraid
see
to
Yips
press those
pulling
buttons
the
in that way. But
Destroyer
Liquid
off to the
is setting up
side.
this Shadow Meld
We're going to
skip. Yips gonna be
Wormstone
getting combat that he's
Meld
gonna
skip,
Wormstone Meld.
right? So the person was asking
That's
about
gonna
Meld
drop
earlier.
off the
There's
first
one use
robot
of
there.
Meld.
Now they're gonna
We're going
walk
to
this other one.
now we Fear Sigil skip this pack.
It looks like they get the Sigil of Misery.
Thankfully, this time around, Cindy does
Onto the
not
pack. You can see
die
the
setting up the
rescue
pull.
and the shift up.
They save
Cindy's
some
going to
time
press the
there.
Shadow Meld
No
over
death.
to
And we're going into the
de-aggro
final
combat
pull of
from
the
that pack.
dungeon.
How big is Liquid going to go in this boss room is a question. It looks like they're actually gearing up to pull almost all of the mobs in this room due to how Cindy was.
Yeah, we're going to pull the entire room here. We saw this out of, I believe, triple threat.
We're
We're going to CC one of the Conjurers, pull in another Conjurer, which will rotate kicks on, and use stops on all of the other mobs here.
If the Voidbender gets cast off, and then you have a Conjurer who's just going to spam bolt the entire time.
And we need to
which
kill the
you're gonna
pack
have to
before
face
it
tank.
kills us.
Yeah,
Thankfully,
and then
our Unholy
often the
DK
thing that
is doing
actually lands the
Kajiga
killing
damage
blow
this
is
pull.
those projectiles.
1 million
Like, think
DPS
about everything
procced
else,
for
those
Wolf Disco.
projectiles
We
coming
see
out
Yips
the
dropping
gate,
very
you
low.
see
Wolf
hitting
Disco's health bar
Wolf Disco,
also
hitting
getting
him
relatively
quite
low, but we
Very
still have both
dangerous
defenses we can
behind
pop
the nasty
if we
as
need them.
well. Spatial Paradox
We
comes out
we
from
also
Shine
correctly
onto
kill
Zevi,
these 2 Shadow
allowing
Weavers
them to
necessary to
both pass while
spawn
moving
the
and
Viceroy,
have infinite range. It's
Nezhar,
really nice when the
which will
boss
allow us to get into boss
spawns
combat
and
that
knocks
much
everybody
earlier.
back.
And with
now
that, we will also
have
pull our
the
final
reason
Conjurer
why prop
into the
warrior is
boss,
so good in this
rotate
dungeon
kicks,
is in
and
combat
nuke
with
it
this
down.
boss. You can
And
spell
here
reflect
is the
and,
here
deal
is one of the,
incredible amounts
I would
of
say probably the
target
biggest
DPS
advantage to Prot
with
Warrior.
that
I think this
effect.
is the
You can
biggest
basically
spell reflect
like
boss
every
this
other Mind
encounter.
Blast as
But we're
well,
gonna see
if you do
Yips
set it up there, you can see
Yips
one of them
W
down from Yips. That's
on the
gonna
meters
catapult
here
him into
for this
second
boss
on the
fight.
damage
Let me
meter
tell you.
temporarily.
Can you not Shadow Milk? Can you spell reflect the tank buster from the last boss as well in this dungeon?
So you can reflect it. You can reflect 2 out of every 3.
Is Fierce
if you
Sigil
time it
true CC, or do they have to
properly, but I don't
proxy
think
it onto
reflects
someone
the
and
damage,
meld
you
it?
just prevent it on yourself.
Okay, so it's just like it's like a deflect from the lance. It's not.
I don't know what you mean by true
That's
CC.
what I believe. 'Cause the way that the last
When you
boss
use Fierce
works is
Sigil,
that
it puts
she
you in
opens a
combat,
portal
but it doesn't
every
put
4
anybody else in
seconds,
combat.
And then once she has 3, the next time she'd open
So
one, she
other
launches
mobs
them at
could-
you.
other
So every
characters,
16 seconds,
classes
you get them launched at you.
can
So
run
it's
over
like
top of Fierce Sigil
5
and not
seconds
get in
uptime,
combat.
20-second cooldown. So if you press
But
the
if
first
you
one early
do
enough,
not meld,
you can
so
reflect
Sinew uses
2
meld,
and then take
the
third
mobs will
off.
chase you down.
It's one of those
afterwards.
optimizations that you would do a lot more of if it actually dealt damage to the boss. But since I don't think it does, it's something that that brain power might
like,
not
not-
be worth it.
Oh, Grab goes down on the side of Create Team after they pull the boss. We have 2 B reses, but we have to cut it out. This is terrifying on their behalf.
Viceroy Nazar with the bolt that connects onto the tank.
And we
for Create
lose
Team,
our Lock
taking him out.
and
It
Demon
was very
Hunter,
likely that
and we
there
don't
was
have
some
any
additional
battle
damage
reses,
with, like, the
so
Grand
this
Shadow
will
Booster,
be
maybe
a
ball got hit
full
on the tank as
reset
well.
from Create
It's
Team.
unlikely that it was just the bolt, but that is catastrophic for Create Team because on the left side of the screen, Liquid, they're about to down Viceroy Nazar.
07 to Create Team.
Create Team were a little bit behind in this, but they were
07s.
close. They were within striking distance. They were working on the same.
You know what? They
boss
put up
as
a
Team
valiant
Liquid,
effort.
but then everything fell apart, and it looks like
But,
luckily their Shadow Meld is just coming off cooldown here, so they can't
Liquid
do the same
just
skip
are
to
on
get
an
back,
absolute
but they are gonna
heater
need
right
something
now.
to go generationally wrong for Team Liquid.
Now, Liquid do have
in
to
order have a chance
do
to
need
come
some
back in
remaining
this
count.
one,
They're
and
going to
there's
play
just not a lot of opportunities
2
left
destroyers
in
plus
this
the
season
pack
to
on the
try and
right.
work
They might
something
actually need
like
a
that
3rd
to happen.
destroyer
Team
here.
Liquid
Not
just
quite sure.
10% count
We
and
see their
one
healer's gonna
boss
go-
away
Actually,
from
not
getting
quite.
to that finals in June.
Nobody on
and
their team is
later
going to
today.
trigger the boss
Yeah,
RP
I think that the
just
only,
yet.
we've only seen one wipe.
I wonder if
Aurora this
Sasevi will
entire
leave at some
season,
point to do
and it was
that.
because a Void
They don't
Fuse
really
Destroyer
need
very
to.
boldly got pulled into Lura and ended up
They
knocking
could,
out multiple members
they
of
could
that
just kill
team,
off this
and then it
pack
ended up wiping
and take
them
their
for
time,
Liquid.
and they
As long
are
as they don't take
well in the
trash
lead at
mobs
this
into
point,
the
so.
boss, I
Looks like
suspect
they
on
only
a
pulled 2
17%
destroyers, so
level,
they
Liquid
opt to
should
skip
have
the
no
3rd. They
problem
don't need the
downing
count
that
from it.
final boss.
Yeah, just working on a little bit of trash right now, and yeah, not.
I mean, if I were
taking
Liquid right
any
now,
Fuse
peeking my other
Destroyer
monitor to see the
into
progress of their
boss
team,
is something that
and I
we've
see
learned
that they
is
are
very important.
mostly
Even if
dead
that
and
thing
a
has
full boss
1%
behind,
HP
I'm
left,
not
it
leaving.
can
I'm just
cast
staying
those
here
circles,
and
it can cast that
healing through
cleave,
this bull
and if
with
either
my
of those
team.
happen, you are in huge
I say
trouble,
that, but it looks
as
like
we have
Zasevi
seen
has in
Team
fact
Liquid
left and is starting the
being
RP.
disciplined, making sure to finish off
So
that
Zasevi
destroyer.
opted to start to
A
heal
good
the start of the pull and
by
then
Team
leave later
Liquid.
to do the
That's gonna
RP,
bring them
as
to
opposed
100%
to leaving
count.
early
Zasevi,
and coming back
meanwhile,
for the end
he
of the
said, you know
pull.
what, you guys have fun with that pull. I'm gonna go start the RP, so by the time you get here, the boss is ready to fight.
Okay, so
You know what? I will say it's a bit of a shame. I was hoping to see a game 3 out of these 2 teams to witness a an Algathar. Feels like we've had a lot of Algathar game 3s that we haven't been able to see.
This weekend.
And what has happened in that dungeon has been magical. So that is a bit of a shame.
To the point where,
however, I did want to see Liquid advance to the grand finals to see the rematch versus Dignitas. So I'm happy that we will be getting that.
That was going to carry them over the finish line,
Even without
as
the
opposed to
game
Bloodlusting
3
for the
out of these 2
maximum
teams.
amount of damage in the burn. So it's like the pre-lust versus the lust as the burn happens kind of differentiation in terms of the strategy. Maybe though in that run that we saw earlier from Liquid in the Seed of the Triumvirate, things went a little bit wrong for them. I wonder if the strategy might change. If
All
there's
right,
a
can
possibility
Liquid
that the
one phase
phase is on
Lura,
the
by
table
the way?
at the same
So I don't
time,
think this
the way
comp
that
is
both
very
them
good
and
at
Dignitas
one phasing the
play this
boss.
dungeon. It leads me to believe
If I had to
that one
guess,
phase
I
is
don't think
not
Liquid can
something
one phase
that's
it.
consistent.
But maybe I'll be wrong.
Yeah, exactly. It is something that might be a little bit composition dependent.
Cine is
If
using
anybody
his
can do
Void
it, I
meta
think it would be
playing
Team
for the one
Liquid
phase.
here.
We
We'll
need to
see
press our
just
Void
how
meta
much
now,
damage
or actually,
they are
sorry,
gonna be able
after
to
this.
bring to bear when it is time.
We want to hit
the
our Void
boss
meta
in that
after
burn
these
phase
beams
first,
finish.
though.
So you should see
We have to
Cine
hit
press it
one
in
more
3,
set
2,
of these
1
relics
now.
with these next frontals.
3, 2, 1
Always a
now.
mechanic that you
3,
don't wanna
2,
mess up,
1
but
now.
does
pug-
happen
3,
sometimes
2,
in the
1
pugs,
now.
yes.
Yeah, the
3,
pug
2,
killer.
1 now.
This Discordant beam,
3,
I have
2,
seen some
1 now.
stuff in my days
Cine should
where-
press Void meta
Oh
in
my
3,
goodness,
2,
Tunnels,
1
they
now.
also having
Oh.
Liquid here. Okay, or now hear me out.
Liquid
Or
missed the damage
they're
amp.
delaying for cooldowns.
No.
So that they can have their
They're not
full-
delaying for
looks like
cooldowns.
cooldowns
If they were
are
delaying for
available.
cooldowns, they would have void baited on pull and they would have pressed army on pull. They just Liquid just straight up missed it.
Maybe they're theorizing what
Okay,
they want to do against
Cine,
Dignitas
what
in
the
next
fuck?
series, and they want a little
Did
bit more
Cine
time
like
to
plan to
think
miss it?
before
Wait, why did they
the
miss it?
series starts
They have
here.
army and all their damage.
They know
Okay.
the create team have wiped.
They must have made the call to miss it.
They finally do hit
But anyways, now we see Cine ramping. I don't know if I like the second collapsing star cast. Again, you can get 3 collapsing stars off if you time it correctly. I guess Cine's playing for only getting the 2 off. I mean, sure, that makes sense. But here we go.
Let's see where it ends.
How much damage can they do?
To come back up, commit to the one phase. That was definitely the plan. So there are strategies on this fight where you intentionally miss a discordant beam.
So yeah, we're not going to get the 3rd collapsing star off on the side of Cine. We just don't have enough time here, unfortunately. They are going to get the boss down to about 9%, which is quite impressive. I don't think this comp has the ability to one-phase this boss. So well done on their behalf, getting the boss that low. And it's enough to that. It's enough of a percentage gap that they will kill off the rest of the boss's health in this normal phase here and take a 2-0 win over Cray Team. Congratulations, Team Liquid. Heading to the finals against Dignitas. Wow.
Grand finals here at the end of the day. And Create Team not only created a team, they also nearly managed to make it into the top 2 in their inaugural season. If we're lucky enough to see them again in the future, they're going to be a huge team to watch. For now, though, their journey is crazy. See them off in chat, everybody. I mean, this was a great matchup between these two, but Liquid, they are just on fire. It feels like they are amping up for this final series of the day.
Wolf Disco doing some incredible damage to that dungeon.
There were some points of possible weakness for them. Is Liquid still looking at all vulnerable titles?
I would have to go with yes. So, I mean, they had a really good series versus Create.
All right, congratulations to the believers.
I can be upset about.
There were a lot of people that put points on Create Team, surprisingly.
Their hardest matchup. They have to go up against Dignitas again. In a series where we saw earlier, they basically said that we don't have the best strategy for Mysaurus Caverns, so we're going to play like a...
I need to gamble us one more. Well, we'll have one more Gamba ahead of us with this best of 5 coming up.
That we have seen weekend winners play for yet, and so I think that with that being the case, there is still a bit of vulnerability for Liquid. But
which looks like am I having the most fun with at the moment? Probably Outlaw.
Good things about this series that we just saw.
Did Liquid draw the match? No.
I think it's a good point, honestly. And Zyro, you were watching through this series, so here in our last and deciding map, what were some of your observations?
Yeah, again, this was another dungeon where we saw good evolution of strategies from Liquid. Obviously, this is one of the first maps that we saw them play earlier in the weekend, and the strategies have only gotten faster and faster for them throughout the weekend. The first pull in general, they end up killing... This is Create Team. They end up killing off this pull, but it's the tail end of the Void meta. Fastmars doesn't really get that much of this Void meta on top of the boss. This might be also, you know, part of the Warlock versus Unholy DK differential between the two. He gets like maybe one good collapsing star on the boss, but then drops out of the Void meta. Whereas over on the side of Liquid, they just obliterate this first pack, and they get a ton of extra damage out of the Demon Hunter. Look, only 7 million damage from Phasmar here for Create Team out of that Void meta. It was somewhere in the line of about 20 million damage there for Cine on the side of Liquid. And they carried that about 20% boss damage differential throughout the dungeon, accelerating past the second boss here, where they got the skip done. Cine didn't forget to press Sigil of Misery. It was a clean push from them. Massive pull on the third boss that they didn't get to do earlier in the week because they missed that skip.
Guys, I can't decide. Do I upload all 4 matches today so there's like a chronological order for how the matchups went? Or do I only upload the interesting matches to my YouTube, which at this point was the winners bracket finals, Liquid versus Dignitas, and will probably also be the next matchup, Liquid versus Dignitas, again, best of 5. What do you guys think? What's the global finals matchup? I mean, if you mean the grand finals for this tournament, it's Dignitas versus Team Liquid. Opener and Rave with Outlaw, I'm very awkward. Basically what you would see on like the Wowhead guide. I just do exactly that.
I think that both of those teams would have lost.
Is Mandatory out? I wasn't following. No, Mandatory was in a different group. We're only in the group stages yet. We haven't made it to the finals. Or the season 1 finals. Mandatory qualified, but they were in Group A. So that'll be held later in June. This tournament is finding out the top 2 teams. So these guys, we figured that out now. Dignitas and Liquid will be advancing to the season 1 finals.
Our final one
from Group C.
Go ahead and give us a little bit of a
and now they're just playing for, I guess, seeding in the
Yeah,
tournament,
we
in
saw
the season
Liquid
finals,
and
and
Dignitas
also more prize
charging
money.
their way through the upper bracket, colliding earlier today. Dignitas taking a 2-1 victory over Team Liquid off of the back of
Second
a
option, better. You
6-second
upload all 4
advantage
chronology, but
in
space them out
the
for daily
Magister's
content.
Terrace to win that series.
Are like
Meanwhile,
contested for
the lower
Grand
bracket
reactions
was
is very hard.
scrappy. It
I
featured
feel
some
like
impressive
it's
performances.
advantageous though,
Create
so
Team
I
in
don't hate that
particular,
idea.
really well
But I feel
played
like it's
by them
advantageous
to
to
that
get
lower
the
finals, but
best of
unfortunately,
5
as we
out
just saw,
ASAP.
vanquished by Team Liquid, which
Because
means
there are
both
other
Liquid
creators that
and
will make
Dignitas
like
will be making it to
content
our finals
around it,
in
I
June
guarantee.
to play
So
for
there
a
is an
shot at
advantage getting it
BlizzCon,
out sooner.
But the big question is, which
And if
team
I
will be coming out
like,
the winners,
if
and
I
which team
delay
will be
it
coming out the runners-up?
to a
We
daily
saw them
upload,
win
it'll
and
lose some
run-up
relevance over time.
respectively, with Dignitas winning
However,
and Liquid being the runners-up
if I
in the
upload all
MDI
4 videos
last
today,
season.
it's
This
gonna
is
be
gonna
kind of
a
like
grudge
vomit
match, a
on my
rematch
YouTube channel.
here,
There's so much
once
shit.
again in the upper finals in the best of 5.
Honestly, I can't wait. It's going to be an incredible one. But before then, we have another mini.
Kinda
game
interesting.
here before
Yargi
we
is in
send you
Dignitas
all
with a
off
plus
for a
team,
quick
but
break.
Liquid Raid.
The Great Route Race is making its
Very true.
chaotic return. Tunnels and Zyro are going to have to try
Bring
and
me the
replicate
vomit.
route Liquid just ran in Seed of the Triumvirate. It's not only our teams that are speedrunning, but you two who are also being tagged into race right here and now. Are you both ready?
Yes.
Ready as I'll ever be.
All right, chat. You can do the same. You can think about it as well, but you two are going to have to face off and see what you can do to get these routes scripted out. All right. 3, 2, 1. Replicate that route.
Oh no, my cat just sat on my head. No. No.
The Excuse Factory ramping up production already.
I posted a picture. No. This. I think this. That looks
Okay.
right. Okay, I think this is
It'll probably be about
this.
50 minutes, yeah.
Sure. They seem to be moving more efficiently this time, Dratnos.
They do, yeah. They are
Oh,
zooming right
Tettles
now.
is dialed in right now.
Something
This.
feels wrong about that.
And then I think
I can't control click. There's not supposed to be a
it's the
conjure in this
whole
pack,
boss
okay?
room.
Just know that there's not supposed to be a conjure in that pack.
Sure,
That's
okay, you'll have
perfect
to
count.
write that on.
Time.
Oh,
No.
Vince, isn't it? No, you've got time still. You're fine. 43 seconds. Keep going, you two. We gave you more time this time around. Now, Dratnos, from what you're seeing of the routes, does it seem like they're at all close?
Well, I don't even see their routes anymore. I saw Zyro was clicking with a frantic pace earlier. Oh, Tettles also appears to mostly be done. Although it looks like he prioritized signing his name over finishing clicking all the correct mobs. Now he says he is done. Okay, Zyro putting in the smiley face as well. Here's a little bit more of the footage from the route that you're trying to replicate. Definitely make sure that you got all those bosses clicked. Always something to
Could
do.
maybe
in
do
your
grand finals
routes.
as an upload today and save the other
I'm
match for
drawing
later,
Dratnos
as long
now.
as you give people a reason to care.
You've got 5, 4, 3,
No. I think if I
1.
upload the finals
And
today,
we're done.
I wouldn't
Black
upload the
hair,
other
Black hair,
matches. It just wouldn't make sense.
Remarkable.
Well, I'm assuming that we're going to continue to allow Tettles to draw Dratnos on
Dratnos,
this,
what
since
color
it's
are
not
your
part of the
eyes?
route, but...
Like hazel, brownish.
Okay, brownish. All right, yeah.
Okay, brownish hazel, get them in there. All right, now we got to take a look at these two maps. So we're going to, I guess, start off here with Tettles. And hey, no bias, Dratnos, just because Tettles has drawn such a beautiful rendition of you. But what do we think we see from this route?
I kind of think I want to vomit on my
It's
page
looking accurate
and just
to
upload them
me.
all.
Yeah,
I think that's what I feel like
Nothing
doing.
jumps out as glaringly.
I gotta get this next matchup then.
wrong. It is 100%. That's always a good thing to have.
Maybe I can get
Better
the
than last
next
time, that's
matchup
for
here.
sure,
This
yeah.
Before,
this conjure is definitely supposed to be done with the boss, but I can't control click in this.
before it is
feed,
too
but-
late.
Ah, yes, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I did this.
Okay,
I did the
we'll see.
same thing. I just put it all as one
Zyro?
because they kind of just chain the remaining mobs in, right?
Yeah,
I
but
think
I
my
was
stuff
trying to- I
around.
was trying to be authentic. That's why I put the famished broken as separate after the boss.
Free twin
I think
over
my
and
stuff
over was
around
really
the
funny to me.
encryptions were
Hell yeah.
right about the trash on the
Live and then,
phone.
how's it going so far? It's been
How
good.
about
This
Oh.
today's
The
been
first
very
goal,
entertaining.
Or the first area. of the
What if you
dungeon,
just do
Tettles
one
has an extra
giant video?
pack of
It's
Famished
too late
Broken
because I've
marked
already
on the
uploaded one.
Yeah, I think the first
than
pack on the
Zyro
left. They
does.
did.
But
I've
Zyro's
already
at
uploaded one of the matches
100%,
today.
Whereas Tettles' went over.
Too late.
Yeah, you can see that extra 5-pack up there being tagged in.
I think these were definitely pulled. I mean, they were
Yeah,
pulled
but
in the Rift
down
Warden.
by the first
The ones
boss.
at the start.
All right, let me sort
Yeah,
this here.
that pull 3 exactly.
This is done. This is done as a.
Let me sort this here. So, let's see if we can find the matchup here.
And
Mandatory?
practice for this match. For this match.
I always love cheering for Tech,
Same
and when they signed up for the tournament. Create team here, I think, just being really strong.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
And when-
Into the wind. Okay, that's a good start. And when's the end here? His red orange juice. That shit is like Oh shit, I hit the squat right there. Go way back. I think I think we might have. I think this is the first time we've seen an Augless comp beat a comp with an Aug. From memory, it probably happened at some point during the lower bracket. I don't remember, but wow. All right, this will work. Why don't we see San Lane, Blood Decay, and MDI? Here you go. Ducks Can Fly versus Great Team. Bang. All right. That will do its thing.
Champions. See you soon.
Hey, what is this?
Champions.
Dungeon replay race by Radar.io. Race against mandatory Group A runs and earn prizes. All the runs on any team solo earn prize for fastest and highest completed rate.
See you
What?
soon, everybody. Or even better. Radar.io is bringing back their replay race, so download the Radar.io app and compete against some of the top runs from mandatory in Group A for a chance at earning prizes. The event starts Tuesday and runs for 2 weeks. Good luck, everybody. Our day here is about to come full
Okay, I guess you can do this on
circle.
earn prizes for fastest and highest completed replays. Okay, you can just do this. You can do this on a +2 key to get the fastest prize. The highest, I don't know what the highest is. Is the highest key level? That could be kind of difficult.
We started with this matchup and we are ending with.
Wow. Yeah, I kind of agree with gamer games. All right, guys, I'm gonna bio real quick before this best of 5 begins. Dude, super excited. Can't wait to watch this, guys. Gonna be a crazy series. Where I'm praying that we get at least more than 3 games. Okay, we have not had a BO3. We have not had a best of 5 that's gone longer than 3 games here. So, fingers crossed. I'll be back.
our grand finals are about to start. And as such, it's time to get your last predictions in of the day, chat. Dignitas versus Liquid. Tell us who takes it all. And neither of these teams are content with simply making it to the Season 1 finals. They already have that locked in. Both of them want to be champions. We've got a double revenge match on our hands. And I mean, honestly, knowing the history between these two teams, what does the outcome of this match mean to them, Zyro?
I mean, we already covered it at the top of the upper finals, right? Liquid are still... Some of the players in Liquid are still a little bit upset that they didn't get away with any MDI victories last expansion. I think Wolf Disco in particular could have won both the first one of the War Within and the third one of the War Within. Ended up losing out on both of them, getting second place in the first one to Mandatory and the second one to this squad on Dignitas. They didn't get their revenge in the upper bracket. Can they get into the finals now?
I'm sure they are hoping that they will, honestly, especially after not making it through those upper bracket earlier. But Mysara Caverns was kind of weak for them in that upper bracket series that we saw. Will there other maps be strong enough for them to take it, mates?
Well, that is just the question, right? We saw their Mysara Caverns. Now, it might have been a Bandif, but I personally don't believe that, just based on what we saw in there. I don't think that's a dungeon that they have prepared expertly enough, so to say. So I'm curious on how their Pit of Saran and their Nexus Point Cenas looks like. We've seen the Pit earlier in this group weekend on day 1. We've also seen the Nexus Point, both of those maps day 1. Well, one of the maps was against Nomer Gang and the other one was against Ducks Can Fly. Now, both of those teams are great teams, but they're not Dignitas. So, he will be on, and Liquid bring it.
I mean, again, I think they are like, if there's a time they want to bring it, now is the time. And I mean, Dignitas as well, coming into this season, we weren't totally sure how they were going to compete. We saw them win, finally, but in the TGP format, now in speedrunning, they have been having to really step up their game.
And
even
gentlemen,
faster in
we
this
are
sort of
back.
format we have this season.
Oh,
so
wait, I need my
knowing
glasses.
that we've got this spread of dungeons ahead of us here, I mean, Dratnos, where are you predicting this is going to end up?
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. I think that Mysara Caverns is a problem for Liquid in all likelihood. I agree with Makes. I think if they had a fast Aug Evoker strategy, they would have done the work to keep it available in the upper finals.
I don't need my glasses. They're already on my
I
head.
think that Liquid are going to lose that
Holy.
map. But I think
Guys,
then
prediction
they come
is up.
back,
Put your
win
points
series,
in.
win
We
the
have
series.
87,000 points right now
Two
on Dignitas.
Liquid.
Guys, that's a lot of points in favor of Dignitas.
We were hoping
Wow.
for it earlier.
Now, if I'm being honest, what's my prediction? I want to see the best of 5 go all the way. I'm going 3-2 Dignitas.
We're gonna get 12
Lock that shit in.
if we can get to that.
Now, I hope,
know what that looks
honestly,
like.
if Liquid wins, props to them. I'm not really tripping over who wins. I'm not too bothered by it. They're both phenomenal teams, and I wish them the best. I just want to see a Game 5, man.
Yeah, really quick,
Give me that
do you
Game
have any
5.
information about where the predictions
That shit would
are?
go
Which
so
of these
hard.
two do I need to make sure I get a prediction over to stay further
Sure.
I'm
ahead?
not gonna tell you.
Yeah.
What?
I mean,
But, yo,
I'll
if you
say
put your
so.
points in
I
Liquid
think,
right now,
it
there's a
looks like
pretty
chat
hefty
voted
return.
Dignitas, overall.
Oh, I don't care
Oh
about
yeah,
that.
so
Is it both finals
Oh, you
teams go to
care about-
BlizzCon
yeah,
or just
you
the
know,
winner?
our
I don't care
spread
about
of
that.
leaderboard.
Both
I
finals
wanna know what
teams
Dranos and Mace
advance to the
are.
Season 1 finals later in June.
Oh.
The top 3 teams from that tournament from EU and NA will qualify for BlizzCon.
I'm gonna go.
So your placement in this group stage has no correlation with whether or not you make it to BlizzCon or not.
Okay, all right.
I guess, well, the top 2 teams are
I think
are still in the
I'm
running for
going
BlizzCon.
to
They're not
go
qualified yet.
3-1, but in opposition of Zyro towards Dignitas.
One second.
I think they're
Titles
going to
too.
get it 3-1. All right, that's what I feel. Oh, yeah, Titles as well, coming in on that. Okay. Well, of course, we can make as many predictions as we want, but the teams are the ones who have to prove us right or wrong by the end of it all. So we will see what they're able to do. Now, they're going to be heading into this very first map, Pit of Saran. And given the fact that they might be playing a long
That was
series
a
in a
3-1
best of
Liquid?
5 here in the
Wow.
grand finals, I mean, we have to start thinking ahead to what they might pick. Do you have any thoughts yourself, Makes?
Well, I just
Guys, if you haven't dropped your channel points already,
because
what are you even
obviously
doing?
The spec ban rule gets more and more difficult as we move on. So hopefully they have made a
We're
plan
starting in
to
the
kind of
15
implement
pistol round, guys.
this
What
system.
specs are we going to see here?
What we're banning. Earlier today,
What
someone
specs
told
will
me
we
that
see?
We are still waiting on the delivery
Remember,
of
the spec
delivery
ban
of
rule
once
is
the
still in
ban-
effect. If we make it to a game 5,
You can
a game 4, a game 5,
best of 5
we're gonna
grand
see
finals with
spec
the
bans
so
we have never seen before, or a number of which we have never seen before across
that
all of our
Liquid,
previous
if
group
they
stages.
don't have a better plan for the Mysara strat
Group
pattern,
A
when we
finals
get there, which is
ended in
gonna
3
be coming
games,
up in Pistol
3-0.
Round,
Group
the
B
Mysara
finals
patterns, when we get
ended in
there,
3 games,
if they don't have a better
3-0.
plan, they should
The
play a much
Group
worse
C
plan.
grand finals.
Save
Will it be
all the good
another
stuff.
3-0,
Just get
or
one
will
on
it
board
go
with a bunch of
the
stuff they don't
distance?
mind losing for the rest of the series, because you're not going to beat Dignitas in there if you don't have a better strategy than the one they used last time. So you may as well make it work for the spec variety rule.
Will it go the distance?
And a Marks Hunter?
Yeah.
Let her ride.
Totally use the MM Hunter on the board. Get our bingo. Bang.
That would be the hope. If there was any series where it was going to happen, I mean, this best of 5 definitely gives them the most room to get down to the wire in those spec picks when things start getting really slim in your choices at the end. But thinking of that, best of 5 does kind of change how we've seen teams approach it. So Zyro, with what we've seen from other grand finals, do you think that this shifts things considerably in how they plot out their spec variety?
Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? Unless you're like supremely confident that you're going to 3-0 the series, you have to play this series completely different than every other series, right? You can do weird things like play a full meta comp game 1, play a completely different comp in game 2, and then use that game 2 set to ban all
Guys,
those specs.
please, I'm just imagining it right now. Game 5,
kind of as you did in the previous
you
series.
we lock in rogues on both sides of the board.
There's, you know, a lot of
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good.
Well, listen, I made it to a global final, so I don't want to hear it.
Zyro,
Wait, can I put my
know your
channel points on the
plans.
board?
I
Let's
believe
see.
in them. I mean, Dratnos, what about you? What are your plans like?
I think it just goes to show, yeah,
I'm
the
gonna
spec
predict.
variety rule is it's fun. It's fun to theorize. It is complicated. There's a lot of nuance to it. Even the teams, we've seen teams.
All right, I put
get
all
the
my
spec
points
variety
on
rule wrong
Dignitas.
in their understanding.
I
It's
have
like, oh,
9,500
halfway through the
points.
series, we realized we
10K
got the
points,
labs to
basically.
actually do what
On
we
the
wanted
Warcraft
to do
channel.
with this.
I put it
Yeah, you can
all
see
on
the specs
Dignitas.
that we've played right now, up to and including 38 of the 40 specs in the game, just missing that Holy Priest and that MM Hunter to round out our set. But yeah, incredible work by our teams to have played all the specs that they have to the degree they have. The spec variety rule has made multi-classing better than ever in the MDI, and it's always been good.
It has been. I mean, honestly, I think it's been really fun to get to see this variety of specs. We've had a lot of people
Just send
ask
11K on
over the
Liquid,
years,
even
of
though
course,
I think
can
they're
we
gonna
see
get
more Liquid?
smoked.
And seeing the teams kind of broaden what they're
I respect
able to
it.
sort of pick and bring in, what they're preparing, and then what they're kind of learning, I think is something that just builds on itself over the seasons as they go, hey, well, we had to pick these up last season, so maybe they'll work for us this season, or we can try these specs if they're really strong right now.
This is definitely the
We're
most points I've
too
ever
left, and
embedded
it would be great if we got
bets
to
on
finish
my
out
channel,
at
I
least
think.
our initial set of
150K
groups
total.
for our CN weekend with our last 2 off the board. But I mean, who knows? Maybe CN region will pick some things.
lot
and we'll
of
get those
points, a
last
lot of
2 as
points.
well. But now we have a lot ahead for us here in this matchup with Dignitas versus Liquid. The teams are getting ready, and chat, you down here, pretty evenly split between them.
Here we
So, a
go.
little
Map
bit
1,
leaning
Pit
more
of Sauron.
towards reigning champions
What
right
are
now
we
for
gonna see
Dignitas,
out of our 2
but
teams
I
here?
think Liquid
Now,
has
I
just
think
absolutely become our Group C
I think
champions.
you can
This
only
is going
really
to be
bring
our
the
first
AUG to
game
2
of
maps out of the
Group C
5
Grand
this series.
Finals. Pit
And
of
as we've
Sauron,
seen,
Dignitas
this is one of the
versus
maps where you
Team
want the
Liquid
Wormstone.
Zyro.
So I'm guessing we see 2 AUGs.
Currently trying to type on my keyboard.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, interesting. Double
Dignitas,
Holy
bring the AUG.
Paladin for both of
Liquid,
our teams. So
no
they're both
AUG.
opting to play the
But
Holy
Holy Paladin brought
Better
out.
part of what I
Wow.
was trying to outline, where they
Double H-Pal, we have BDH,
really care about,
Devour, AUG,
but they still have to
Destrolock
find a
on
way
the side of
to
Dignitas.
Dignitas
Liquid, we have Prot Warrior, Holy Paladin,
off the bat, though, during the
Enhancement Shaman,
Yeah, the
Demo Lock, Arms Warrior. Holy cow! The Enhance is crazy. How much damage can Enhance do? Is Enhance playable? Let's see. A Shine Ascending here.
Map 2 or I believe map 3, they will only get 2 total uses in the series where you could
With Lust,
potentially get
bursting
3
for about
if you delay the
600K?
usages,
We see the Bob go out and Yargi.
Now, Dignitas
Demo
might be trying to
Yargi
save
doing
it,
1.5 mil in the opener.
possible as well, so
Oh,
that
it is
could
odd,
wouldn't
so I mean that
matter.
makes sense.
But yeah, the Holy Paladin out of both teams is interesting.
I think okay, so I think in the side of Dignitas here, the idea is that Desterlock is a poor man's Unholy DK, from what I'm picking up from the damage leaders here. Same cooldown profile, similar, just mass AoE.
Damage over time that comes with a small movement speed decrease.
But with the poor man's Unholy DK, they can save the Unholy DK for later matchups. Now, they're going to do a much larger size pool here. Imagine you get 2 captives dealt with in their first pool. Liquid, on the other hand, are finished their first pool much faster, but they have much less count. They're not having to play the second pack near the second captive. Meanwhile, Dignitas are already running to the third captive of the dungeon. Actually, sorry, this is the 4th captive. I think in Dignitas' first pool, they actually combined all 3 first captive packs into one pool. So very efficient. This is what we've seen out of our meta compositions on this matchup, or for this map. But Dignitas and Liquid playing it with, well, Dignitas in particular, playing somewhat meta with the Og, with a bunch of other specs that they're planning to get banned off, which is pretty clearly the Desterlock, Holy Paladin, and VDH. But again, it's worth noting, while this gives Dignitas a pretty large advantage, they're not going to have the Og available for later matchups. They're not going to have their Devour Demon Hunter available for later matchups. What I really like about what Liquid's doing here is they're basically playing all, like, 0 meta specs. Okay, so every single one of these specs will have a tally of 1 after this matchup. They'll ban 3 of them. The remaining 2, they could potentially ban on later maps if they need if they need to enable additional spec bans.
Skyreach, which I believe is towards the end of our pool this time.
But here we go. Dignitas, almost 20% ahead in count going into Forge Master Garfrost. Liquid here with a different choice of routing. Actually going to Ick and Crick first. I really like this. When my team was planning out routes, we actually decided on an Ick and Crick route angle first before we found out about the kind of more meta Garfrost first route in Pit of Sauron in Group A. So I actually like this from Liquid. They're doing their own thing. They have their plan. They're sticking to it. Now, if I'm being completely honest, I think their plan is going to be slower than we see out of Dignitas. But never know. Dignitas playing with a very interesting composition here. Playing the same with the meta route, but with kind of not the meta comps, will put them at a disadvantage. The question is whether or not they can keep it clean throughout the entire dungeon.
I've not seen a lot of the Ick and Crick strat, but I think what we just saw is probably part of the reason why. Yips there is outside of the boss room during this fixation. He is on a mission, and it looks like he is grabbing trash and bringing it into this
Yips
boss.
Bringing trash in here. I like that. I like that.
If you do this in the other direction, you have to have pulled this trash probably to get here. But by doing it this way, you get to fight it on the boss.
Interesting.
And you get to fight it on the second
Wait,
half of the boss.
very clever tech out of Team Liquid. Pulling trash onto the boss during the fixate. These beams will one-shot any of their DPS players, but as a tank, you can just run through that thing. It's not going to kill you at a plus 15 key level. So you can pull the additional captive trash pack onto the boss. That is very clever.
Otherwise, it's typically inefficient to go to...
Oh, but Zemi goes down! Die to Plague Explosion! We have B-Res. We get them up. Cine Lock quick to the B-Res button.
15 seconds off of Team Liquid.
But that is 15 seconds, yeah.
With that death, they feel like they have to then commit to killing off the Shades of Crick.
Wow. I wonder how that transpired. But here's... Oh, Wolf's go dropping incredibly low. Gets topped. This is the thing, though. You have teams trying to play fast routes with specs that, you know, you would not normally see. This introduces error. This introduces variety into the route that these teams likely have not spent that much time practicing for. All right? I guarantee you, this comp that Liquid is playing, they did not spend much time on this specific composition in this map. I guarantee it. So we're seeing even the best teams in the world right now have to just wiggle their way through, figure out how to navigate these boss encounters. As Dignitas will be taking out Garfrost a little bit after Liquid have dealt with Ick and Crit. crit.
The game
Ick and
tries to do its
Crick,
best to have all the enemies be roughly
but with 20% ahead on
percentage
count,
based on their
this is a
difficulty, based on
pretty
their
significant
health.
advantage on the
But
side
something
of
that can't really
Dignitas.
capture is
Both
which
teams will be
ones
going
are the
straight into the
locations where you can
boss,
pull
I
them
assume.
with other good count.
It looks like
So just
Liquid
because
are
Liquid
maybe
are a
not going to the
smaller
boss right
count
away.
map than
They
Dignitas,
decide this is
doesn't
too
mean they're as
dangerous.
far behind as it looks from
Since
that,
they don't have a
because
battle
they
res,
should
I
still
think
have
that is
those
honestly
good
not a
pulls
bad
ahead of
call to
them,
make.
whereas
Just
Dignitas
err on the side
have
of caution.
skips or
Unfortunately,
awkward pulls
when you're up
largely
against
ahead of them, they're
Dignitas,
gonna skip around
I
to
think
the
decisions
side
like
here
this
to bring
will
some of
mean
this
that
trash
you are
straight
effectively
into Ick and
forfeiting the
Crick.
map.
Yeah,
Dignitas
Liquid
is
needs to
so
get this trash
fast
pull
right
done
now.
and get engaged with Garfrost as soon as possible here in order to stay on pace with Dignitas. Otherwise, it looks like Dignitas might be opening up a serious lead here.
Why chat in the middle of the screen so that you guys
Yeah, I
can
think
have somewhere to
it's
talk and it's
far
not
ahead right now,
somewhere that's
because they're
disruptive.
just closer to the end of the dungeon as well. Liquid has to backtrack a ton. They have to do even more trash after this boss on top of Forgemaster Garfrost, whereas Dignitas, they're essentially done at this point. So this is just one pull of execution for Dignitas, and they'll be moving up towards the final.
Yeah, and this was the
other
for
question as
Dignitas. This
well,
was the
right?
final kind of
Fog
most
Ogre,
difficult pull
it
left,
really allows you
standing
to do
between
so
them
much in
and
this
the
dungeon where having that
end of the
available to
dungeon.
you not
They're gonna have
only
one more
gives you
difficult
a
pull onto the
reliable
mini boss,
skip
but
past
viewer drops really low.
runs down after you unlock the wall.
Kira manages to stabilize his health bar.
Also
We
lets
do
you
not
keep
proc
going
cheat. I
towards
imagine
the
Kira's
trash
playing cheat. I
into
don't
the
know that for
final
sure.
boss and
We can
just
check though.
forward. Liquid doesn't have that
Checking on the
ability,
broadcast.
so they have to do even more trash before they start heading up to that final boss. So they have a lot that they have to do. still,
Kira
whereas
is in
Dignitas,
fact
the second this boss goes down,
opening a
they're
talent tree.
pretty much ready to complete the dungeon. They can just run to the top and press W.
Yeah, exactly. There's just so
Continue
little
without sailing.
dungeon ahead of Dignitas and so
Trying to scroll
much
down.
ahead of Team Liquid here as Forgemaster.
I opened-
with some trash is good. But
Yeah,
I
we
don't
are
know
playing
how they'll
G-Def.
ever get trash in after this, so I think the Arms Warrior
Oh, we're
is
back.
going to really decelerate as soon as all of this trash.
So we do have the
dies on
assurance
that
of
boss
G-Death on the
damage
side of
metric.
Kira.
Meanwhile, Dignitas looks like they are making the commitment to just focusing down Ick and Crick, not worrying as much. And Kira's actually running out to grab trash during this as well. We've got a plague bearer, it looks like, running on to the boss as well. So
I don't.
Dignitas
This
a little
this
bit
plague
less
bearer
aggressive
coming in
terms of
here
just how
is a little
much
bit
trash they're
awkward
pulling
for
on this boss,
Dignitas.
but they are
I think
on
you'll
the
have to
same
hit off of the
idea,
plague
if
bearer.
on a
This
smaller
mob is
scale.
going to slow you down.
So
Now,
Liquid are
luckily
gonna
for
take
them,
the-
I don't think it's
they're
going to
gonna
cost them.
get this plague bearer down after the boss dies, but obviously
They
can't
have
stop
the.
using boss.
I mean, they have a
still has
pretty
the stats
sizable
that
lead
should
over
bring
Liquid
those
at this
up.
point in the dungeon.
Couldn't let those explode.
But this was clearly not part of the
DPSing a single
plan,
cleric
and it
bomb
must have
down,
been.
they needed this for
I think it
counter,
was.
so they
It must have been intentional to pull this in.
So,
Or must have been the
little
plan to
bit
pull this in
inefficient, little
earlier,
light on an
but for one
otherwise
reason or
perfect
another, that
dungeon
did
for
not
them.
happen. So
But
Dignitas
Boss
having to
still
finish
have
off this
set
plague
up
bearer,
the rest of the
and they
dungeon
now
for
have
the
count
last
to go through
visitor.
the rest of
Not
the
fully
dungeon.
yet. They
They're going to set up
wanna
the skip
freeze
here.
early because we want to be able to get in position here
AJ is going to go to a spot to be able to
before the wall
Wormstone pass.
disappears
There it
so that we
is.
can already be on the right side here before the trash
And now we're
runs
going
down.
to
Now,
gate skip
oh, the
across.
gateway. Oh,
Wow.
okay, it's a rescue skip.
That's a first.
Okay.
I've not seen the gateway skip
Never seen
here.
the gateway used at that
We're
particular
seeing that
point.
busted out on the side of Dignitas.
Attack
Very
that,
impressive.
If you didn't already know about that, and we're already heading up to Glacier.
And here we go. We're pulling all this trash onto Glacieth. While these Geists are active, this pull is very dangerous. Our teammates need to rotate through their walls correctly. We see AJ into his wall, Herjax into his wall, Yari with the shield, Verb with his obsidian scales. The danger here is on the expiration of the circle. Dot from Glacieth goes out. AJ drops really low. He manages to stop himself with his wings. Very nicely done. The second bit of danger here comes from when Glacieth starts channeling the shield and does pulsing AoE damage. Now we do a very good job baiting the shield back towards where the ice came from, so team has room to position on the other side. And we're also going to finish off the remaining Geists here. Very nicely done. Most of the danger should be out of the way. We do have some casters we have to contend with, but I believe at this point in time, Dignitas should be in the clear.
This is absolutely novel. I mean, this looks cool. You're
Wait,
getting
what
a lot
is-
of count.
what is Liquid
Your
doing?
warrior is forced to go off the mount to be able to health pot to not die, and now trying valiantly. Oh, no! A shine.
A shine goes down.
Plunge grip.
Liquid doing
Gonna
some
grab a
crazy
shine from
technology.
Narnia.
Don't know what the plan was
Absolute
here,
disaster for Liquid.
but
And,
they're
I mean,
gathering a
it
very
seems
large
so
pool, it
bad.
seems.
Like, if you mapped out the total route that Yips ran here, he has run 2 full circuits around that inner section of the dungeon where the Lich Kings, you know,
Really
mining operations
doing
are in
laps
full
on it.
swing.
What
that is
the-
an incredible amount of movement and backtracking to add to an MDI route. It all is in the service of things that look cool, but Shine getting targeted by a
Dignitas,
again.
heading into the last boss, they're gonna pull this remaining trash pack and Wormstone back up.
Oh,
pull the
man, that's
boss,
supposed to go
and
under
this is
Warlock.
their
He's
map to
really
win. Lust is
taking
rotating
so
up in
much
2
damage
seconds.
from all of these
They
leaps. The
will
rest of the
not
trash
press it
starting
on
to funnel in.
cooldown
The
because we don't have
Purge finally
damage
makes its way up
available,
the hill.
but we'll probably
That's gonna
press
be
it
something to have
on
to keep an
our
eye on as well.
Infernal
Those
for
frontals
Yargi.
going to start
And for
doing
the
a ton of
sake
damage
of
to
hurt
the
jacks,
Warlock.
we're just going to
Dignitas
press our
still under a ton
cooldowns
of
on
pressure,
cooldown, it appears.
taking all of this trash. You have
Enter our
Torres
void meta.
in the back just free casting ice bolts on
And
the group.
Dignitas,
Finally
they
interrupted
are
by a shine.
well in lead.
Oh, but they also
And we'll be
axed us.
taking
They
this map
stepped outside of the group
and taking the
to start free
series
casting.
most likely
No,
1-0
no,
here.
you're not supposed to
Now,
ever interrupt them
don't
all
get
outside
I
of
wouldn't
the
get
group.
too
Warlocks and
too
you
excited over this
cannot
win.
do
I wouldn't
that.
get too
They're just gonna, take their losses, move
don't
on.
go
But
thinking
in the
that, oh wow,
meantime,
Dignitas is
during
going
the
to
gather
3-0
of this
Liquid.
circus of trash,
Dignitas are
Dignitas
clearly
have
playing
gotten
the
the
better
worst
composition
position
here.
down. They have
Most
their
notably,
trash
they're
taken on
running
top of the boss.
the AUG and the Devourer,
Excellent.
okay?
Position
The
is
AUG, I would say,
more
is the most
clear,
notable
but
one
it
of the
looks
two.
like Dignitas are cruising
By
through
playing
map
these specs
with
here,
Madness.
you can now
Yeah,
only
this is
play
looking
them
so good for
effectively
Dignitas. We spent a lot of
one
time
more
talking
time
about what
for
Liquid
the
were up
entire
to in
event.
this map because they were on some
Comparatively,
novel
Liquid
ideas.
have the
Dignitas,
access to
though,
both those
also
specs
doing some
for
really great
multiple
stuff across
maps
this run.
in the
In
series.
particular,
So
just the
while taking the
execution of this
worst comp
strategy
into
with
map
some of
1,
these
they have
off-meta
better
specs
comps available to
has
them
been
for the
flawless
remainder
out
of this matchup.
Dignitas. They won against Liquid earlier today. They won against Liquid last MDI as well. And this one is looking like it's going to be one of the least close wins against Liquid that they'll have had in a map. As Wolf Disco
We all see the
going down
Bloodlust
for
get
Liquid
pressed here
is going to
on the
cement this
Infernal
for
during the Void meta
Dignitas.
from
They're
Hurt Jacks.
already so far ahead.
Scourge Lord Tyrannus, his health
Getting
is
absolutely
getting
melted by all of
nuked
their
right now.
damage.
I'm very, very impressed with the off-meta picks here for Dignitas, making them look fantastic.
Z-Boy,
They
I
are
got no
practicing
idea.
on these off-meta picks as well. A super, super clean dungeon from them. 5% remaining on the boss. But
That's
it's a
true,
formality at this point.
the great Blue Bino,
Dignitas taking
but it's
the
also
back
true
series.
that Liquid have been practicing a
Rematch is
plethora
already
as well.
moving in
Do not
Dignitas'
forget.
favor with that first
But Dignitas taking the 1-0. Listen, they have a worse map, a worse spec pool for the later matches here, but I do appreciate being up 1-0 in the matchup. Ideally, you want to win the matches, you play the better comp on. They play the better comp here, and they won the match. The loser of this series will be whoever plays their better composition and is not able to take the win on any given map. All right, that's going to be the question.
Really was going to pay off in efficiency.
Another, but I would say more unlikely
I think
lose
this was a spec
condition
variety
would
rule
be
plan. We've seen Liquid
if a
in
team
here with
holds their
full
better
power
specs for the later
composition,
maps,
and
but
are
then they
really
get
good
3-0.
here. In fact,
I don't
yeah,
think that's going to be the case.
this
I
run
don't
from them, I think,
imagine
they're going to be
Dignitas
saying,
play for the
hey, now we're
3-0
the
because
best
it's very
of five, right?
greedy
We've
and you're
got
kind of
to-
inting your
we've got
matches
to make
4
sure
and
that our
5
spec
you
variety
play
works
for
out in these other maps,
those
so
powerful
we
specs
can't
this
use all of
early.
our full power
You'd
in
really
the
only
Purge
want to do
this
that if
time,
you like
and we
fully
instead have to
disrespect your
go
opponent and
with
you
a
know you're
different
way better than
strategy.
them.
But
But
given the
I
different
wouldn't feel
strategy
that
they
way
have,
about
I
any
do
of
think
these
there was
teams
a lot
here.
of
So
intelligent decision
if it were
making they
me,
doing with the way,
I'm playing
they
to my
pulled that
my
trash on Taken Crick, for instance. That
my
made a lot
team's
of sense to
strengths,
me.
whether we have specific dungeons that we're really good in but require specific comps.
I mean, I
I'll
wanted
play
to
for
point out,
those
yeah,
good comps
the
in those
strategy
matchups
there
and play the worst comps in the other
for-
dungeons.
For Dignitas, 1209 there, that's only 5 seconds slower than Liquid with like their full meta comp. That is a ridiculously fast run for playing the specs that they did. That is extremely impressive.
Are you forced to ban 3 of your most played specs?
Yes.
So they play AUG Devourer next map, they have to ban them plus one other? Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
I mean, that was one of the things.
Is there
I
no
was kinda
TGP
looking
anymore?
out for. I was
No.
looking at the A1 Liquid.
Rather,
PS1
it's
were-
not that
they
you'll never see
looked
TGP
really
again,
fast
but
now,
it's
not
either
as fast
whenever
as some of
Blizzard
the other
hosts
teams
the
across
MDI,
the tournament,
which by the way is now an
still
umbrella term,
decently
which
fast. Now,
encompasses
something
the
to keep in mind
TGP
here, of
and
course, I
this
know you
format
guys
of
were
MDI,
doing this as well,
they do one of the two events, is how it is. You won't get both of them, you'll just get one of them. This season we're getting the MDI. The speedrun
as
format
fast
is.
as some of our other teams across the tournament, but still decently fast. Now, something to keep in mind here, of course, and I know you guys were covering this as well, is that we're seeing the kind of off-meta.
Alright chat, I'm going to run a quick 90-second ad before the next map begins so you guys don't get ads during the match. Remember, you can skip ads with a Twitch Tier 1 or Twitch Prime subscription. You do not have to subscribe if you don't want to. I will see you in 90 seconds.
First, while Dignitas is playing the normal route, and for a second, I was a believer. I was like, okay, maybe it's possible, right? Maybe they have just this really insane route where they're going
Call him DJ with the Prime. Appreciate you.
That'll be worth it because they can add so much into Garfrost. You can see even here, Yip's just adding some extra trash on because, in case you don't know, those walls are fake. They're
And the
just an
floors to the
optical
Shadow
illusion.
Realm. That's not my intent.
Then, unfortunately, there is that dash
Not what I mean to
that does
do.
come in and take down Sasevi, which then costs them an additional 15 seconds. There it is. that Plague Explosion.
So wait,
Expulsion is
let me see what
an
killed him.
additional- There is that death that does come in and take down Sasevi, which then costs them an additional.
He was just
15
low
seconds.
for some
There it is,
reason. I wonder
the
why.
Plague Explosion. With one
Interesting.
Of the shades actually, interestingly enough, but the other one was left up and they then clutched it out. All in all, really fast run. A really nice first dungeon here.
I mean, even
but
though they ran the Og Devour,
teams are
honestly,
telling
very
us
impressive
something with
that
their spec
Dignitas were as
selection
fast as they were.
As we look upon this potential of 5 maps.
Okay, the maps we have
Yeah,
available.
I mean, as we talked about before,
Mysara
right, this is a
and
bigger
Next Point
game
should be
than
fun maps
just
to watch.
any one map. So Mysara Caverns.
I
coming up
anticipate
next,
Next Point is a
and
no Og
honestly,
dungeon.
both
We've seen that
teams
out of
performing very
several teams now at
respectably
this
on the
point.
comps they ran last
Mysara
time.
is
But Dragons
probably an
with
Og
Mysara
dungeon.
Caverns and these other maps ahead of us,
So,
where do you
well,
think
here's the
they're
thing though.
going
If
to
Dignitas
strategize
run
for
the
their
Og
next
next map,
Yeah,
they will
this is
not
the
have
thing
it
that I'm
available
worried
for
about
the
Team
later
Liquid
maps
is
in the series,
Mysara
which
Caverns,
could come
they were
back to
quite a
bite
bit
them.
slower in the upper finals. Now, what they could do.
We've already
is
seen what the
sack
teams like to
this
play in
one as
Skyreach,
well,
which I don't
and
know
then
if they'll have
play for
access
the
to that.
reverse sweep.
Liquid might
The
because
other
they're playing
plan is,
conservative.
say, hey,
They have to push
in
to
the
a game
upper
4.
finals, this was in a
And then
different
Windrunner Spire.
situation.
Hey
This
guys,
time
if we
around,
get a
Bart
game
takes
5,
a lot of
Windrunner
spaces, but
Spire
Dragons
is a
from the pit of
banger
Sauron.
of a dungeon
Now
to
we can
watch.
try with the full, Og Evoker composition, the Og Evoker strategy.
I
in
mean, I will
Mysara
say, like,
Caverns,
Dignitas do have a
and
very
then
clean
next week,
Mysara with their
Skyreach,
meta comp.
Windrunner Spire, they all have different specs that they like, these demonology.
But again, it's
warlocks,
like,
these brewmaster monks that you can.
I don't
play, these
know.
other ones,
I
that
think
won't
I would
hurt you
I
on
think
the
I
same
would
variety with
commit
elemental
to
shotguns
meta
as
specs
well.
in the
They could
Mysara
probably
Caverns,
use pretty much that full meta comp
which
in the
puts
Mysara
Liquid in a
Caverns
tight
with that
spot,
Eldritch
going down
Warlock
2
as
to
a
the
little
O.
bit of sprinkling a spice on top that,
But it's like
gets that
on a
team
nice
in
edge at that point, because if Liquid
if
win
they
map
have the
3,
strategy
they have a
if
serious
they do,
advantage
they
for the
should
rest
do
of the
that.
competition,
If
assuming
not,
they
they should play
play
another
more
five
throwaway
meta
specs for map
get
2.
to play whatever they want for the last 3 in the series.
But I don't know if
It
they're
will be a
gonna. I don't know if
very
it's
difficult
worth a
road,
gamble. I anticipate
but
that
it's
Liquid will
better
also
than
play
using some
kind of
your
meta
specs
composition
in the
for this
Mysara
Mysara here.
Caverns and not having a chance.
And as we
to
see on the
win,
side of
which is what would
Dignitas,
happen if you don't have
Dignitas, we're
something
banning,
fast
as
as
expected,
Dignitas
the Vengeance Demon Hunter,
Indeed. I mean,
Destro Lock,
we've got
and
our
Holy
spec
Paladin.
coming in
And for
now,
Liquid,
and like
it's
we've been
both
kind of
Warrior
recapping,
specs
Liquid, this Mysara
and the
Caverns,
Enhanced
they didn't
Shaman.
look so strong on it earlier, but can they come in with these specs, these bans? Zyro, is it looking like this is one they're going to be trying to do better on, or do you think this is one they're going to be trying to just get behind them?
I think these bans are completely unsurprising, right? Like they're really not banning out anything that we don't suspect. Liquid still has the Holy Paladin ban that they can do after this map as well that they can fall back on. The big tell for me about how these teams are prepared for this series is what the comps are going to look like for the Mysara Caverns. If Dignitas commits to the Og Evoker in this Mysara Caverns, they don't get to play for the rest of the series. And that's huge when you look at the maps ahead. Og Evoker is great for Nexus Point Zenith Burst. It's great for Skyreach skips. It's great in general for the rest of the series.
I should be fan of your video series. I'm playing my 2nd season on retail and currently at rank 850. I also made Rogue. What advice can you give? My goal is to reach Hall of Fame. Hobbit, thank you. I appreciate you.
So,
Advice I can give, some very short advice I can give is to put in time outside of raid to learn how boss fights and how to play your spec well, alright? The time that you invest outside of raid, understanding how bosses work and understanding how your spec works will give you confidence and enable you to perform that much better in a raid environment. And in fact, you'll be better than probably being better prepared than most people that show up to a raid at guild rank, world rank 850. That will put you as one of your better performing players on your team and make you a much more desirable recruit. Hope that helps. Here we go! Into the Mysara Caverns! And as expected, well, maybe not as expected. Well, inside of Dignitas, we have full meta comp minus the Mistweaver plus Arsham, and Liquid opting to not play the Og. I think this is going to look like a very compelling 2-0 for Dignitas, but again, anything can happen. Dignitas' Mysara Caverns is incredibly fast, but Liquid have the advantage now for their later maps in the series of having some very strong specs available.
For Team Liquid. It didn't last time, but that was, of course, just one dungeon run that we saw.
I mean, we just saw Dignitas play an incredibly fast Pit of Sauron with quote-unquote off-meta specs and go only 5 seconds slower than the Giga-meta spec comp for Liquid previously in the weekend. So
Dignitas finish off their pull so much faster than Team Liquid. I mean, that is the benefit of the Og Evoker.
after this dungeon,
just enabling them to accelerate so quickly through this
Devourer
dungeon.
or Demon Hunter. They will have neither of those specs for the entire series.
And really, I mean, not even just the Ogvoker, but that is the benefit of playing a combination of specs that you practiced on, all right? Cine goes down to Necrotic Wave from the Soul Eater. I mean, as I was talking about, it's the exact same scenario from the Pit of Sauron, where Liquid are playing a comp they probably have not practiced. All right, they spent very minimal time on this specific set of specs and classes to then pull up to this dungeon and put together as good of a route, as good of a performance as possible. All for the sole purpose of enabling themselves for later matchups.
On that Vengeance Demon Hunter, spec that I expect we will see.
Well, that's a good point. Wolf Disco is on the Fury Warrior.
Map, which, yeah, great spec. Very fun one to use in a lot of these keys.
Yeah, in general, I think.
Yeah, Dignitas finishing off their second pull as Liquid gather their second. It's already a gap of 30 plus death timer, probably 45 seconds at this point. Dignitas are absolutely in the driver's seat. But the rest of this dungeon is still quite volatile. In fact, I would say this pull onto boss right here is the most deadly. Can Dignitas pull this off successfully? If they can, they put themselves in a very good situation.
You get to do a Spirit Bomb after you hit meta. So when you hit meta, and when you proc meta, and when you proc Last Resort, all of those are big opportunities for you to get. You actually get both of the kinds of Voidfall Meteors right then. And if you can line that up with your Fiery Brand, that increases the damage that they take from those abilities as well. So that lines up really well.
Another throw away from Liquid. It does seem that way. Which is like, I mean, that's terrifying. To effectively, to basically voluntarily go down 2-0 in a series is, in a best of 5, is not a position I want to be in. But clearly they've decided that is in their best interest.
Maximize your damage, which might mean they're not available when you actually need them defensively.
Because notably here,
for instance,
I mean, Dignitas are going to ban out the Devourer and ban out the Ogvoker heading into the Skyreach, which I imagine Liquid will lock in, and they will have a sizable advantage for the next matchup. And, I mean, next 2 matchups maybe even, if they opt to play the Ogvoker once more in map 4.
The Warlock there for that extra health pot, just in case, but yeah, that is a good point to make.
But you see Dignitas here, pulling it out, managing this trash pull onto boss incredibly well as they finish off the last Soul Eater, and now it's just the boss that stands in their way. Very, very fast tempo here. Liquid just pulling the boss on their side of the screen here. Similar pull onto boss. But Zasevi goes down to Fetid Quillstorm. I believe we need to get it. Oh, a Shine goes down! We don't have B-Res. What do we do with Liquid here? Do we play this out? No, we did not Onk. We had to B-Res our healer. Do we play this out? So I think what happened here, guys, and if we get a replay later, I can maybe elaborate on it a bit more. But I was actually going to compliment Liquid for their use of Curse of Tongues, because they actually Curse of Tongues the Hexer. With the Hexer, the Shadowbinders, the Headhunters in this pool, there's a lot of ticks and CC you have to manage, which means sometimes CC goes under the radar, right? Sometimes Shadow Bolts go through. And I believe a Shadow Bolt went through on Zasevi as the frontal went out. And we actually see Wolf Disco going down to the brush. I think it has to be a reset at this point. Liquid, they don't have the boss has too much health, and they are going to run the boss out and reset. So they won't lose progress on the trash, but at this point, they are so far behind.
Tiny bits of health.
Wow.
One Headhunter here that was CC'd, still at full HP. But they can deal with this while they wait for the boss to respawn and for their friends to respawn.
In the meantime, Dignitas have dealt with the first.
Yeah, and the Hobbit, I guess the follow-up, as the great Blubino said, regarding performance, is then the last step you have to make is actually applying. So it's a good point. Gotta put yourself out there.
AoE blitz of our Affliction, Warlock, Devourer, Demon Hunter, also aided by the Incarn Thrash spam from.
Guys, they're not throwing. This is a strategic choice by Liquid. They're not just tossing the finals. They have decided that their best chance of beating Dignitas now means playing specs they don't care about for the first 2 maps to enable more powerful compositions in map 3. For maps 3 through 5. In fact, I guarantee you, I I'm like
ability, just
99%
so
certain
quick.
Liquid take the next
This is
map.
just perfect.
I believe they're going to
Exactly.
Skyreach
Down
next,
goes that last gnarled in. You can see
and they will have
already
full
on
meta
the bench to
available,
activate some of this
which
incense.
Dignitas will
You
not.
have 4 different incenses around the room.
And
being
by the way,
activated,
remember,
and then
their Skyreach
you
is
actually
already
activate the
faster
spirit later.
than
So prepping
Dignitas.
that spirit to be activated as quickly as possible
So if you expect
later,
Dignitas to put up a
really
competitive
valuable.
Skyreach
If you
timer
can use them
with a
right
non-meta
away
comp,
to cover a
you
pretty
are
small amount of distance,
smoking
it will be
crack,
back available,
respectfully.
I think, when they actually probably what will happen.
They're
is
playing
Burr
the
will be
full
first
best
one
of
to
5,
goes,
which
and then
again is,
Wernstone's back
it's a
to
decision
AJ,
that you
so,
can make
yeah, a
as a
little bit of
team.
Wernstone
But it
juggle
doesn't
going
change the
on
fact that
for
it is a
Dignitas.
terrifying decision to make,
That button is just
because
so
voluntarily going down 2-0 in a series is not a spot that I think anyone wants to be in. But AJ goes down to patient screech with the Gloomy back.
Okay, that's the
That is a
patient
death.
going down. That's the
We
Ankh
do have
able
Ankh.
to
That's the
top
benefit of the Resto
himself off
Shaman.
before any further damage goes out, so they still
And they
have that
do have a
in the back
massive
pocket,
lead.
that
But on
is
the side of
first
Dignitas,
domino to
this
fall
is
for
the
Dignitas.
second death we've
Liquid
seen from them
does, however,
all
need
tournament.
several more to fall
The
if they
pressure
want to have
starting to
a chance
mount as they
coming
face
back
off
in
against
just
Liquid here.
this game
This
alone.
is a real
slight blemish on the
competitive
record for
matchup,
Dignitas, but still on great
and the
pace.
pressure may be getting to them.
Yeah, this is again.
But this is another pool
Dignitas.
that I was talking
If
about,
there's a mistake
similar
in the
to the
dungeon,
trash bowl on the
there's
boss.
typically only
There
one,
are so
and
there's so
typically
many
very
forms of
small.
CC
Even
that
a
go at this
death
pool.
is a
The
bigger
bats,
mistake than
the
we
shadow
have for them
binder,
in
the soul
almost
render this
every
pool.
other map
There's
that they
a
have played.
shade in
This
this pool.
team has
All
just
these
been
mobs have
lights out all
casts.
weekend.
We've
They
assigned
now
kicks to these
making their
casts.
way
We want to
down.
try and stop
Verb gonna be
casts
heading
that we
backwards,
aren't
though,
kicking,
and
but we can't
activating
get
this
every single
spirit.
one.
Then he's going to be
And we can't get every single
rejoining
one.
AJ via the
A
use
cast
of
goes
that
off
Wernstone that
in
he
combination with some
bestowed
other mechanic,
earlier.
and we fall over here,
And
right?
now with that
No
spirit, they'll
individual
be
one of these
taking that
mechanics will
gateway
kill
and
any one of these
get
players.
to this
It's
boss
only a
as
plus 16
quickly
key
as
after all,
possible,
but it's the
wasting very
combination of
little
multiple
time and
mechanics going
gathering the
off
enemies
that
along the
will
way.
spell disaster.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's a slight improvement that could be made, but if the person that's getting Wernstone,
I mean,
too
here's the
is on a
deal.
two-seater,
Liquid are
so
playing for the
so
reverse
top
sweep,
send them out, they don't have to spend time
and if
casting
they
them
pull it
out.
off,
a
that's
little
going to
bit
be the
faster, you know, it's
craziest,
different
Most-
min-maxing, but that is
most
literally all we
insane
are
shit
doing
of all
in the
time.
MDI is min-maxing
That is
hell
going
out
to
of
be-
12-minute dungeon.
like,
You know, it's a
I
tiny
mean, that is
thing,
gonna be
but
peak.
Every little second counts. Dignitas already have the trash gathered together on top of.
we will
Wernstone,
voluntarily went
behind
down
those
0-2
super
against
shields,
Dignitas as
and
well.
just start
Unlucky it was
whittle
best
away
of
personals
3.
lighting up across
No!
the board for the enemy. Yarki only using the dark pack
Yo,
to
GG's him, so.
live through that burst of damage, and everyone is perfectly healthy and topped from
Dude,
it.
you guys played well. You guys played well.
Now this
Congrats
composition
on, congrats on
lacks
third.
like a paralysis, right? You don't have in cap from a monk, so they are gonna have to deal with all 4 of these
Oh, wait.
phantoms every single spawn, unless they want to go out and use something like an entangling roots, which is kind of awkward for your tank to be doing. Some kind of other effect like that, a landslide.
You were on a
maybe to
different
hold
team.
Something in place for long enough, because the way these unstable phantoms work is if you can keep one CC'd right where it spawned,
Oh,
you
to be
can
depleted.
basically ignore it, and then the next wave that spawns will have another one right on.
Hey,
top of it,
congrats on beating
immediately.
snails.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going for the strategy, like you said.
We take it. We
Ooh,
take
on
those.
Make. Okay. On Make.
Got it. Yeah, I got it.
Almost
Yes, yeah,
flips
yeah.
Yarki there, but he's in a good spot, and they've dealt with the rest of those phantoms there into our first necrotic.
Wait, I gotta ask. I gotta ask him though. While you're in the chat,
Quickly break this, so that
when
we
you
don't
guys
lose
locked
too
in
long
the
here.
Fire Mage,
They are kind of out of
Shadow Priest,
damage
Windwalker,
here.
was
Wernstone
that
not
like
rolling her
for
attacks,
vibes,
no real damage coming
or
through
was
for
that
the
like
block.
actually
Just
specs that you guys had
dealt with.
prepped?
We're out of that intermission phase once again. No trash now on the boss. Are
I'm
we gonna
curious, I
get
gotta know.
Any further trash onto the boss, or are we going to force our DPS to just single target for 30 more % of the boss?
Also, look on the screen here, by the way, Dignitas have dealt with trash onto the boss. This is an incredibly difficult pull, which I wasn't looking at, but they have executed it very nicely.
Yeah,
I've never
this
pressed a
is
global
so
on
close
before.
to the end of the dungeon already for Dignitas.
Slay Sex, I haven't played
Just
yet? Alright,
past the
W.
10-minute mark,
I respect
we
it, I
are,
respect it.
and
It was
they're
good
already
content.
nearly done with the second boss and also the second to last boss. They will be heading across that bridge and getting in combat with Raktul with the final boss. In mere
Hobbit, also another
moments
question.
here.
How much time should I spend
Liquid
pushing with the plus? I'm currently doing a plus
race to try
19,
and
have 18
catch up,
results,
but
and
they
plus
are so
for your
far
raid
behind
performance.
at this point.
I think
Those
it can,
deaths
up to an
on
extent,
the
just
board
giving you,
pounding with the
well,
slower
enabling you
strategy
to
that they
become more
use.
comfortable on the
Really
spec.
gonna be a
How
big
much you should
problem
play,
for Team
don't know.
Liquid. They
I think it's gonna be
need
up
a
to
calamity,
each
the
person
likes
you
of
ask.
which has not been
Each person that you
seen
ask,
in
rather.
years on the MDI to befall Dignitas.
Alright, but
They have a
Dignitas,
chance to get
preparing
back
their
into this
final
map.
pull
But,
onto
of course,
the last
this
boss
is
here after
fine.
finishing off a
Even if this
Vordraza.
map
This is going to be their last pull. They're playing 2 Skirmisher plus Shade Pack, so 4 Shades total. I think 8 Skirmishers total, plus a Bound Defender. They've done this pull before, and has been honestly
back it
light
up
work
here.
for them. but it doesn't change the fact that it is still a dangerous pull to pull off. We need to make sure we press all of our walls when the skirmishers are about to pop, lust, and nuke everything down before the first intermission. If any of the trash is alive by the time the boss phases, it will reset. So we need to make sure we kill it all off. The link goes down early. Raktool pulled in. Cooldown's up. And here is the lust. Skirmishers popping right now. We see all 4 walls, all 5 walls across our party frames. Wow, love to see that up top here. And we are very, very healthy. Herjack's bursting for just over 1 million DPS. And now all that stands in the way is the Bound Defender. I really like this out of Herjack's, by the way. Eating multiple of Raktool's jumps, but that's okay. It's a 16. It won't kill us. And what's more important is getting our damage out. Very nicely done from Herjack's. The Bound Defender will go down shortly here. They have plenty of damage for it. Not much of an issue. And at this point, this is Dignitas' map to win. Liquid incredibly low on their behalf. Oh, it looks like we had a wipe. Did we wipe? I think we wiped on the side of Liquid. I wasn't paying attention.
We even enter that intermission, which is going to be coming in about 10 seconds here. Once they get back to this boss from that intermission, it is,
I mean, either way, it didn't matter. Dignitas will advance 2-0 in the series.
Here for Dignitas. It is just getting over the finish line that they have to do.
It's going to be up to Liquid to pull off the reverse sweep here. We'll see. I saw in the chat, holy, there's so much Liquid cope in the watch party right now. It's cringe as fuck. I mean, what do you want me to say? Yeah, Dignitas, they're chilling. Easy 3-0, GG's. Let's go next. Now, there's a reason behind these decisions. I mean, do you honestly expect that Liquid should have beat Dignitas with their composition in any of these first 2 maps? If your answer is yes, then you are cooked. Respectfully. Let me tell you. Dignitas 2-0.
To step up their game over on Liquid's side if they want to stay in the running.
Dignitas take it up 2-0.
Dignitas, they will not stop. They will not slow down.
And we go into the Sky Reach up next. Here we go.
They are racing better than almost any.
How many specs do you need to prep for a best of 5 matches with the MDI rule? Probably at least 3 per person.
We had some deaths on either side.
Some of your teammates will probably need 4.
Given their performance and comp in this map, does the comeback sweep seem like something Liquid was anticipating going for, or do you think that Dignitas are really going to run away with it?
Herjack's putting up some insane numbers on the Devour, by the way.
That's what it looks like right now, but looking at the specs that Liquid has opted to play in the first 2 maps,
Mandatory didn't have any deaths.
They've got
that is true.
Everything they could ever need to make
Mandatory, of all teams we've seen so far, have looked the strongest, just as far as sweeping every single match and being deathless. However, Mandatory did not have a Dignitas or a Liquid that they had to face off against. These, which, I mean, these are very, very competent teams. And my guess is that part of the pressure of performing against a team of this caliber is probably getting to both of these groups.
They've got all the specs they need. Hey,
yeah,
that's the game.
Yes,
it's been my prediction from the start. Literally,
but again, here's my guess. Dignitas going up 2-0. I anticipate Liquid will take Skyreach, claw the series back to 2-1. After that, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. But Liquid have the comp advantage for the last 3 maps by a sizable margin. Or at the very least, Liquid have comp advantage for 2 maps. Okay? At the very least, they have 2 maps of just pure better comp than Dignitas. Now, Dignitas, if they throw the next 2 maps, will have either a better or the same comp for map 5 as Liquid. I'm not sure what their game plan is. Maybe Dignitas are going to keep putting their best specs forward until game 5. And by the time we get to game 5, Dignitas just have scraps left. Liquid have already played their scraps. Liquid already played their suboptimal specs. They have a plethora of bans they can just toss out for free. They've kind of set themselves up really well for these last 3 maps. Is it worth it, though, to go down 2-0? Let's find out.
Forward, you can see him kind of like gliding in the background. He looks like a little moth, but I promise it's a demon hunter as he's starting that RP already onto Verdaza. And then we are also seeing some minor stuff on Verdaza, for example, where on the Phantom,
chat, I'm going to run a quick 90-second ad break, so you guys don't get ads during the next matchup. Remember, you can skip ads with a Twitch Tier 1 subscription or a Twitch Prime, and I will see you guys
when
in 90
everything
seconds.
arrives, is that Bloodlust actually pushed? That means AJ has to do a lot more work
Brush
to
my
keep
teeth.
everybody alive through the drummer and through the entire group come running. But that also means they're getting so much more damage out of this Lust. So just nicely executed from the side of Dignitas. They were fast with it, not as fast as we've seen them previously in this Mazara Caverns. Their fastest one was 12:35, but of course they also had that one death.
Yeah, it'll cost you time, as we have gone over, even Dr. Atnos telling us about the cost of deaths earlier in more detail. But on Nexus Point Zenith, neither of these teams are going to really want to have to contend with that. And for sure for Liquid, if they are trying to make this reverse sweep, this is the moment to do it. They need to bust out the specs, they need to bust out the strats, and they need to be able to get a winning map. So Dratnos, what do they need to do to achieve that?
They need to do exactly what they did last time they were in Nexus Point Zenith, except without a disconnect. But there, they were the team that was able to one-phase Core Ward and Izara. Now, Dignitas have done Zenith before. They were not able to one-phase Core Ward and Izara. They got it to 2%. That's pretty good. You know, we'll call that an A, maybe an A- performance. But Liquid's performance against Core Ward and Izara was an A+ in their lower finals. So if they can do that exact same route, if they can do it as up to their potential, again, without that disconnect, I think that they will be favored in this map.
All right, I mean, I agree with you. They had a really strong run. Even with that issue, it was still so fast. But of course, we have 6 specs that now are going to be taken out of the running. Looking over them, Zyro, what are we seeing available for the teams?
Okay.
No Log, no Devourer for the rest of the series. Those are both
Dignitas having to now ban out the
Og
Evoker and Devour Demon Hunter. These are 2 very strong specs we no longer have access to for the rest of the event. Liquid, on the other hand, banning out more specs that they really don't care about. Holy Paladin gone. BM Hunter gone. BDH gone.
Full single target burst experience, but that kind of suffers versus the Mistweaver.
I mean, basically, here's the deal. If you ignore the fact Dignitas is up 2-0, and you now look at this as a technically a best of 3. At this point, it's a best of 3 for Liquid, but you have to win all 3 games in a row. Liquid just have a pure comp advantage.
Better spec ban situation moving forward.
I hope the finals have best of 7s. Probably not. That's a lot of matches. I think best of 5 is the most that we'll get.
Slightly edges them out, like by mere seconds.
Maybe at BlizzCon, but that's a lot. Like, even for normal tournaments, that's like other video games, that's a lot of matches.
By less than 5 seconds, so it's gonna be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, no, I love how they kind of challenge themselves. Like, oh, last season it was
Jim, get some
determined
water
by
before
like
this next
16
match
seconds.
starts.
Sure, this time let's just go ahead and bring it down to like 5. Let's see if we can make it like 1. Maybe we'll see here on this map. Just get it as close as possible. And honestly, your predictions chat as well were showing that it is so close between these teams. And while Dignitas definitely seems to have the advantage right now, Liquid, it's very possible that they have set things up in such a way that they're going, maybe this wasn't the optimal way to do it, but at the same time, we feel like we could focus this, maybe get the most out of it, and then we can take this here with Nexus Point being our sort of pivot point.
We can't even watch match 4. How the fuck we see best 7? That's it's true. If Dignitas wins this map, then the series is over. If Dignitas wins right now, it is match point the next 3 games for Dignitas.
Here in our series.
It could end right here, and we're going into the Nexus Point. Now, we have seen Dignitas, we've seen multiple teams play no AUG comp for this match. However, we have seen a plethora of other meta specs to carry. We've seen Guardian Druid, Demo Lock, Devour, Unholy DK. We haven't seen Frost DK yet, which we do have access to, and we also haven't seen Ellie Shaman. And it actually looks like, wow, okay. Oh my goodness. I forgot. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot that Nexus Point requires a very particular matchup of specs, and Dignitas could very well 3-0 this series. This game is pivotal. If Dignitas win, it's over. If Liquid win, Liquid wins in 5 games. I'm calling it now. This is the final map that Dignitas will be on the same viewing level as Liquid with their comp matchup. After this match, Liquid will just absolutely skyrocket with the comps and specs that they have available to them. But we see the exact same composition coming out from both teams, minus a Devour on Dignitas. and in
Slightly
favor
quicker pull.
of a Warlock
Liquid
plus
still
the
trying to
Devourer on the
catch
side
up.
of
It is
Liquid.
Dignitas in the lead at the beginning, though.
But
Yeah,
Dignitas with a
zooming little
faster
bit ahead
pull
on this
one.
first
Here we
pull,
go.
But a lot
Here we go.
on how quickly they're able to get these gathers going on the next few pulls, and how quickly they're able to start dealing.
Honestly,
damage to
Dignitas with an
priority
incredibly
targets
fast first
inside
pull.
each of
They're
these
on the
pulls.
order
You
of
can see
maybe
this time
5 to
around,
10
Hero
seconds
wasting
faster than
no
Liquid.
time
That
to
is
get up to the
very,
top of the stairs.
very
We've got
impressive.
some target markers already on some of these enemies as well. They're going to want to focus down. And this is a theme across the entirety of Nexus Point Zenith. You want to focus down the mobs that spawn the boss. Every single boss has specific mobs that you kill to spawn it. And those ones are the ones that need to be getting your priority damage, especially valuable if you have players, you know, that do have a main target.
Man, I don't know, bro. I mean, I wanted to see. I did put my channel points on Dignitas, so I do have some slight bias towards them right now. But man, I want to see a game 5. I would love to see a game 5. I need Liquid to take this the distance. Dignitas dropping pretty low on their meters, on their health bars, but they do manage to get topped back off. And Dignitas are about 5 seconds ahead on boss timer. I feel like Liquid managed to make up some of that time on this trash pull.
That have the mobs that need to die to spawn it, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, boss active for both teams. We are on the boss. Dignitas already dealt with every bit of trash with the cooldowns popped on top of the boss. Actually, it's just the Frosty K really popping cooldowns now. Hearth, Jackson, Yarky don't have those available for another 10 seconds, but will be popped almost immediately in order to get as much boss damage as possible. Liquid's starting to catch up a little bit on the boss damage, though.
Wow, we saw an almost exact mirror happening for both teams as a Nexus Adept that was CC'd earlier off the side, ran up the stairs for both of them, and then got death gripped in at basically the exact same time for both teams. I'm getting flashbacks, Zyro, to the Magister's Terrace that we had earlier today between these two teams, where you would just look back and forth, and you would see the exact same thing happening on both sides of the screen. Right now, we're at basically that position in this dungeon. What will happen to allow either team to take a commanding lead, or is this one going to come down to 5 seconds on the last?
That pool's kind of set up for Dignify the first two and Liquid to fade the last two.
Almost mirror comps too, right? The only difference is that one DPS spec, but there's really not that much of a difference between the overall.
I don't know about
capable of. The big thing is going to come down to that burst window on
the
Core Warden, right? Warlock, its damage is spaced.
I think Dignitas' Mysara has looked very, very impressive.
Notably, a lot shorter than that.
So that match I think makes sense. That matchup made sense. The Pit of Sauron, I don't know if we've seen Liquid in there.
Of their Void Metamorphosis inside that window. If they don't get enough souls to get that third,
but I guess they decided that it was not worth investing heavy spec resources into. The Sky Reach we've seen out of Liquid is better. It's faster than Dignitas. But the Windrunner Spire we haven't seen out of either team, I think. At least from memory. So
they have to be perfect.
I don't know. I mean, it's still such a gamble, and I forgot that Nexus Point has a specific comp requirement, which enables Dignitas to be still competitive with Liquid. And I guess I'm kind of surprised that Liquid opts not to play the Augvoker in here as well. Like, I think not playing Augvoker is correct to set yourselves up for map 4 and 5. But if you lose this map, then it doesn't matter. Your choice to save specs will have come to bite you in the ass. Now maybe the Liquid believes they're actually faster without Aug. I find that hard to believe though.
Accelerating back up a little bit in boss combat, but Dignitas then at the end of the boss fight once again reopened that lead.
I mean, the big thing to look at for Liquid in particular, right, is how they're playing around the Void Metamorphosis. Are they getting great?
Notice both teams have the exact same count. We're playing the exact same route here. It's just a question of who can do it better, who can do it faster.
The Warlock has a much easier time of it, right? They just press Tyrant and they start spam casting Hand of Gul'dans. Hopefully they get a lot of Ventar and Inquisitors so they can mind sear the mobs away. That looks like is what happened for them on the
Yarg and the Demolock doing crazy Demolock damage right now.
Typically doesn't beat out other classes on mass AoE like that, especially when you're talking about the top meta classes. Either way, it's still an advantage for Dignitas here. Keep an eye on Cine here as he's in the Void meta here. We want to try to make sure on Liquid's team that they can chain this Void meta into further trash so we can get maximum value out of that button.
Yeah, exactly. This is all about figuring out how to get those collapsing stars onto the right targets and in the right amounts. Little time gains here or there based on whether you're able to do that. And if you're playing the Devourer against that Demonology Warlock, you're going to need them to be perfect.
Dignitas setting up their final pull of this side of the dungeon. About
very strong as far
what is
as
it going to be for them?
And it's burst against this boss.
The mobs spawn in now.
To sneeze at, although of course You can line
On the
up
side of
a
Liquid,
perfect
they
collapsing star against the
are
Thor Warden. I think that is a big part of how Liquid were able to win.
about like 6 seconds behind right now.
And of course, not getting stunned by the
It's,
Lead
oh,
Scarf. Death from
Liquid! Wolf
though.
Disco goes down
Disco
to a
goes
nullifier
down to
in
a
the
nullify
back.
cast.
We let
This
a
tear
cast
up
go
for
through. That is
Liquid.
not
They are
ideal.
now even further behind.
Wow, that's
Already
not
about
good for
half a trash
Liquid.
behind on the
That is
corners.
not
Now
good for Liquid.
15 seconds.
They now
Time
almost
differential
assuredly
and
need a
no
major
safe
mistake out of Dignitas.
battle res
They
dog for
need
the
a
next
death,
3.5 minutes.
or they need
Fortunately,
Dignitas to
Wolf
like
Disco had not
brutally
yet
fail the
gotten
burn on
to
this
the
boss.
cooldowns. It could have been worse.
It could have been worse. It can always be worse.
Liquid
but
need
hopefully
Dignitas to,
Liquid
like,
will be able to
just
stop things from
completely
getting
miss the
any
burn.
worse here for them.
Somehow.
And if they can execute this burn as well as
But
they
based
did
on
last
how
time they were in this
well
dungeon,
Liquid did the
that
burn
might
last
still
time,
be enough
AJ
to
dropping
get
really low.
15 seconds back
I
without
anticipate
anything going
that
wrong
won't be an
Dignitas.
issue for
It is
Dignitas
such a high
either.
damage composition that Liquid are playing. Yargi dropping super low for Dignitas. The life cocoon does come out, keeps
Big
him alive,
cocoon.
puts that big absorb shield over the healing absorb from that entropic leech that was being channeled into him. Lots of little minions to dodge as well here.
Both teams into their
for
first set
both
of ads right
teams,
now,
as those
working
heralds
on the
in
Herald.
back are just being allowed, of course, to free cast the entire time here while both teams just focus on the boss RP mobs.
Extra funnel for the different classes.
We see the last Scroungers going down inside Dignitas here, spawning that, which will trigger the spawn of the third set of ads. Liquid still have about 30 to 40% on most of the mobs they need to kill to spawn off the third set of ads here. They're about, not that far behind. Honestly, maybe like 5 to 10 seconds. They've actually caused some damage here. I think this is the advantage of the Devour Void Metamorphosis here. You just have so much damage for these ads, just continuous Collapsing Star damage going out, which really helps you accelerate through these pulls. But Cineboom cancels his Collapsing Star. That is one less Collapsing Star we get for this boss, for this trash pack. And in fact, I think we lose. Oh, incredible play by Cineboom. Cine managed to preserve that final Collapsing Star cast and get it out before his Void Beta expires. So even though he got canceled, he did not lose that much damage. Very nicely done.
The last Sentinel go down for Dignitas. Kira gonna run around and tag these 6 Hollow Soul Scroungers.
I mean, Liquid actually making up time here on this boss RP. They're gonna pull the boss around the same time as Dignitas. In fact, they would be faster. Most likely, they would be ahead of Dignitas right now without the death. Okay, maybe they wouldn't be ahead. They're probably still like 10 seconds behind. But plus, with the death timer, again, they need a major misstep out of Dignitas here. Dignitas, can we one-phase the boss? That is the question on everyone's mind here. Scroungers pulled in. I don't know if any of our specs benefit from Funnel, really. But we're just going to deal with them on the boss. Why not?
Will they be able to make this up on the boss burn? The first answer is going to be coming from Dignitas soon. As we see that image up at the top there, starting its animation, leaping down, and starting that light.
Here we go, here we go. All eyes on Dignitas. Can we do the amp?
Here we go.
Tempest Ellie Blast from Herjax. How much damage does our Ellie Shaman do? How much damage does our Frosty K do?
Oh! They have so much damage here. This is not even close. This is going to be one phase with multiple seconds left.
Dignitas putting on an absolute clinic with the pure one phase. Meanwhile, Liquid also putting a Shine doing 800k in the burn. That is the fastest burn I've ever seen on this boss. In a plus 17, a Shine with the crazy RNG.
The thing is, it was more damage from Liquid, but it was only those 5 seconds they saved because Dignitas were also able to...
Wow, incredible damage out of Liquid. However, the death is costing them. They caught up a little bit of time, but they still need damage. Wait! Oh, never mind. I was tripping out. I saw them spamming Draining Power on the side of Dignitas, and I thought they were, like, fried.
Dignitas are able to still be in the lead here, as though even though they had a little bit less damage than Liquid were overkilling that burn window, so it actually stopped being efficient again once they were dealing more than the full amount that they needed, which Liquid absolutely were.
Liquid need Dignitas to have a death right now. If Dignitas does not have any deaths, I think this series is as good as over. And it's looking more and more likely that it will be 3-0 in favor of
Realistically, what
Dignitas.
they need is
I
Dignitas
can't
to
believe
get
I'm
that
saying
back.
those words.
Dignitas is not a team known to do that. These guys have been lights out the entire tournament.
I had expected Liquid
Multiple
would put
lingering
on
images, throwing
more
out
fight,
flares, Verb dropping low,
would put up a
continuing
battle,
to be used by AJ
compete,
to
and
answer
push
that
to
need.
5 games.
Still has the
But at this
upper
rate, it
hand.
is not
It's needed.
looking
But look at
likely.
this. Breath of Syndragosa not even
Liquid
being used on
reserved
this
too
map.
much.
They're waiting
They
to spawn
saved
the boss.
too
They're
much.
waiting to do maximum boss damage. They're
They
lining up
conserved
everything
playing for the
bloodline
win
window
in the
to
Nexus
burst
Point
this
to
boss
turn
down
the
as quickly as
tides
possible. Liquid on
of
the other
this
side,
matchup.
gearing up to do the exact
But
same
Dignitas
thing, but they
triggering
do
the
have
boss,
void meta
and
already
in
active for
boss
City.
combat
Is this
already.
going to line up with the Bloodlust?
Cooldowns
Are they
press,
gonna be able to get
Ascendance,
maximum use out of their cooldowns?
Breath of
That's the problem
Syndragosa,
with them.
Tyrant
Dungeons
rotating
attack,
up,
void meta has not been
Liquid
perfect.
pulling the boss down, but they're
Tossing out the void
20%
meta
behind
right as the boss
on
is
boss
low.
health
If they lust
and
here,
15
it's not gonna
seconds
be
of
a
death
grind for
timer.
them.
Yeah, we can get back to that Void meta more quickly with Lust, so if you think about it in those terms, it is useful, but definitely not as useful as landing it inside the Void meta itself.
Liquid rotating through their Ascendance and Breath of Syndragosa, which will allow them to close the gap in boss damage. But it's not a gap that will even out the boss's health, nor is it a gap that will make up the death timer here. Dignitas. For Liquid to have a chance, Dignitas need to have a death on a plus 17 boss with 4% count remaining. The remaining 4% count is in the corner of the room. They have to somehow have people die to the Light Rod ad and a few fixate Locust bugs. If the bugs do not take out one of Dignitas' members, this will be a 3-0 in favor of Dignitas.
Which is not what they need. They need more damage.
Or if they miss a kick during the intermission, that could also be the difference. But Dignitas already made it through the intermission. No missed kicks. We actually see, on the side of Liquid, they've done crazy boss damage to even out the boss's health this much.
And Dignitas 37% and dropping on the boss. Life Cocoon comes out on Verb to keep him alive there from AJ. AJ also using that Fort Brew on himself. The last big damage intake of the fight will be.
We see Breath of Syndragosa rotate up for Dignitas, immediately pressed. Herchax has Ascendance in about 15 seconds.
On the players, but they don't care. Verb's in the AMS. Your bear is a bear. He's not going to die to that random boss damage.
Their last percent of count, Light Rot goes down here. Dignitas will be getting one more Divine Guile here. Could Liquid potentially skip it? Dignitas could still wipe. They could kick the wrong ad. Imagine! Wait, they're taking a while. They're taking forever. It was in the pack of mobs that was really difficult to see. All this time, it's time that Liquid is managing to gain back. However, Dignitas is too far in lead, and they will take in the series 3-0. Wow.
Dignitas here, sweeping Team Liquid.
Dignitas, our reigning champions, have defended their crown. Dignitas are your Group C champions. We weren't sure if
3-0. What a stomp. What an absolute flex by Dignitas. You know what? That is, I think this scoreline looks worse than it was.
Very few can compete with.
I think I liked Liquid's strategy, but their strategy hinged on them winning in the Nexus Point, and they weren't able to do that. But that is the risk that you incur when you hedge all your bets into one matchup, and you're unable to execute. You yourself are executed.
Dignitas is looking, can we definitively say that they are looking as strong in speedrunning as they are in the TGP format?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, they look fantastic. And for a team that says that they don't like this format as much as the keep pushing format, they look scarily good at this format still.
Oh, wow. All right.
I'm really looking forward to
Well,
it with
both these teams are advancing to the Season 1 Finals
Obviously,
later in June,
we've always talked about
so we'll see them both. I imagine their placement in the group stages does matter. I think Seed 1, Dignitas, will probably have a better matchup,
It'll be exciting to see.
presumably. I don't actually know how the format's going to work.
Honestly, I think it's gonna be
Also, I believe there is no spec ban rule in the Season 1 Finals, so what we saw out of Liquid having to try and juggle spec
It was
choices based on preserving stronger specs for certain maps
will
will no longer be a decision that they have to make.
You have the risk of being
So we'll just see teams put together their best comms and attempt to time the dungeons as well as they can.
How that story played out, but let's take a
which,
look at the start of
for the sake of the spec ban
dungeon
rule,
once more already.
Dignitas
The
just
very
made it work
first
that much
goal
better.
of the dungeon Dignitas is able to pull ahead, and even if it's just by seconds, that is what matters in the end. You can see
201,000 channel points in favor of Dignitas. Now, to be fair, most people voted for Dignitas, so maybe it's not that surprising, but
shine though, because the orb does come in. He walks forward to, of course, make sure he doesn't get knocked into the beam, then stands there to bait those patches away from the rest of the group as they're starting to lose space. Just excellent.
Yeah, it is true. Liquid did have a run a stand-in with Cine.
Of course, this is where it all went wrong. They might have been able to.
How do you know he had 2 days of practice?
For that nullifier in the back there.
I don't know how much time he had to prepare, but regardless,
of health, but that was
it is true that they had a substitute in a person. I mean, it's either that or you don't play, right? So I respect them playing.
Later, but well, had to have been interrupted.
Liquid ban strat did not work.
With that light scar flare, we were talking about the day one. They had 2%
started last Sunday,
whatsoever.
so like a week.
Well, they had 0% this time around. Once that light scar flare.
Yeah, I mean, like here's the deal.
Something that I found
gone.
quite peculiar.
Even though they lost, they're still going to the Season 1 finals. So, like, their competition is not over. Not even in the slightest. In fact, your placement in the group stages is, like, not that impactful. As I said, it might dictate your seed placement, who you're competing against, in the Season 1 finals. Maybe it'll give you a slightly easier path if you place first as opposed to second.
Minor adjustments between their day one and
but, you know, the end goal for a lot of these teams is making it to BlizzCon. So as long as you are qualifying for the Season 1 finals, you are still well on your path to achieve that.
As they look ahead, we've got our CN group next weekend, and then we don't have the Season 1 finals for another week after that, a couple weeks into June.
Nah, Burger, you can't be serious, bro.
You know, keep an eye out.
You can't be serious saying that.
Time to really focus in on some of these details that maybe they hadn't quite finessed yet, and we're going to see even stronger showings when it comes to those finals. But looking,
hey, if Liquid want to forfeit, we'll take their spot. Hey, I do it. Would be down to run to the Season 1 finals. We'll take a spot. We'll take a chance at qualifying to BlizzCon.
I was certainly surprised. I mean, I was really excited to see Dignitas and Team Liquid clash. We saw some really climactic maps between the two.
Man, I wanted to see
kind of anticlimactic ones here.
I wanted to see the best of 5, bro.
I mean, I think the Zenith was a great
all three.
Those first 2 maps really was hoping that.
I mean, I hope here's okay. All 3 matches, all 3 best of 5 finals in the group stages. Not a single one.
We keep having these 3-0s with it, and we don't get to see those maps 4 and 5 with
Rise on Thank You for the Prime. Not a single one with more than 3 games. I hope Blizzard sees this and they realize the spec ban rule, the way they kind of envisioned it for a best of 5 has not worked. I think pretty clearly it has not worked. The fact that we can get a 3-0
I mean, I think with a
between 2, I would assume, relatively evenly matched teams. They win all 3 games in the previous, in the winners final. When
3 days to practice with a new player.
There were fewer specs they had to contend with. I hope they realize the spec ban rule isn't working. Because here's the thing, as a viewer, as a lover of the game, it kind of sucks watching the first 2 games of this series. I'll be honest, they kind of sucked. Alright, you know why?
So hopefully
it sucks because
and they will be back in the shape that we expect.
Basically, we knew Dignitas was winning the first 2 maps because of the comp that Liquid put out, which meant there was really only one meaningful match to watch this series, and that was map 3. This would be a more entertaining format if both teams are forced to play their best specs from the get-go.
How do you think that
when you just giving maps, like,
up to our finalists from our other weekends?
We saw a little bit of that in the best of 3s over the course of the weekend, but usually it wasn't as egregious, right? Because there are fewer games in the series.
So it wasn't a deathless weekend.
When you're trying to plan for a 5-game series, you're forced into, like, very awkward specs that these teams clearly have not practiced.
That's a pretty damn good,
which I think has led to a pretty lackluster viewing experience. So,
I mean, it's hard.
If anyone in Blizzard watching this, I hope going forward you guys take that in consideration. If there's some way you could twist the spec ban rules, or just twist the rules in general. I like the idea of spec bans. I like that we see different comps. But if you change it so that teams are forced into their best specs from the get-go, it would be a lot more interesting. Maybe you enable teams to ban other team specs. but you can't ban as many. You know, ban like one, maybe maybe tops.
Honestly, it looks so good.
Or
And I
that
feel
has been
like
thrown around in
every
chat a
single
couple times.
team that we've seen,
Burger,
even
I
some of
swear to
those ones
God,
that were lower
it would look
seeded
like a
or that were
weekly key
surprise
team found a
elements
dungeon
that
tool
kind
in
of
the
swept
finals.
in to qualify.
I mean,
but
yeah,
I
they
feel like
they
every
definitely
single
had.
one of them offers
Their first two
something
maps
unique,
weren't great.
and
I
I'm
don't
like
I don't
ready to
disagree.
see what they're going to do as they all face off finally head to head in our season 1 finals. Now, of course, we have some.
They can
ones
send
that
you
we'll
VOD
get
rank
back to,
2 complete
Dragon,
laughs
so
and
we
piss
will
off.
get
Like
to see
that's
how
actually
we
kind of
do
a good
as we
comeback.
were getting things started today. But do you feel like there's some good speedrunners in that group?
Certainly, yeah. I think the first seed team over there looks absolutely killer too. So I think they are gonna have a really good time in that bracket. But the rest of the
But hey,
bracket, a little curious about. Want to see
all
some of
things
those teams
considered,
as
dude.
well. There's some names that I recognize.
Congrats to
from the top
Dignitas.
teams as well,
Very
from some of the
very good
previous,
performance. They had a game
CN
plan. They
MDIs
stuck
as
to
well,
it,
from
and
the,
they won.
From the high key, from the Raider IO leaderboards.
Our
But yeah,
returning
here's a look at
champs
the teams that will be
showing
playing
why they're
next
returning
weekend.
champions.
We will have,
Even
they're playing
despite
next
the
weekend, and we
4th
are
place
also
time
doing an
trials
English
placement,
broadcast of it also
they
next
are
weekend.
still
Same
a
time,
considerable
same place,
threat
same channels,
to be
everything, as you're
to
watching
contend with
this
here,
right now.
heading
But yeah,
into the
Big Lucky,
finals.
their Mysara Caverns from their time trials was faster than all the Western teams' Mysara Caverns. So that is a team very much to look out for, not just if you're a viewer, but also if you are one of the MDI competitors who's made it through to the global finals. That is going to be something to look out for, because
that's fair,
they
brother.
are going to be there as well, challenging for a spot at BlizzCon in all likelihood. The other teams here, though, also a lot of strengths, a lot of strong logos as well. In particular, that one for team number 3, Wafu. Definitely a winner for me in terms of the logo department.
Yeah, I feel like we should have, like a separate logo competition every season as well, and maybe get some chat votes. We'll see, but I always love seeing what the teams kind of come up with and what everybody helps make a reality for their logos. Now, we have been waiting long enough, and we are sure all of you are very excited to talk with our winners, just like we are. We have an interview here with Dignitas. We've got Verb and Hard.
Meek said in the workout channel that Cindy's a perma sub. What does that mean?
Hey, good to see you.
Chinese MDN next
Hello.
weekend? Yes. Oh, we got Verb! We got Verb
Honestly,
Cam!
It feels like
Let's
we
go.
were just sitting here for your win last
What a burp.
season, but we are so glad to see you back. I mean, Verb, are you feeling the excitement coming back and being a champion again?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think I felt way more nervous during this format. It's my first time playing this format, so I felt the nerves a bit more, maybe, than the last TGP.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, honestly, thinking about that, it's something that I wanted to ask you about. I think we all did. And Hearthjax, I'll ask you. We saw you in that TGP format last season, but obviously now the team has come out on top in speedrunning too. So how was it shifting to the speedrunning format this season?
Yeah, so it was also my first time speedrunning keys in MDI. I would say I prefer the other format personally, but I ended up enjoying this format a lot more than I expected. And honestly, I love playing with my team. For a couple seasons since we've been together, it's just been great. It's just, being around them. Yeah, it is a little bit tiring though, especially with groups and the spec variety rule. It's been a little bit. It was a lot of preparation.
Yeah, I imagine that for sure.
Have you heard Jax?
I have a question.
Dude,
and
Herjax
feel
is such an
free to pick
iconic
that
name,
one
man.
up.
That guy's been around for so
In the
long.
Nexus Point CNES that we just saw you guys in, on the very final boss at the Divine Guile cast from Lothraxion, would you mind sharing with the class what your strategy is there? Because I was watching, and to me it looked like the strategy is we all group under the boss and then everybody has a direction they scatter into. Is that what you guys were doing?
That's pretty much exactly it. Yeah, we just divided the room and we scan a section each.
Smart.
I have a different type of question. You can start with you, Verb. What's it been like getting picked up, of course, by Dignitas? Got an org backing behind you. What's the journey been like from forming Missed Count to becoming Dignitas?
Oh, I mean, we're definitely so happy to be picked up by Dignitas. It feels like it's another step forward, I guess you could say, and we're definitely really excited to be working with them going forward.
Cool. Okay, I got a question for Hearthjax here. So you talked a little bit about the prep for the MDI here, and talked about how it was pretty intensive. I'm curious. So how do you guys approach choosing what your spec ends are for a series? Do you practice multiple different things per dungeon, or do you have like a set plan in place for each series once you see which dungeons are?
I was kind of quiet. I turned them up.
I guess I can spill all the beans since the groups are now over. Well, we definitely went with the approach like similarly to what Mandatory said in the interview, where we want to win every, like, have a chance of winning every match. There's definitely specs that are maybe not in the the ultimate best team comp, or like not one of the best, but shine in a given dungeon. Like apparently Affliction Warlock, well, I already played it in Mizar Caverns, for example. And then so we try to put those there, where they're like maybe 95% of the best second best spec, or like the very best spec. Other than that, like we try to, if we practice something for the finals, like the finals of the group, then we want to have a very similar team comp in the previous matches, even though it might not be 100% optimal, but where we do like make those optimizations where possible. Yeah, and that's about it.
Okay, cool. And one follow-up: when are you gonna play Mage, man? Where was the Mage at?
There was a plan for a Mage in the last match.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, but
Can't believe we missed out on that. That is upsetting stuff. I speaking of that last map though, we had some casters, I shall not name names on this broadcast, who were convinced that Liquid would reverse sweep you guys. How were you feeling about kind of going through that series? And obviously Liquid were kind of playing for those later maps with their spec choices based on how it looked like. Like, what was going through your head as you loaded into that third map that was match point for you guys? I don't know, Jax, if you want to take that, or if you want to follow up, whoever feels like taking it.
Sure, I don't mind taking it. Well, definitely the winning third match was important. Like, it clearly was what they were going for. Like, lose first two matches and then win 3 in a row. And if we didn't win it, it's hard to say how Windrunner would look like. But we already lost a match against them, and they seem to have like left the Guardian Druid for Skyreach. So we were likely to lose match 4 unless they make a mistake. I think also. What's interesting is it was quite important to win the previous series against Liquid, because I feel like they were tired as well, like after the whole day, and we had more time to practice the keys that we're gonna play in the finals before that. So yeah, that helped a lot for sure.
Awesome. Verb, did you want to follow up at all on that?
No, I think you covered it all good.
Okay. Well, then I'll lob another question your way, Verb. BlizzCon is obviously a possibility for our teams this season. So what would it mean for all of you to make it there?
Well, I mean, I think BlizzCon is, of course, the ultimate goal for most of the teams competing this season. They want to win obviously the Season 1 finals, but they also want to qualify to BlizzCon. And we obviously want that as well. We would be honored to represent Dignitas at BlizzCon as well. So.
W.
All right. Well, we
W.
really hope you make it there, but we are definitely looking forward to seeing you no matter what in the Season 1 finals. So before we let you go so that you can rest after the exhausting speedrunning weekend, we'll let you do some shout outs here. Maybe we can start with Hearthjax. Is there anything or anybody you would like to shout out?
Well, our team, of course, it's always a blast to play with them. Our new org, and I believe the partnership going forward will be fruitful. And I suppose that's it for me.
All right, and Verb?
Yeah, I'll add my girlfriend to the list alongside my team. And
wait, Verb has a girlfriend? W Riz.
I love it. Well, we love seeing you play. We're
He
so
is a
excited to see
handsome
you
fella.
back and in such amazing form here for this season as well. And we can't wait to see you at the Season 1 finals. So until then, take care, rest up, and practice hard. Bye.
Thank you. See you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
I was winning both in game and IRL. True.
And with that,
Yeah, imagine that.
We have done it, everybody. Group
Let's just
C weekend
race mode
is
first,
done.
MDI,
We had
and girlfriend.
Dignitas emerge as our Group C champions.
I was living the
Liquid
life.
as well, coming through here to make it to Season 1 finals. Now, across all of our groups, we have some incredible contenders. So honestly, Groups A, B, and C only set the stage for the Season 1 finals, where all of our top teams will clash. But before our top 8 face off, we have 2 more finalists to find from our China region. Get even more MDI next weekend during our CN broadcast, starting same time, same place at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET on the Warcraft channels. Some of us will see you there, while the rest of us will reunite with all of you in chat in the Season 1 finals in June. Best of luck in your own runs and whatever you're doing in-game. Maybe a little of interior decoration as well, but we can't wait to see you. Until we meet again.
GG's. Wow. I mean, it was interesting hearing what Herjax was saying about their later matchups. Like, had Liquid won the Nexus point, they were pretty convinced that they were going to lose the Skyreach, which I agreed with them on. But Windrunner, they weren't as sure, which also I kind of agreed with them on. I think Windrunner would have been an interesting matchup. Now we have seen the Og Evoker played, and then the Wormstone skip, which obviously Dignitas would not have had available to them, which I think would have put them at some level of disadvantage. But they could also just play 5 meld specs to do that skip if they wanted to. So that would have been a fun map to see. But yeah, that's gonna be it. Did I get lip filler, or is that procedure still incoming? What? What the fuck? No, we're doing that procedure later today. Thanks for checking. So yeah, GG's Dignitas. Live on stream? Do I get filler on stream? Why so rude? It's just out of the blue. I wasn't ready for it. It was just random. I definitely need lip filler for sure. Okay. My bad, guys. I'll get that sorted. ABL? I don't know what an ABL is. A BBL? We gotta get a BBL? African booty lift. No, I haven't heard of that. That's a new one. Wow. Why I'm coming back. Team Liquid League of Legends. With Double Lift returning. He got abundant back there. He could end world hunger. Okay, interesting comms. I'm not sure what I do right now. I could log into live and do some keys. Or I do IRL stuff. I was originally going to upload all the matches from today. But I was kind of hoping on like a banger BO5 to end it off between Liquid and Miscount, and then Liquid got 3-0'd. I mean, I can still upload it, but log in and help Crow push keys. I mean, we could. That would be an option. Uninstall WoW together and do IRL stuff. Yeah, you want to hang out? And go get our lip filler together. The Dignitas win 3-0? Yeah, they did. 3-0 Dignitas. In a pretty convincing fashion, too. We'll see when we can get in some keys. I'm kind of down to key. do a room tour. I did one before. Not right now. Should you have inspired me to go down a mythic raid adventure? Keeping the story short. My first official raid of my new guild is Tuesday. Any advice? Dude, hell yeah. Best of luck. I mean, it depends what your goals are, but first and foremost, have fun with it, right? You know, at the end of the day, a big part of my aspirations moving forward in climbing guild ranks was pursuing a raid environment that I just found more enjoyable. So, soak it in. This is an opportunity. It'll be a chance for you to trial and prove yourself, but enjoy it. Enjoy the process. Yeah, I'd say that. Super on my fridge. Maybe I'll do another one sometime. All right, post MDI keys. Surely the group finder is popping right now on a Sunday. Do like 19 to 21 or something. Not that. Seat. Squirt. Another seat. Oh, I'm filtering. My daughters are watching you. Can I get a hey, Lydia and Sophia? You have kids? I don't believe you. Well, not that you can't have kids, but I don't believe that your kids would be watching me. My demo is too old for that. Your 5-year-old is watching. Dude, no, they're not. Yeah, the good key breakdown. 5-3 vaults for Mythic, and I want to farm Heroic. Does it override the Mythic loot? No. No, it won't. If you already unlocked the vault slots under Mythic, it'll stay Mythic. Skyreach? Alrogue with 721s and a 12 bit of Sauron? That owns. I was like, use bathroom. Oh my god, I expired. I'm back. I'm back. Oh shit. There's a sky reach. I'm back. It might be. Oh, we got it. W. Get a Mog on? Nah, I'm good. I'm good on that. Alright, I got into a 21 sky reach, but we're AFK for 20 minutes apparently. They're waiting for somebody to log on. I got 3 kids. The oldest just isn't home at the moment. Wait, actually? Shit. Oh, my bad. Should I should maybe watch my language in front of the kids. W children. Or maybe they're not children anymore. I don't know how old they are. Say hi to them. I did. I said hello. Being raised by Marines, so I promise you can't say anything worse than what they have heard. Alright, hell yeah. I'll say it again. I'll say it again. Oh, you did actually specify the ages. Alright, hello Lydia. Hello Sophia. W. I missed that. I missed that. You're right. That's funny. Alright, let's do some daily activities.
Friends just redeemed 10 push UPS. Get some exercise, lil bro.
I mean, I guess that is a daily activity. All right. Yo, EO Chade with the Prime. Appreciate you. All right.
Under the sun just redeemed 10 push you.
Oh,
Get some exercise, lil bro.
20 push-ups. Okay. One sec. I don't have my alert sounds on here, I don't think. Oh, I see. Okay. Let's just over here. 30? Oh, there is 30. Okay. Dude, that's a lot of push-ups. Fuck. I don't know if I can do 30 at once. I might have to split them up. We'll see.
Under the sun just redeemed 10 push UPS. Get some exercise, lil bro.
Okay. Yeah. Come on. Yeah, I kind of lost count. I think that was 30. Oh, under some. Okay, 10 more. I have these little push-up bars I can use. Check these out. I use these.
Aurelia just redeemed 10 push UPS. Get some exercise, lil bro. Under the sun just redeemed 10 push UPS. Get some exercise, lil bro.
Okay. I have to do 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. 20 more. Okay. There's a lot of push-ups, man. I did chess. I trained chess yesterday. So I'm kind of fried. Do 10 more. Bro, this is hard. Oh. these make it harder. I'm not using these. Dude, it's like it's like my triceps more than anything. That are just weak. Or just super gassed. Only 30 more left? What do you mean? That was 60. That was 60. $10, $20, $30, $40, $50, $60. No, I'm done. I'm not doing any more. It's solely a redeem. I'll do more. You guys redeem. But until then, we're done. Jesus. Bench press, little bro. I don't have a good bench. Most of our done was like 215. Tell you what, if you guys for the duration of this hype train, I will do 10 push-ups per sub. 10 push-ups per sub for the duration of this hype train. The hype train ends in less than a minute. Doing pretty good though. Thank you. I did that one time in college. Since then, I've not benched nearly that heavy. Oh my god, bro. Okay, whoa. Stop. Bro, Dude, stop, please, stop. No, yo, stop, no more. From this point on, no more. No, dude, that's piss as fuck. Oh my fucking god, dude. Bro, there's no way. That's 110, 160. That's 260. There's no way. Wait. Yo, we gotta compromise. I need like... We have to compromise with something. Like, can we make it like 5 per instead? Dude, I don't even... It's gonna take me like... Okay, here, this is... Let me do this. I will do the push-ups that I said I would, but I'm not doing them all at once, because that is impossible. We'll do this instead. Properties, 0 of 260 push-ups. The duration of this stream is dependent on how long it takes me to do the push-ups I need to do. Alright, that's the plan. I'll do it, I'll hit it. No, no. Yeah, thank you for the gifteds, though. Holy shit, that's really generous of you guys. That is very, very generous. And actually, with that, that's crazy. I'll show you guys something real quick. One of the goals I had for the end of this month was to get to Partner Plus. We are 6 sub points away from hitting it. Twitch tier 1, 2, or 3s will help us get there. And we're 6 subs away at this point, which is really close. We did hit that before the end of the month, and I feel like we're definitely on pace. So thank you all for everyone for all the contributions and support so far. Very grateful. Well, all right, let's do like, why don't we do, let's guess, I'll do 10 in between every Wordle guess here. So how's my day? Today has been good. Today has been good. It's been a good day. Price. Okay. Well, it's a good guess. Hen. Who won? Dignitas did. They won 3-0. Ice. What ends with, has an I in it? Probably consonant I, consonant C. Since. Nigh. Oh, I have to do 10 push-ups. Well, we're actually kind of cooking this right now. Nah. Ni. What is this word? Nibs, nymphs. Nitsy. Nia. Nios. Nians. Nins. Nibs. Nivs. Bro, what is this word? Nymphs? Is that a word? Not a word. Dude, what is this word? Nios. Nils. Niece! I didn't think of the repeat vowel. Damn! 3 guessed that? Are you kidding me? Holy, we're dialed. Alright, 10 more push-ups. This is gonna be so hard. Holy shit, I'm watching my push-ups back. Bro, I am cheeked up. Jesus. Yeah, I have water. Why did you think we wanted you to do more, okay? Changes. 30. Apparently this is the route we're doing. How many squats now? I mean, I'm not handing out. We're not handing out squats for free. As like, look at how to use a replacement player. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Chat is too zooted right now. Do I need anything? Get some more pots.
Are you planning a purchase?
I'm not even sure.
Treat my wares with care.
Heck's looking better, are they? All right, hitting 10 more, and then we're locking up this key. Oh, okay, felt pretty good, so I had 20 instead.
Draw back the veil. The shadows are.
Am I enjoying all 3 road trees this patch? Oh, the music stopped. What the? I mean, I enjoy playing rogue. I think I'm like an outlaw the most right now. If I had to pick one. They're each fun in their own right.
5, 4, 3,
Here we go.
2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Repel. Dire Screech. Blade Rush.
I don't know why. I must have double hit Feint by accident. That was kind of spooky. I had nothing.
Dire Screech. Dire Screech. Dire Screech. Repel. Repel. Blade Rush. Repel. 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 Blade Rush.
I get picked. That's impressive. I should have ruled there.
I will slice the flesh from your bones.
Gale Surge. Fan of Blades. Wind Chakram.
What? Bro, how did that hit me?
Wind Chakram.
That's crazy.
Fan of Blades. Chakram Vortex.
I mean, that's just unreal.
Gale Surge. Fan of Blades. Wind Chakram.
Dude, I got reverse parked.
Wind Chakram.
This guy reverse parked my garage.
Fan of Blades. Chakram Vortex. Gale Surge. Fan of Blades. Wind Chakram. Wind Chakram. Fan of Blades. Chakram Vortex.
Holy shit, bro, I feel so tired.
Gale Surge. Fan of Blades. Wind Chakram. Wind Chakram. Fan of Blades. Chakram Vortex. Gale Surge. Fan of Blades. Wind Chakram. Wind Chakram. Fan of Blades. Chakram Vortex. Blinding Light. Solar Fire. Blinding Light. Solar Blinding Light. Blinding Light. Solar Fire. Blinding Light. Solar Orb. Solar Fire. Blinding Light. Blinding Light. Solar Nova.
Natty Jackpot was crazy. I have no energy though.
Solar Nova. Solar Nova. Blinding Light. Blinding Light. Solar Nova. Solar Nova. Solar Nova.
Oh, I don't
Blinding Light.
It lasted a little longer.
Solar Nova.
No, bro. Dude, my death on the first boss was so troll. These guys have Rezil? What the hell? That explains why. Oh yeah, you're right. I didn't update the push-up count. Thank you. What's that supposed to mean? These guys have Rezil? Well, I just assume it's never Rezil. I don't know. I just thought we lost. Shit. Oh, bro. Dude, I think these push-ups are affecting my play, man. My arms are so bricked. Oh, it's 20 with Rezil. It's the new 19. Is it? Oh, shit. I'm out of touch. Like 19 and 3/4? Okay, okay. Ask Mort how Frosty K went.
2, 1.
What does that mean?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Repel. Dire Screech. Blade Rush. Repel. Dire Screech.
I'll low roll this opener. That's how it goes. That's how it goes.
Dire Screech. Dire Screech.
Oh! What the fuck was that?
Repel. 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 Blade Rush.
I fell far, bro.
Your
Whoa!
survival wasn't necessary.
Do I release? I guess so. Oh my god, bro. What the fuck was that? I think I have to pre-wall. If I get hit by a shotgun, I'm kind of cooked. Oh! We're good. Fucking charge straight in there.
Repel. Repel.
Dude, what the fuck was that? I just exploded.
I will slice the flesh from your bones.
Gale Surge. Fan of Blades. Wind Chakram. Wind Chakram. Fan of Blades. Chakram Vortex. Gale Surge. Fan of Blades. Wind Chakram. Wind Chakram. Fan of Blades. Chakram Vortex. Gale Surge. Fan of Blades. Wind Chakram. Wind Chakram. Fan of Blades. Chakram Vortex. Gale Surge. Fan of Blades. Wind Chakram.
It's a rule.
Wind Chakram.
Plot here.
Fan of Blades.
Okay, I think I'll hold it for next pool.
Chakram Vortex.
Scary.
Gale Surge. Fan of Blades. Wind Chakram.
Bosses take 8 years.
Wind Chakram.
Shit.
Fan of Blades. Chakram Vortex.
Shaman's mouse died.
Blinding Light.
That is crazy.
Blinding Light. Blinding Fire.
Alright, somebody overrid my marker, so I'm just gonna pick something else, I guess.
Solar Orb. Blinding Light. Blinding Fire.
Ah! Bro, I mean, what are we doing, bro?
Blinding Light.
What is this? One combo
Blinding Light.
I mean, that's just so rough.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Who's Moon? Who is Moon? Dude, what killed me there? Off rip. I got overlapped. Bleed in chakram. Was that not through a wall? I thought I had Fink going or something. Oh wow, look at that. Holy fuck. I really just get... I got overkilled by 5k. That's kind of crazy. Okay, we're waiting for the shaman, I guess. He does. Yo, Holmes! With the 3 months and the tier 1. I appreciate you, dude. Oh, how you doing? Wait, that was 18 minutes ago. Yo, my bad, bro. I just saw that for some reason. I was too busy, too locked. Yo, Verb! Dude, congrats. I did cheer for you guys. I'm a little disappointed that it didn't go 5. We didn't go 5 games in the grand finals, but you guys played great. Deserved W. Almost 17 Rezil. W. Nudroke here. Which spec do you think is best for 12 to 16? Probably Sub-Rogue. Sub or Outlaw. I mean, you can play whatever you want, really, at that key range. Just whatever you're most comfortable with. Okay, guys, the rust is shaking off. I can't keep dying each of these attempts.
It's too far away.
Holy shit. Verb with the raid. Yo. Welcome, 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 everyone. Dude, congrats again. W Dignitas. Big Group C champions. Welcome, welcome. We are... doing some live keys, playing some Law.
5, 4,
Attempting to, at least.
3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Cool. A little late to getting out, but it's fine.
Repel. Dire Screech. Blade Rush.
I double fainted again. Not sure why I keep hitting it like that. Okay, low-key kind of fucked my opener, but it's okay because we got the jackpot roll, so we're chilling.
Dire Screech.
What the hell? Verb is raiding me a second time? Yo, thank you for the second raid. Let's go. We're owning.
Dire Screech.
I think I need a big wall in the AoE events here while these
Blade Rush.
Chakram dudes are alive.
Dire Screech. Blade Rush.
Teleport. Please!
I simply
You
wish
gotta
it
be
lasted a
kidding me,
little
man! I'm getting fucking railed, bro.
It's too far.
I mean, I'm definitely misusing my defensives, but holy fuck, this hurts.
Repel. Blade Rush. Repel. Repel. Repel.
Okay, I was logging that one, but like... I think I need to cloak the Dreadraven? No, I'm just... I had Faint come up. No, I think I'm just ass using my defenses. I'm gonna keep it real. I need to, I mean, I am playing. I am. I figured I could just... Here's the thing with playing Rogue. You can sometimes just hit feint, and you're kind of just, like, cruising. Bro, I can't do that. I get punished. If I feint everything, I don't have feint charges. I think I need to cloak the Dreadwinds every time I have it up. Evasion on chakrams. No, evasion... Dude, I think I hold my evasion rule too if I can. I don't know. No, that's the thing. I'm holding. I'm leaning it too heavily into feint, and then I don't have feint available when I need it. Is kind of what I'm noticing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, walking back in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Repel.
What?
Dire Screech.
Happening? I'm cooking that.
Blade Rush.
Dude. I'm going crazy, bro. There's no... Dude, there's no fucking way.
Repel. Repel. Dire Screech. Blade Rush.
Dude, why am I paper here? I don't know, man. Oh my, there's no way. Okay, at least this coverage.
Dire Screech. Dire Screech.
Nice, I'm alive. All
Repel.
Good.
Repel.
Oh my, the tank
Repel.
Dude. Dude! Ah!
Blade Rush.
Oh my god, bro! What is this key?
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Is this normal? Am I in, like, am I just, like, washed? What the fuck is happening? Dreadwinds, I faint. I'm dead. I'm dead inside of faint. I mean, I just have to cloak. I have to cloak. Oh my god. Okay, no, it's my bad. I have to. No, it's my bad. Wait, is the... I swear cloak doesn't work on the AoE, by the way. Your mic doesn't like high-pitched screaming. I'll try to tone it down a little bit. Am I using MMO mouse? Yeah, Ares 9 Steel Series or something. I say or something like I don't know exactly what it is. People can free themselves from the Gargoyle Grip and Piff Sauron? No. You can only free yourself with Meld. I'm gonna lose food death or food buff this run, but whatever.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Please, I need to live!
4, 3, 2, 1.
Repel. Dire Screech. Blade Rush.
Evasion. Oh, I'm alive. This is good.
Repel. Dire Screech. Dire Screech.
Raging Skulls, fuck.
Dire Screech.
I'm pre-fainting, so I'm gonna get hit here. Oh, good.
Repel. Repel. Blade Rush.
Pre-faint. Prince Vial.
Repel.
Evasion here.
Repel. Repel. Blade Rush.
Faints. I have a second faint if I need it. Pressing it. W bot. You know what?
Repel.
Actually, probably a good cloak press would be when the squalls start pulsing shit. Your Gargoyle Grip with Vanish? Yeah, you can. But as Demon Hunter, you don't have Vanish.
Gale Surge. Fan of Blades. Wind Chakram. Wind Chakram. Fan of Blades.
Should I be deep
Chakram
pressing
Vortex.
Graveslore here? Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe this is just funnel for my team. And I'm kind of inting by pressing Graveslore.
Gale Surge. Fan of Blades. Wind Chakram. Wind Chakram. Fan of Blades. Chakram Vortex.
Oh!
Gale Surge.
Scary.
Fan of Blades. Wind Chakram.
Oh, bro, I had the bug. I had a 3 roll and I just overrid it because my UI doesn't show it for some reason.
Wind Chakram.
UI.
Fan of Blades. Chakram Vortex. Gale Surge. Fan of Blades. Wind Chakram.
I don't think I made
Wind
it back
Chakram.
to this keep it rolling. No, I don't.
Fan of Blades. Chakram Vortex. Gale Surge. Fan of Blades. Wind Chakram. Wind Chakram. Fan of Blades. Blinding Light. Solar Fire. Blinding Light. Solar Orb. Blinding Light. Solar Fire. Blinding Light. Solar Nova.
Banish. I hope for the next one.
Solar Nova.
Focus. W cloak. I get 2 of them.
Solar
Insane
Nova.
value.
Solar Nova.
Plus evasion here. I'm a beast. Literally cannot die.
Solar Nova.
Bought that.
Solar Nova.
Oh, I think our shaman's in trouble right now. Yo, Zorthas with the raid. Appreciate you. Hope you had a good stream, man.
Blinding light. Fiery smash.
Soak.
Fiery
It's gonna
smash.
hit, let's see. Pretty fucking hard.
Fiery smash. Blinding light.
Oh, am I just dead to this? There's no way, right? Oh!
Soak.
Dude, that shit hurts.
Fiery smash. Fiery
I'm actually in
smash.
trouble here. Thank you.
Blinding light.
AoE.
Supernova.
That was necessary. Didn't get that help, I was dead.
Fiery smash.
Soak.
I poke here, chilling.
Fiery smash. Fiery smash.
And they're opting to help me. Appreciate that.
Soak.
Fiery smash. Fiery smash.
AoE.
Supernova. Fiery smash.
Soak.
Fiery smash. Fiery smash.
Soak.
I had a press cloak there. I don't know if that was correct.
Fiery smash. Fiery smash.
AoE.
Supernova.
I'm in trouble here. Am I? Faint lasts just long enough. Holy shit.
Fiery smash.
I have pods.
Soak.
I press it at some point.
Fiery smash.
Shoot myself.
Fiery smash.
Boss got a stack. It's so
Soak.
scary. Let's see, there's
Fiery smash. Fiery smash.
AoE.
Supernova.
that prep wasn't ideal, but whatever. Fiery smash. I gotta disable that. That's true. Yeah, I think I kidney the first bird here, as opposed to the one in the intermission.
Sunbreak. Blaze of Glory. Sunbreak.
Hide.
Searing Quills. Searing Quills. Blaze of Glory. Sunbreak. Blaze of Glory. Sunbreak.
Hide.
Searing Quills. Searing Quills. Blaze of Glory.
Oh, it might res that egg. Did we get away with it? I think we did.
Sunbreak.
Let's see.
Blaze of Glory. Sunbreak.
Hide.
Searing Quills.
I think they're supposed to swap these things, but I'm just assuming that I will too.
Searing Quills. Blaze of Glory. Sunbreak.
Have to.
Blaze of Glory. Sunbreak.
Hide.
Searing Quills. Searing Quills. Blaze of Glory. Sunbreak.
We'll go. Drake album's High Key Booty Cheeks? Dude, I like a few of the songs from Iceman, but most of the album I'm not a huge fan. Or most of the other albums I don't like. I think we're skipping this.
Solar Fire. Repel.
What the fuck are we doing?
Blinding Light.
This can't have been the play.
Solar Fire. Blade Rush. Solar Orb. Repel. Solar Fire. Blinding Light. Blade Rush.
Your survival
What was...
wasn't necessary.
There's no way that was the pull. What happened? Something went wrong. I mean, the rest of the run was good. We went the wrong way. Well, he had talked earlier about. It sounded like he wanted to pull this pack onto this one. Oh. Nah, that sucks. Okay, apparently the brew is supposed to go over here, tag these, and then port over, but the port range was too far. Yeah. Damn. Dude, this pack is crazy. This pool is crazy. This dungeon is crazy. My goodness. Holy. Damn, at least, okay. At least we got a run where I wasn't floor POV the entire dungeon. I do feel better about that. Where's Fiery Smash? Disabled. Shebang. What's rank for the end of the dungeon? It was this. My scroll wheel is broken. This. I guess we shroud this. Resi Og. We're not an Og. I don't need next point either. Being a CIA asset. No, I don't think I've seen that one. Chuds only. Okay. Alright, yo, I gotta hit some push-ups. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, it's a little embarrassing hitting these, but I conceded that I would do a 10 push-ups per sub, and then I got a lot of subs, so I can't do that many push-ups at once, so I'm having to space them out. So anyways, let's get some out of the way. I can only do like I can only do like 20 at a time. It's gonna take forever. My goodness. My goodness. 100 push up. Dude. Hit of Sauron. I've already done a 21, but this is like Physcomp looking. Looking Physcomp-esque. Do we hit another one? Sure. There's a seat in here? Barrel. Okay, but what about a row? Thoughts? I can do damage, but I may or may not be able to survive the keys. As I think we saw. Demo. Sure. Declined. Unlucky. Oh, we got in. Holy shit. We're going 21 pit. I'm stuck here at Skyreach.
I got the best deals anywhere.
I kind of should think about getting some food. When I say food, I mean groceries. I can do it tomorrow, I guess. Not super urgent. Can I upgrade this yet? No, I can't.
Potential customer.
Or at least one action bar for Outlaw? Nah. I have a lot more. But the other ones are hidden. Here, 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 here. Here, although you can see this one. I would hide this one too, but with default UI, you can't hide your first action bar. I could probably get an add-on to hide it if I really wanted to, but it's whatever. I'll swap Outlaw, seems much better for keys. If you're playing with like DPS that buff your physical damage, like like a comp like this, then I think it is the move. Otherwise, I think the other rogue specs are more competitive, relatively speaking. But you should play what you enjoy, first and foremost. First and foremost. Currently waiting for our warrior. AC's out, it's warm. Shit. Damn, go down. It is 20 degrees where I live. Have I unlocked the daily scrandle yet? Might be too early. Oh wait, it just opened. Alright, here we go. Daily scrandle, here we go. Fish finger baguette, chicken, and gammon pie. Bro, this sounds nasty. Alright. Here we go. Cottage pie, cheese panini with nothing in it. What the fuck is this? Oh. That was a Drake line? Chicken bites? Mat J's rule. Honestly, this doesn't look that bad, but I'm going with the chicken bites. Yep. Chinese chicken curry pie? Okay, that sounds kind of scary. Macaroni cheese pie. I think I'd rather have the macaroni cheese pie. It's a little bit cheaper too. I mean, this sounds good though, but I'm kind of... I'm going mac and cheese. Ooh, close. Chicken burger or mango biche and chontaduro? I mean, the chicken burger for sure. Yeah. Carne asada and El Pastor tacos or long potato? The tacos look buzzing. Yeah. Bread filled with chorizo or a burnt pie? Are you guys going with the bread with chorizo, or are we going for the burnt pie? I don't know. Bread? I think it's bread as well with chorizo. They had the bird pie. Gloop or glorp. Okay, good. Oh, look at the length of this guy. Humongo sausage with bread for 5 pounds, or rice, pork, procollagen, and fried egg. Oh, for 3 pounds, bro? It has to be this. Yeah. Pie for sure, you're cooked. Cheeseburger or local farm ice cream? Okay, the aesthetic of the ice cream looks a lot better here. The cheeseburger looks like dog water, but I would personally rather have the cheeseburger. But I wonder if that's my own bias that is influencing the wrong decision. The burger does look really fucking bad, but I would still rather take the burger. This one I think is going to be close. My look dog of you know it would slap. Heart says it has to be ice, but we're kind of split on this one. I'm slamming the shit out of that burger. Dude, that's what I'm thinking. It kind of gives me like the like if you guys have been to Five Guys, you know, they just like they make like this really good burgers, but they wrap them up in like aluminum foil. When you unwrap them, it's just like a greasy mess, but it tastes amazing. I'm going burger. No! Fuck! Dude. Superfood bowl or ham and cheese panini? Bro, give me the ham and cheese panini. Fuck! I thought people doing this wouldn't want to think healthy, bro. No. Whole beef burger or fries and hot chocolate? Whole beef burger. Okay. I thought nobody... the superfood was like twice the price, bro. Dude, fuck. Wait, paninis on here actually are not it, dude. Every time I've seen a panini, it has been real bad. Okay, our Warriors back. W. All right, 8 for 10. We'll take those. Could have been better. Could have been worse. Only price ever matters is all looks. That's what I've learned, but I still like convince myself sometimes
5
that the price matters.
4, 3, 2.
But it never
1.
does. All right, here we go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dark Rupture.
You will have to make your way across this quarry on your own.
Dark Rupture.
Alright, no comms, we are through the pool. Mostly.
Dark Rupture. Nether Burst.
Jump.
Plunge Grip.
What? feel like everybody is trying to kick the cadaver right now.
Nether burst.
I claimed the kick though. I kicked it. I kicked it again. You guys kicked something else. All hunters did. Debuff plus bolt on then.
Plunge grip.
Maybe I shouldn't be on the cadaver. I don't know. I just claimed it because nobody else did. Health.
Plague frenzy. Nether rupture. Nether burst. Dark Plague frenzy. Plague frenzy. Plunge grip. Nether burst. Dark rupture. Plague frenzy. Plunge grip. Dark rupture. Plague frenzy. Nether burst. Frost breath. Nether burst. Frost breath.
Heal.
Nether burst.
I just came
Dark
up
rupture.
using neck pool, I guess.
Plunge grip.
Heavy cross.
Plunge grip.
Use my poke on that debuff. I'm not holding it.
Plunge grip.
Hey, that time I held it because it's supposed to be fully dead. Oh, we're gonna get pre-jumped on, so I'm gonna pre-paint here.
Plunge grip. Frost breath.
With that.
Plunge grip.
Ready to get out of this. Live freedom.
Frost breath. Frost breath.
Boom.
Dark rupture. Nether burst.
Tiny creatures under feet. You bring carve
Throw sorrow knight.
good to eat.
Nether burst.
We'll save for snack. For later.
Glacial overload. Glacial
Nether
overload. Cryo stomp. Throw sorrow knight.
Jesus. I think does not work on that AoE, I remember. No.
Nether burst.
We'll save for snack. For later.
Glacial overload. Glacial overload. Nether burst. Cryo stomp. Throw sorrow knight. Nether burst.
For snack. For later.
Glacial overload. Glacial overload. Cryo stomp. Throw sorrow knight.
Hot from pressing my AR, I guess.
We'll save for snack. For later.
Glacial Overload. Glacial Overload.
AoE.
Cryo Stomp. Throw Sorrow Knight.
I hold this AR.
Glacial Overload.
Clean save boss great shame. For late.
You vanish.
Dark Rupture. Frost Breath. Nether Burst.
Viscon Strap, kill the casters.
Dark Rupture. Nether Burst. Frost Breath. Nether Burst. Dark Rupture. Frost Breath.
We could probably use these parts. Arms and legs are in short supply. Thanks for your contribution.
AoE.
Plague Expulsion.
AoE.
Plague Expulsion.
Intermission.
Get him. Ick.
I'll evasion for a bit. I might get it back in time though. I think I do. Yeah, I should have it.
Shade shift.
Enough moving around. Hold still while I blow them all up.
Oh,
AoE.
Plague
insane
expulsion.
reflect.
AoE.
Plague expulsion.
Intermission.
Get him. Ick.
Not be interrupted. Ick, take care of them.
I'm caught up. Some weird, Bro, what are all these double trouble rules, man? It is so ass, bro.
AoE.
Shade shift.
Enough moving around. Hold still while I blow them all up.
AoE.
Plague expulsion.
AoE.
Plague expulsion.
Intermission.
Get him. Ick.
Not be interrupted. Ick, take care of them. No, that one, get that one. I changed my mind. Go get that one instead.
That air wasn't very good.
Everything.
Thought it was worth it just to get on cooldown, but I don't know. Maybe it wasn't.
Death is all that awaits you. Do not think that I shall permit you entry into my master's sanctum so
Dark
easily.
rupture.
Pursue me if you dare.
Ooh, I like the back-to-back 5 rules, though. That goes hard.
Dark rupture. 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 Dark rupture.
Vanish. Chillin'.
Dark Rupture.
Your
No!
wasn't
Seriously.
necessary.
Fuck you, bro. Dude, that is crazy. What?
Dark Rupture.
Dude. I just get triple leapt, man. Like, what is that? What even is that, man?
Sprout.
Cryo Burst.
I didn't really want to block the way as much as I could help it.
Damage.
Focus Guard.
My blood flow with the next damage, I guess.
Sprout.
Cryo Burst.
Up here. I think I saved pop for the last boss.
Damage.
Focus Guard.
I press it, but I'm in a 1 roll right now. That's a shame.
Sprout.
Cryo Burst.
Damage.
Focus Guard.
Heroes, to me.
Yo, do we time? 4:30 for last boss? Probably.
Signal the alarms. Heroes,
Yeah, I think we do.
we will hold off the
As long
undead
as we live.
as we can, even to our dying breath. Deal with the Scourge Lord.
Bone Infusion.
Clean.
Scourgelord's Reckoning. Death's Grasp.
Clean.
Scourgelord's Reckoning.
Ads.
Army of the Dead.
Dodge. AOE.
Bone Infusion.
Clean.
Scourgelord's Reckoning. Death's Grasp.
Clean.
Scourgelord's Reckoning. Army of the Dead.
Dodge. AoE.
Bone Infusion.
Wait,
Clean.
fall off. Not ideal.
Skurgalord's Reckoning. Death's Grasp.
Clean.
Woo!
Brave champions, we owe you our
Good job,
lives,
team.
our freedom. Though it be a tiny gesture in the face of this enormous debt, I pledge that from this day
GG's.
forth, all will know of your deeds and the blazing
Do I want
path
this
of light
belt?
you cut through the shadow of this dark citadel.
Like, kinda.
This day will
A little bit.
stand as a testament
Not up
not
to this
only
roll,
to
though.
your valor, but to the fact that no foe, not even the Lich King himself, can stand.
What's the add-on
before
showing
the
that shows his
lives
GCD
and
uses
voices of
over
fighting
damage reader?
and
It's spell history. Is the name of the add-on.
I
Is loaded dice talent bugged? Why do you ask?
cannot save them.
Is Warrior playing Slayer?
Damn you, Arthas. Damn you!
Yes.
The Frost Queen is gone.
Yes, they were.
We must keep moving. Our objective is near.
How do I pronounce Tom Elvis and is he French? Tom Elvis and he is French. Okay, we're going to the Mysara Caverns, it sounds like, with this team. Yo, do you have a character named Shinrogue? No, I don't. Skurgalord's Reckoning. Great voice line. How do you feel about Deathstalker buffs? They're definitely needed, but probably not enough to really change anything up regarding what you play. Not really for Asa. For sub, I think you play Deathstalker in raid a little bit on single target fights. It has like a bigger lead now than it did previously. There's more reason to run it. I don't understand the talent. I might be dumb. The way I look at it, if I roll 3 and use AR, should I get jackpot next roll? No, that's not how that works. So loaded dice, whenever you have it up, it will improve the quality of your roll by 1. So let's say if I roll right now, I had a 1 roll. If I had loaded dice active, this 1 roll would have been a 2 roll. That's all that loaded dice does. All right, let's listen to some Outlaw tunes. Here we go. This is some Outlaw plays if I've ever heard one. Oh, Hardy. Hog. Looking at UI stuff, what add-on is the spell cooldown nameplates and what add-on for party cooldowns? Party cooldowns is mini CC. Abilities on nameplates is X-Boss, and it's part of a profile that I use, which it's Kira's profile. You have to subscribe to him to get access to it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I have used the shadows to see inside the cavern. I have seen my people dead, alive, or both.
Reign of Toads.
That's crazy. Whoa!
I wish you had lasted a little longer.
We exploded. Holy shit. Alright, 21. Here we got owned. Race folks you met in LFG? Yeah, this is just a pug. We're just some random dudes pugging. My comment on Rogue from my team is not playing, or are they done for the season now that MDI is over? I just play my Rogue whenever we're not doing team keys. Because I enjoy playing Rogue. And we can't play today. Actually, we're not going to be playing for a while. One of our guys is unavailable today, and then another guy's going on vacation this week, and then I'm going to be away next weekend. We're playing some Rogue in the meantime.
5,
you know how it is.
4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bro.
Reign of Toads.
Crazy resets though. Shadows. I almost said 800k in my opener. That's crazy.
Another widow back. Another bag of coin for Mugen.
He be the one bringing my people here. Keep out of his way for now.
Frontal.
Ritual Firebrand.
Appreciate the cocoon. As well use my own abilities though here.
Frontal.
Ritual Firebrand.
I wonder if I live the frontal with Feint. If I get picked,
Frontal.
we will find out. Alright, here we go. Does this one bang me? No, it doesn't. It's good. I'm glad.
Ritual Firebrand. Deafening Roar.
Green Wolf is right there. Hope you trap.
Deafening Roar.
Kill this and drop combat, I think.
Who be stealing my kill? Who be letting Alazi's little kittens go?
Shredding Talons. Rain of Toads. Shredding Talons. Shredding Talons.
I cannot see the ground. Holy shit. This is sketchy.
Rain of Shredding Talons.
Oh!
Shredding Talons.
Let's perish right there. Dude, being Outlaw Rogue in this pool is fucking terrifying.
Shredding Talons.
Fucking smoke bomb, bro. Dude, I gotta swap off this talent.
Shredding Talons.
Now we 5-roll. As the pool is dead. Nice. That is good.
What does my
Oh wait, should I be playing Wound Poison? That might be my bad. Loki forgot about the fact they heal.
But you won't take my prey from me.
Oh well, I guess. It is what it is. I think we meant to pull this. Double on our hunter. Good stun. Alright, yeah, this was certainly not the intended goal. Maybe it's fine, maybe it doesn't matter.
Frontal.
Ritual Firebrand.
Like that.
Oh! Wish you had
Fuck me,
lasted
bro.
A little longer.
Ritual Firebrand.
No. Stupid swirlies, dog.
Frontal.
Ritual Firebrand.
Think about something else and knock it out. Still tragic. That's too much damage there.
Ritual Firebrand.
Banish that. I don't have blind up. I feel like, oh, wait, it definitely feels like we are not quit. Maybe it doesn't matter though. We'll see.
Infected Pinions.
Watch.
Freezing Trap.
Dodge.
Fetid Quillstorm.
Frontal.
Orange.
Move.
No, we don't B-res. It's Jover.
Device.
Infected Pinions.
I need bigger prey.
Oh, we got swirlied. Could you play a spec that similar to Rogue, like Shadow Priest or Aplock? Where you could play one? I mean, I guess I could. Whether or not I want to is another question. Or would be good at it. Oh, somebody's knocking my door with it. Is Shadow similar to Rogue? I don't know. Or run back 20? I can use 120. That's big. Wait. Unda, that is crazy. The crazy that you just insta-guessed that. I mean, I guess I've said it before, but yeah, that is the, that should be the new mic. I'm pretty sure. Open the box. Live? Are you doing a live unboxing stream? I could do that. I gotta use the bathroom though. One sec. New push-up bars. No, that's not what it is. Although I was looking at my push-up counter. Fuck, I have a lot of push-ups I still have to do. We have a lot we still have to do. I really need to keep bagging these out. I'm here waiting. Yo, Nakreno with the Prime. Appreciate it. You're gonna be fit as fuck by the time you finish. I mean. And very, very sore. Anna said I had to match. I'm like 50 ahead of you and my chest is cooked. Oh, that's good.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, run it back, run it back.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Round 2, round 2. Poison this time.
Rain of Toads.
Probably playing improved wound poison here, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
Another widow back. Another bag of coin for Murujin.
He be the one bringing my people here. Keep out of his way. For now.
Frontal.
Ritual Firebrand.
Frontal.
Ritual Firebrand. Deafening roar. Deafening roar.
Who be stealing my kill? Who be letting Alazi's little kittens go?
Wait, I just realized it is a marksman hunter. Yo! WMM hunter. Okay, this is a sketchy fucking pull.
Shredding talons. Rain of toads. Shredding talons.
No!
Wish you had lasted a little longer.
Oh! Are you
Rain of
resonating or
toads.
no? You are.
Shredding talons.
Dude. Ah, I can't see my feet! Oh.
Shredding talons.
Oh.
Shredding talons. Rain of toads. Shredding talons.
How do I...
What does my eagle find with her shiny eyes? A trespasser, an interloper, but you won't take my prey from me.
You want Shroud or something? Which Shroud is through here?
Frontal.
Ritual firebrand.
Frontal.
Ritual firebrand.
I'm plotting uber late here. Yeah, I don't know about that. That was a sketchy fucking plot.
Rain of toads. Rain of toads.
Faithfully fell off. Not ideal. They're a minute faster than last time, but I guess it is a 20.
Dakota. Ready, Necrox? Where's the block go?
Device.
Infected pinions.
Watch.
Freezing trap.
Dodge.
Fetid quill storm.
Frontal.
Orange.
Move. Device.
Infected pinions.
Watch.
Freezing trap.
Dodge.
Fetid quill storm.
Frontal.
Orange.
Move.
This fate spiral tank.
Device.
Infected pinions.
Watch.
Freezing trap.
Dodge.
Fetid quill storm.
Frontal.
Orange.
Move. Device.
Infected pinions.
Watch.
Freezing trap.
Dodge.
Fetid quill storm.
Frontal.
Orange.
Move. Device.
Infected
I was gonna
pinions.
set prep right there, send prep right there, but I think I'm gonna hold it for next build now.
Watch.
Freezing trap.
A good kill.
Yo, snack.
And I rescued all that was still alive. But why did Murojin bring them here? The kidnapping won't stop until we get to the root of the evil. Follow me. That knocked in the tree, and the energy flowing into it. This is hex magic, using the souls of the dead in powerful magic spells. I hope this is not why they brought my kin here.
Invoke shadow.
Remove.
Ritual sacrifice. Invoke shadow. Reanimation. 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 Reanimation.
Remove.
Ritual sacrifice. Invoke shadow. Soul Storms.
How many of my people have died here?
Vigilant Defense. Soul Storms. Vigilant Defense. Soul Storms. Reanimation. Reanimation. Reanimation.
Hopefully I have such little mana, bro. Energy. I mean.
Reanimation. Reanimation.
Only the strongest survive.
Soul Storms.
Where did that kill me? You spelled 2 at once or something?
Vigilant Defense.
Ow, what the fuck?
Soul Storms. Vigilant Defense. Soul Storms. Reanimation. Reanimation. Reanimation.
Oh,
Soul Storms.
Did I get threats? I might have got threat. Or if I retrixed after I died the first time.
Vigilant Defense. Soul Storms. Vigilant Defense.
Ball actually.
Reanimation. 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 Reanimation.
What's she doing? She's rending the sword, twisting them, feeding them to that monster. There are souls still that we can save. You confront her, I gonna release all the souls I can find.
Soul Storms. Vigilant Defense. Soul Storms. Vigilant Defense. Soul Storms. Vigilant Defense. Reanimation. Reanimation.
Rouge missed Masters Terrorist 23 by 1 second? Oh my god. That is crazy.
Ads.
Unmake.
Interesting from the Hunter. The Hunter traps one again. I guess I'll run around and clear with the poke.
Ads.
Final Reanimation. Reanimation.
Frontal.
Unmake. Necrotic Convergence.
Oh, I didn't clear this fucking shield off my bar. This is so cooked.
Necrotic Convergence.
Ads.
Final Pursuit.
Frontal.
Unmake.
Ads.
Final Pursuit.
Frontal.
Unmake. Necrotic Convergence. Necrotic Convergence.
Ads.
Final Pursuit.
Frontal.
We're chilling on time. I think we're chilling. Despite my 2 deaths.
I will keep them busy and keep them from feeding the monster.
Ah! Oh, the skirmishers fucking just delete me now.
Soul Storms. Vigilant Defense. Soul Storms.
We can need more counts somewhere.
Vigilant Defense.
We know where to get it from though. Oh, the mini boss. Okay. The mini boss is enough. W Panda, what up?
Be careful. He seems powerful and unstable.
Spirit Breaker.
Move.
Soulbind. Soulbind.
No! Dude, wait, natty fiber cones. I'm literally just permanently floor POV this boss.
Soulbind. Soulbind.
I mean, not this boss, but rather this dungeon.
Soul Rending Roar. Soul Expulsion.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit Killing Spree there. That's kind of funny.
Spirit Breaker.
Move.
Soulbind. Soulbind. Soulbind.
next move.
With the creature dead and the vile branch gone, we with the bark all be sleeping a little safer.
Alright, I'm not gonna lie. 3 deaths, not my best showing. But we did zoom through the key.
Come back with me. The chief be having a reward for you.
Alright. We gotta hit some more push-ups. We have to hit some more push-ups. What do we get? They become a master's terrorist. Alright. Alright. Time for some more. I'm pretty well rested. Dude. I don't know how I'm getting to 260, man. I don't know how we're getting to 260. I'm like, dude, my chest is on fire. Off the measures. I still have 170 to go. Why is it 260? Everyone that rated in missed the context, but I have a channel point redeem for push-ups, and a bunch of people redeemed it at once, and it became like this big thing. And then I had a hype train going, and so somewhat jokingly, I was like, hey, you know what? I'll do 10 push-ups per sub that I get, and I got 26 subs, so I have a lot of push-ups I have to get out of the way. Is the TLDR. It's all in good fun. But yeah, my body is having a tough time. The push-up goal wouldn't be that bad if I hadn't already trained. I worked out and trained chest yesterday, so I'm like really sore already. We're gonna skip the mini bosses. Interesting. Hayeks. We are doing our best. I've been kind of floor POV these last couple keys. I'm not gonna hold it. But we're mashing buttons. I'm back on Rogue for reclears. It's one of my 2 characters that I reclear with. It's that and my DK.
I don't have a target.
How do you track your party's cooldowns? Mini CC.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Void
5,
Storm.
4,
The cynosure of
3,
Twilight.
2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Storm. The cynosure of Twilight.
Unauthorized entry.
Let's do my freaky stuff, not gonna lie.
Crowd dispersal.
You were warned, Umbric. The terrace is forever closed to you. Now leave before...
think I played this pool really poorly. Paying more attention to CC, not really my rotation. Oh, wow, that shit hurts.
Ignition. Flame strike. Ignition. Flame strike.
I've missed this library, but we can't afford to linger here.
Please hold.
Crowd dispersal. Crowd dispersal.
Have a pleasant.
You'll go no further, Umbrick.
All students must follow policy.
Ignition.
I seem to be...
Compliance is not optional.
Flame strike. Arcane expulsion.
Remove.
Ignition.
Compliance is not optional.
Flame strike. Arcane expulsion. Refueling protocol. Ignition.
Disciplinary measures. Policy demands compliance.
Arcane expulsion.
Remove.
Remain still. Compliance is not optional.
Arcane expulsion. Refueling protocol. Refueling protocol. Arcane Expulsion.
Remove.
In the cut right now.
Compliance is not optional.
Arcane Expulsion. Refueling Protocol. Refueling Protocol.
Disciplinary measures. Policy demands compliance.
You feign death. I got my builder off in time. I did not. Use Spell Reflect. Could have extended the 3 roll. I gambled and lost.
Stand down. I have permission from
Want player profile linked? Yeah, exclamation point UI, it'll be in there. I just use Jundi's player profile though. It's pretty simply if you just want to look it up. You got it too.
Restrain him. I'll take care of these shields.
Spread.
Suppression zone.
Oh, you want to go? I'm going. I don't know why you cocooned me. Oh, I guess I see why. That ping was bad. I should have, they must have thought I needed an external. I meant to ping that I was killing, but my mouse over ping did not fucking work.
Wave of silence.
4, 3, 2, 1. Spread.
Bubble. Suppression zone.
Spread.
Wave of silence.
4, 3, 2, 1. Spread. Bubble.
Suppression zone.
Spread.
Wave of silence.
4, 3, 2, 1. Spread. Bubble.
Suppression zone.
Spread.
That last AR was kind of a waste, but I was thinking like I'm better off just pressing it. Because I'll farm it back for the next pool, I think. No book buff? It's right here.
Sir Romel, the void has broken through. We...
Call of the Void. Consuming shadows. Call of the Void. Call of the Void. Terror Wave. Terror Wave. Terror Wave, Terror Wave, Terror Wave. Terror Wave. Terror Wave. Terror Wave, Terror Wave. 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 Terror Wave.
Fuck, this is scary.
Terror
We
Wave.
don't have marks for these void terrors, so I'm just praying that we
Terror
stop
Wave.
these. Oh my god. That was psycho, bro. We didn't let any go off. Good work, team. Terror Wave, Terror Wave.
Terror Wave. Call of the Void.
AoE.
Consuming Shadows. Consuming Shadows. Terror Wave. Call of the Void. Call of the Void. Terror Wave.
AoE.
Consuming Shadows. Consuming Shadows. Call of the Void.
Think a bit really there.
Triplicate.
Move. Clean. Run.
Should've held that.
Move. Clean. Run.
That. Wait, did this guy feign of death this one? What the fuck? How's that thing moving? Nice knock.
Triplicate.
Move. Clean. Run. Move. Clean. Run.
So scared of pressing Blade Rush here that I'm just gonna like press it and fucking explode.
Move.
I just get sent into the boss's hitbox or something.
Clean.
They were kind of slow, but maybe we can still time. I don't know. IDK. We have 2 pulls left.
Terror Wave. Terror Wave. Terror Wave. Terror Wave. Terror Wave.
Bring it all on the boss? I don't think we need to do that much. I don't think we're that in trouble.
Terror Wave. Terror Wave. Terror Wave. Terror Wave. Terror Wave.
Oh, I debuffed all these mobs? No way. Also, that was a bad prep. I should have saved that for the boss. I thought I got far enough away. It's fine. Alright, skipping. Chilling. Oh! Oh! Res? All good, we can res. We have 6 minutes, 14 seconds left. We're good.
Champion, I know what to
Terror
do.
Wave.
I'll need to attune the Sinister to the Void Storm.
Yeah, how we splitting up here? I don't really know. What's the tech? Is the tank going far? I assume the healer goes with the tank, and then we stay on this side.
Debuffs. So.
Unstable Void Essence.
Ow, bro. Why is this debuff fucking hurt, man?
Debuffs. So.
Unstable Void Essence.
Debuffs. So.
Unstable Void Essence.
My cloak. Why is the hunter on this side, bro? You gotta help us soak, man. You're the only range DPS here. You make me run out to like buttfuck nowhere, bro. Oh, W Cocoon though. I like that.
Unstable Void Essence.
Debuffs. So.
Unstable Void Essence.
Debuffs. So.
Unstable Void Essence.
Oh, what is my meter showing me, by the way? This is not the current segment. Oh, there we go.
Debuffs. So.
Unstable Void Essence.
Debuffs. So.
Unstable Void Essence.
Alright, that warrior freaked me out, not gonna lie. He had it under control though.
Debuffs. So.
Unstable Void Essence.
I don't know why I didn't extend that, but it doesn't matter, the boss did. Wow. We beat the game. GG's.
And perhaps offer an apology for the near catastrophe.
We didn't die this run. Oh, that feels so good. We're improving. How much viewers? You view botting, bro. Yeah, you got me. I'm view botting. You got me. No, I'm not. I'm kidding. I got raided by Verb, who was raided by the Warcraft channel after the MDI today. W. Can't die with Thoughty in the key. He's a beast. Thoughty did hit me with a few young cocoons. This is true. Appreciate you, Pumps. Wow. 3,800. Dude. We're on the come up. On the come up. Yo, okay, a couple things here. Firstly, I'm gonna hit we're going to hit some more push-ups because we are kind of overdue. We have a lot I have to get through. Also, I'm gonna open the box. We'll open the package on stream. Stream on stream. Oh, there's so many. Okay. Plus 20. 110. 150 to go. Still a lot. And let's open the package. Their push-ups. My chest is so sore. I'm doing close grip, so like I can use my triceps more. He should have used 10k points. Oh, don't worry, the push-ups are 100k. They're a lot more than that. So that I can avoid situations like this. Well, to be fair, I kind of dug my own grave here. I was the one that said, for each sub that you guys give, I'd do some push-ups. So, if it were just the points, I would have only had to do 60. Also, by the way, the 60 I did earlier are not included in the total. So, I did a fuck ton of push-ups today. There it is, baby. There it freaking is. SM7DB. Guys, with this mic, I'm gonna be sounding like crisp. Like, oh, what's a really good sounding thing? I don't know. Low key, I'm ready for ASMR streams right now. Right meow. I'm not gonna set up right now because I'm streaming, but I will do this probably later. I've also ordered a new mic stand because you guys probably can pick up this. Listen. Sorry, apologize. That noise really sucks, and it's in part due to my mic being kind of poopy quality, and in part due to my mic stand also being poopy quality. So we also have a new mic stand coming, but it's gonna be coming a bit later. But I'm pretty sure I can still set this up on my current stand for the time being. So I like high as fuck zoomed in. W. Bought a $600 mic. We aren't paying for BlizzCon. Okay. Listen, this is an investment, all right, in myself, in my stream, in the process. You could argue the same about BlizzCon, but it's a little less clear cut. No, I do want to go to BlizzCon, but it's a matter of like committing to it. Anyways, all right, let me do 20 more push-ups, and then we'll see if we can get into a key or something. Actually, I can unbox another thing too. Guys, fucking relax, relax, relax. Halfway there. Halfway there. I don't think I realize how much I like stick my ass out when I do push-ups until watching myself do them just now. Which is a little, I think it's a little bit too much. I need to like tuck that shit in. Alright. Other unbox. So I also got this. I need scissors for this. It's taped shut. There are 3 things I've purchased. One was the mic, which I showed you, which was by far the most expensive thing I got. Next is a mixer. Now I already have a mixer, but the main thing I'm looking for out of my mixer would be to increase the volume of my microphone. My current mixer, I have the gain turned to the max. So that you guys can hear me. And I don't have to talk into the microphone like this all the time. But my current mixer, the gain is kind of like it's kind of like it's like what you call dirty gain. Wait, did I ever say that? Basically, the increase in volume makes my mic sound very grainy and kind of unpleasant. So we also got a new mixer, which I think should alleviate that. I didn't want a really expensive one, but something that is a little bit more proven, I guess. You can say my contribution, you suffered enough. You know what? I'm a man of my word. We're gonna bang out the rest of those push-ups. I'll be sore tomorrow, but so be it. Okay, guys, I need some scissors. Grainy like your cam right now? Good point. That's not the only thing. That will hopefully that will soon change. So the reason it's grainy, by the way, was 2 reasons. 1, the mic quality is ass, or sorry, the camera quality is ass. But 2, the lighting in my space is really dim. So I'm hopefully getting some new lights as well, which should make it look a little bit better. We're gonna set up the lights first, whenever those come in. See what the situation is like then, and if my camera quality is still kind of pissed, then we'll look to improve. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't really care about camera quality for streaming, because, like, look, most of the time I'm like this. It doesn't really matter. I'm already, like, pretty small, so whether or not the quality is good or not, it's, like, kind of irrelevant. The problem is these video essays that I work on, where I want to go full screen. I want to talk to you guys like this. I'm talking to the camera, making some important point, right? With the mic being grainy like this, that becomes noticeable. And that's kind of annoying. All right, mixer unboxed. Focusrite Scarlett Solo. Basically, it's like a very intro level mixer, I think, from Focusrite in their Scarlett series. But this is a significant step upgrade from what I'm currently using, so should hopefully be good. Should hopefully be good. It might not be enough power for this SM7DB. I think it'll be okay. So I have like the most recent generation of this. Also, I have the SM7DB, which has a amplifier and an additional, like, a lot of people will use the SM7B with a cloud filter to, like, because it's a very quiet microphone, and a cloud filter helps, like, give you some further clean gain. But the SM7DB comes with gain, like an option to basically has a cloud filter built in. So I'm hoping it'll be okay. Worst case scenario, I could always return this, but I think it'll be fine. So I'll probably set these two guys up after stream. It'll be good. I changed mine because it wasn't up for the MV7. Interesting, interesting. Well, we will find out very shortly, very soon. Let me do some more push-ups and then we'll look for. I might also. I need to see what Valky's actually done. Dude, this is like actually hard. Like that's a lot of push-ups I have to do, but 50 more done. Okay, hit that. It's seen. All right. Good news. I can upgrade Void Ascend, my final outlaw item. This trinket. Let me check on my ults here. See what we need to do, if anything. What server do I play on? Mainly Area 52, but my characters are kind of scattered across Area 52 and Tichondrius. This is fine. Full keys done. This guy's fine. I think we're good. I think we are good. That's what I want to do. Log on to the shaman or something, but I do have a slight inclination to want to gear this guy up. I'm not sure if it's a strong enough inclination though. Gonna go eat and watch a move the wave. Take it easy, bro. Enjoy your evening. I think we'll look for some more. See if we can get a 20 rezil on this guy. I have the rest of the night doing out luckies. Holy Paladin seat. Guys are probably holding out for an AUG. Guess I could sign up though. I was good neck pain sometimes after playing too long. I use a good chair with neck support, but it still hurts any vice. I feel like you should seek a medical professional about that one, but from my personal experience, I'm like, I have a pretty... my chair is not the nicest in the world. It's pretty beat up, as you can maybe tell. Right? But I just, like, move around all the time. I heard, like, staying still for an extended period, really, in any position is, like, not super healthy. So the more move around, the better you feel. Neck stretch? Okay. The neck shake is, like... not... I do that, it's like, it's more like a tick than anything. Sometimes if my neck feels stiff, I can, like, move my neck like that, and if I hit it at just the right angle, I'll get a crack, and, like, very temporary relief. But, yeah, I do it way up more often than I need to. So it's more like a tick than anything. We got into a dungeon. Let's go. 20 seat. I could craft a cloak. Maybe I should do that. Do some more. What we just filled. Okay, I'll do 10 real quick. Okay. $160. Off to the seat. Wait. Should I play the spec swap? Do I need a spec swap in here? Nah, fuck that. It's a 20. I don't know what that means, but we're not spec swapping.
An entity from the void has emerged into our world. It must not be allowed to spread its corruption.
Alright, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I need to put a pot on my bar somewhere. Instead of having to open my bags and try to forget.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Chains of subjugation. Chains of subjugation.
Alright, not gonna lie, I definitely trolled my opener, but it is what it is. I think it matters too much in the grand scheme of things.
Chains of Subjugation. Chains of Subjugation. Chains of Subjugation. Chains of Subjugation. Void Slash.
Jump. Frontal.
Null Palm.
Pump fake.
Adds.
Oozing Slam.
Jump. AoE.
Crashing Void. Void Slash.
Jump. Frontal.
Null Palm.
Adds.
Oozing Slam.
Jump. AoE.
Crashing Void. Void Slash.
Jump. Frontal.
Null Palm.
Adds.
Oozing Slam.
Jump. AoE.
Crashing Void.
cannot see the fucking ground.
Void Slash.
Jump.
We are alive though. W.
Disrupting their efforts.
Well, I have been sitting on the pot for a little while.
Also, their commander here has a particular item that would be useful to me.
Figure out their motives and put a stop to the
Is that X-Boss? It's X-Boss. X-Boss.
Rip Essence. Rip Tier. Shadowmend. Shadowmend, Shadowmend.
Should have held my blood for next board. Blood Fury.
Rip Essence. Rip Tier.
Oh. Can you drink that?
Rip Essence. Summon Void Caller. Rip Tier.
We will not be pushed out. Bring in more forces from the board to deal with these intruders.
Chains of Subjugation. Chains of Subjugation.
I really want to trade my cloak here, so I'm going to build it. Figure out how to X-Bowl.
Rip Essence. Rip Tier. Summon Void Caller. Rift Essence.
We need these mobs. What are we doing? What is this bull? What is this bull?
Chains of Subjugation.
The other man dropped that and rushed too early.
Chains of Subjugation.
Oh! Did not mean to charge in there. My bad, Tankerman. I think it's strong if you play kind of smaller pools and you have physical buffs in your group. Physical DPS buffs, like the Brew. The Shaman is good, the Warrior is really good.
Rift Essence. Rift Tear. Shadow Mend. Shadow Mend.
I like that. This guy gets a void bashed into the broken. Kinda smart, kinda smart.
Shadow Mend. Dread Screech.
Jump. Sprout.
Phase Dash. Dread Screech.
Jump.
Overload.
Jump.
Dread Screech.
Jump.
Dread Screech.
Sprout.
Phase
Jump.
Dash.
I don't love
Dread
this.
Screech. Overload.
Jump.
Not love having to run out of melee. Oh, man down. We have on.
Jump.
Dread Screech.
Jump. Sprout.
Phase Dash. Dread Screech.
Jump.
Overload. Dread Screech.
Jump.
Dread Screech.
Jump. Sprout.
Phase Dash.
Jump.
Overload. Dread Screech.
Jump.
I don't know how the jump thing works on the left side, right side of my screen.
Dread Screech.
Do you guys understand how that thing works? Oh, I had a ball. Fuck, that's not good.
Jump. Sprout.
Phase Dash.
What? Oh, I'm in so much trouble right now.
Dread Screech.
Jump.
How am I alive?
Overload.
This guy just healed me through a ball. Kind of chills, actually.
Jump.
Dread Screech.
He's dead. For the boss, though.
Jump.
Holy moly.
Thank you for removing the obstacles between me and this staff, heroes. Yes, this will do nicely.
Try to poach the healer for you guys.
Find their viceroy
He's in the guild
at the
Orgrimmar.
entrance to the temple, feebly trying to break in. Eliminating him will give us an opportunity to get in ourselves.
Eruption.
I'll see to opening the way once he's taken care of.
Void Cleave. Abyssal Enhancement. Abyssal Enhancement.
Was there a frontal through the ground or something?
Shadow
Like,
Man.
what the fuck just happened?
Abyssal Enhancement. Eruption. Abyssal Enhancement. Void Cleave. Shadow Man.
Ah, you have to leap into the mount. That's kind of crazy. This can't possibly be fast. Oh shit, we got it! Yo! Dude, we're owning. Very nicely done, team.
Gate of the Abyss. Gate of the Abyss. Summon Void Caller. Summon Void Caller. Abyssal Enhancement.
Yo, this is a pull.
Abyssal Enhancement. Abyssal Enhancement. Gate of the Abyss. Abyssal Enhancement. Gate of the Abyss. Gate of the Abyss. Abyssal enhancement. Abyssal enhancement. Gate of the Abyss.
Somebody took my kick, bro.
Abyssal enhancement. Abyssal enhancement. Gate of the Abyss. Abyssal enhancement. Gate of the Abyss. Abyssal enhancement. Abyssal enhancement. Gate of the Abyss.
Alright, full count. Here we go. Just killed a couple bosses and we're chilling, I think.
Mass Void Infusion. Umbral Tentacles.
Knock.
Repulse. Collapsing Void.
Rather tank and live those tank bolts while we're all feeling
Collapsing
the,
Void.
ads. Is important at it.
Mass Void Infusion.
Healer down. No onk on this one. Get the
Umbral Tentacles.
Third man down. Might still be okay.
Knock.
Repulse. Collapsing Void. Collapsing Void.
Yo, Skullcat with the raid. What's good, dude? Appreciate you. Been a good stream, man.
Mass Void Infusion. Umbral Tentacles.
Can you spawn?
Knock.
Repulse. Collapsing Void. Collapsing Void. Mass Void Infusion.
Can I vanish this? No, I can't. Maybe if it's channeling on me, I can. But it was not on me that time. The main one wasn't on me, at least.
Umbral Tentacles.
Oh. Alright, yeah, spec swapping team. Big spec swap. Yo, thank you, Skullcat.
Yes, the Naru. We must get inside. Illyria, the skills you have learned can open the way.
We have 8 minutes to kill this boss. Yeah, a little bit less than 8 minutes with RP. I think we're chilling.
The way is open. Hurry, heroes.
It is rare that a Naru falls into void this way. The few cases I know of have... Such musings can wait, though. This entity must die.
Notes of Despair. Dirge of Despair. Disintegrate.
I don't fully understand the damage events in this fight, but I'm pretty sure I want to use walls during this ability, and whenever the boss does the other one that just happened already.
Wow. Discordant Beam.
Body.
Grim Chorus.
Yeah, I should have cloaked that. Sure.
Disintegrate.
I'm gonna hold this AR, I think.
Disintegrate.
Wow.
Discordant Beam.
Oh, are they dead? Yeah, he just
Symphony of the Eternal Night.
We don't have P-Res. Oh, that's so tragic. I mean, it's gonna be a long boss fight. Maybe we do it.
AoE.
Notes of Despair.
AoE.
Dirge of Despair. Disintegrate. Disintegrate.
P-Res in 1 minute 45 seconds. It's gonna be a long fucking boss fight.
Wow.
Discordant Beam.
Here. Alright. Got it. You. Alright, cloak does not work.
Grim Chorus.
Oh, it's sketchy. I think I can AR here and get it back in time for the burn. We'll see.
Disintegrate. Disintegrate.
Wow.
Discordant Beam.
Intermission.
Symphony of the Eternal Night.
Oh, I plotted late. Whoopsie.
AoE.
Notes of Despair.
AoE.
Dirge of Despair.
What theory for next burn?
Disintegrate. Disintegrate.
Wow.
Discordant Beam.
Just point mine, nothing. Fuck it.
Grim Chorus. Disintegrate. Disintegrate.
Two, we have to get over here.
Wow.
Discordant Beam.
I'm lined up. Poking, plug it. Hit that shit.
Intermission.
Symphony of the Eternal Night.
Bro, I played that shit so safe. Oh, I blood flew read a little bit early. All G. We're in the boss, surely, with 3 DPS. Hey, no less. It's right here.
Become a creature of shadow.
Killing a one face? It was not a one face.
The void is a force of change, of transformation.
How's our timer so close to that 20? I mean, it's a pug. It's a pug.
Fallen Naru's power.
Not everyone played perfectly. It is what it is.
You stand on the cusp of destiny, Illyria. There will be choices to make.
All right.
And consequences to
One step closer to 20 Rezo. GG. GG.
Baladash, Malanore.
2 more keys. Algathar and the Spire. We got into one. Let's go. All right, let me bust out some more push-ups. Hello. All right. Almost 100 push-ups off is pretty close. Pretty close. All right, 20 more. Cross it off. 180. We're within striking distance of being done. Post my Xbox profile? No, I can't. It's not my own profile, it's Kira's. And he only has it available to subscribers. Your tank? Yeah. You going back on Fellowship for the new season? When does the season come out? I heard it was like June sometime. I'd be down to play if I had a team of people to play with. A couple people have reached out and asked, but one person I responded too late and then they found somebody. Somebody else is like kind of trying to go hard, but I kind of only want to play Mara. And if Mara's not good, then like I'd kind of cook them. So I don't think we're gonna play together. But yeah, I love playing the new season of Fellowship for like the first week or two, especially if I have people to play with. But game's super fun early on. But like no plans as of yet. Yo, this group is telling me to invite a shaman or hunter from the chat. Yo, any shamans or hunters trying to do a 20 Algathar? Well, Hunter, let's go. Want to do 10 more. That's my guild now? Yeah, I'm number 1. I'm number 1 in our guild rankings. The official guild rankings. True and real. We add 10. Dude, I appreciate it. I appreciate you, Levin Less, but the glaze is... It's a bit much. It's a bit much. I was talking like I'm the second coming of Rogue Jesus. I appreciate it. I really do. But I don't doubt it's a little much. I miss Wreckful. Dude, RIP. Alright. 20 Algathor. How does this go?
5,
Surely
4,
fine.
3, 2,
Surely,
1.
surely.
Five,
We're at the
4,
free slice.
3,
I guess it doesn't really matter.
2, 1.
It don't really matter.
Welcome to Algathar Academy. I am delighted that you received our invitation. The school is a touch behind schedule, but
New students. How wonderful. It has been quite some time since the academy has been open.
Well, it seems like indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
These lashers must have grown wild while
I guess I
we
could have
were
shrouded this guy in.
away. Please,
Made him think
if you
about it.
could, clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
I'm not sure if this skull was marked skull because we're supposed to kill it, or if it was marked skull because it's the brow target of somebody in our comp. I could have cut it out. GG's? Might be GG's. Was that? Okay, apparently at this key level, you have to prow down the lashers. I did not know that. I'll run back. Let's go. Let's go. All right, more push-ups. That's what I've gathered. Got to 10, and I was like, wow, 10 is easy. I'm gonna go for 12. I mean 20. And I did 2 more, and dude, it's my muscles are just not working. Oh. Dude. That is brutal. Holy cow. $40 more.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Oh, dude,
1.
you just got back, still not done. Yeah, this is what you guys left me with. Oh, you guys that redeemed push-ups?
5, 4.
That sub to get
3,
push-ups?
2,
Everyone's gone.
1.
I'm just stuck here doing fucking push-ups.
Welcome to Algathar Academy. I am delighted that you received our invitation. The school is a touch behind schedule, but I have...
Anda's here. True.
How wonderful.
Yo, is iPrec with the Prime. Thank you, dog.
Well, seems like things... Indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
These lashers must have grown wild while we were away. Please, if you could, clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
I have no movement, bro. No, that's crazy. Crazy that they run that way. Uptime this pool is not prime. We guessed the wrong direction. But it is what it is. All right.
Wait.
The pool is alive.
There is too much life magic. What are you doing?
Me? There is too much nature. What are you doing?
What is that thing? This is your fault.
Absolutely not.
Please, help us, new students.
Run. Add.
Branch out. Healing touch.
It's not a good time to press Blood Fury.
Run. AOE.
Burst forth.
Auto attack. Woo!
Run. Add.
Branch out. Healing touch. Healing touch.
Run. AoE.
Burst forth.
Run.
Yeah, bro, I don't know. That was kind of weird. That was like the worst rules of all time. But it is what it is. It do be what it do be.
Deadly winds. Expel intruders. Deadly winds.
I can probably eat this AoE with
Deadly
Ball.
winds.
Surely I can.
Expel intruders. Deadly winds. Deadly winds. Expel intruders.
Yeah, I can eat this one as well.
Deadly winds.
Look at this lish referee. Wait, what are these birds doing here?
What are these birds doing here? Lish referee.
Gust.
AoE.
Raging screech.
Frontal.
Gust.
Hey, notes currently holding the bottom 0.1% title for Outlaw. Hey, that's title range, baby. Nobody asks where you are in the range. They just ask if you're in it.
AoE.
Gust.
AoE.
Raging screech.
AoE.
Raging screech.
I'm gonna ship one of these because I feel like our tank is kind of could use it.
Frontal.
Gust.
Frontal.
Gust.
AoE.
Raging screech.
Frontal.
Gust.
All right, now we need to clear out the big one. I will activate the goals for Lishman. That is talent toss for you soft skins. Use them to get her attention. At least we know that works. Watch yourselves.
Holy refunds.
Deafening screech.
Frontal.
Overpowering gust. Deafening screech.
Frontal.
Overpowering gust.
Ah! That's my bot. Same use more there than just faint.
Ruinous winds. Deafening screech.
Frontal.
Overpowering gust. Deafening screech.
Frontal.
Overpowering gust. Ruinous winds.
I wanted to delay this a little bit so I get back to my AR, but I'll get there in time. At least we have a jackpot. Oh, back-to-back jackpots. I'm not complaining about.
Deafening screech.
Frontal.
Overpowering gust.
Community block there.
Deafening screech.
And friends, how many are you at? Oh, you're at 30. You're at 230 then? That's what you meant by 30 more. Oh. I see, I see.
Jump. Jump. Jump.
Please excuse the mess. It has been quite some time since students have been here.
We triple blowing this room? I feel like it's a lot.
Monotonous lecture.
Oh.
Monotonous lecture. 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 Monotonous lecture.
I don't have any CCs. Pick that one.
Monotonous lecture. Monotonous lecture.
Here we are. Long ago, members of the Blue Dragon Flight accidentally overloaded an arcane elemental and created a powerful construct named Veximus that quickly started to wreak havoc.
Soak.
Arcane expulsion.
Device.
Monobombs.
Soak.
Oh. I thought I
Arcane
had
expulsion.
Cloaca. Did not have Cloaca. That was sketchy.
Device.
Monobombs.
AoE.
Arcane fissure.
Soak.
Arcane expulsion.
Device.
Monobombs.
Soak.
Arcane expulsion.
I had stuff I could have pressed. That was a dangerous time to take res.
Device.
Monobombs.
Thought it was fine.
AoE.
Arcane fissure.
Soak.
Arcane expulsion.
Device.
Monobombs.
Soak.
Arcane expulsion.
Device.
Monobombs.
AoE.
Arcane fissure.
Soak.
Arcane expulsion.
Device.
Monobombs.
Soak.
Arcane expulsion.
That was a bad time to call it, actually. That's like already dead.
Device.
Monobombs.
Probably carry over into the Ravager at least.
It was ultimately destroyed. Well done.
Jump. Jump. Jump.
Get the AR.
Jump.
You got the good stuff, man.
Arcane Smash. Arcane Smash. Arcane Smash.
I didn't have enough energy for Feint. I was like, why did it take so much damage there?
Arcane Smash.
We're kind of chilling on timer here.
Arcane Smash. Arcane Smash.
Dude. Hell yeah.
Arcane Smash. Arcane Smash.
Or cloak that, I wasn't sure.
Energy Bomb.
Run.
Power Vacuum. Energy Bomb.
Run.
Power Vacuum. Energy Bomb.
Run.
Power Vacuum.
Debuff.
Energy bomb.
Merit points for you.
Run.
Power vacuum.
Pass the semester. Learn from this.
Debuff.
Energy bomb.
Think about what you have done.
Run.
Power vacuum.
Pass the semester. Learn from this.
Debuff.
Energy bomb.
Learn from this.
First one of those that got all fight. Crazy. G. GG. We beat the game. Amen. Um. 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 All right. Look at everyone's seat after this. Or seat right now. Let me slam some more push-ups, guys. We're almost done. We are almost there. Feels like this feels like I don't know. This is like a very niche form of suffering. Having to constantly be in a state of like kind of exercise. Oh, bridge. It's 20. That is 20. I already added 10. 30 more and we are done.
An entity from the void has emerged into our world. It must not be allowed to spread its corruption.
Did you ever have a mage in your phys comp? No. Yeah. Mage does not do physical damage. Thoughts on weed? Head empty. I don't know, I don't smoke. Never have. So I don't really have many thoughts. I mean, you're a mage. Are mages bad? Mages this tier are the worst they've been in a long time. Now, raid teams will still run one, but in Mythic Plus, they are not doing too hot. But I mean, I would say it's unusual. Mage is typically one of the stronger classes in the game. At least one of its specs are.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4.
I forgot to refresh
3,
my food buff, but sure,
2,
it's fine.
1.
Chains of subjugation, chains of subjugation. Chains of subjugation.
God.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Holy shit. That was fucking awesome.
Chains of subjugation.
These guys were talking in party chat for the key, like, yo, we should do 3 triple subjugator. Yeah, triple subjugator, triple subjugator. They just get fucking owned. Oh my god. That was awesome, man. Holy, that was funny. I noticed a lot of Windwalker and MDI. Is it really that bad in high keys? Oh, not a lot of. It would seem that way, yeah. I'm not very familiar with Windwalker, but... Alright, GG's. Good attempts, good attempts. LF Fizcomp play most days. Looking for Fizcomp to play with that has multiple title experience and can play most days. Shit. Shit. This could be me, bro. I could be in here. Can I imagine I'm still bleeding out to Sacred Toll on Paladins? Yeah, I heard Mage is like pretty squishy now. Alright, chat. Guys, I think I'm cooked on WoW. We got almost 3,900, almost 20s across the board. Shindig W is very powerful now. We'd love to see it. All that stands in the way between the end of today's stream are 30 push-ups. Push-ups. I gotta eat, man. I'm hungry. Yeah. Oh, hey. All right. 20 more. By the way, the camera looks so much better when it's really bright in here. Oh my god, yo, relax. Dude, I can't help it. It's just what happens when we do the push-ups. Alright. Let's make this interesting. We'll pair the remaining push-ups with the daily GeoGuessr. I hope Luma's here. Daily challenge, play. Play. Here we go. Oh, wait. Oh shit, you can't see. Okay, here we are. This looks Russian. I don't speak Russian, but this looks Russian. Uitabeb Center. Let's head to Uitabeb Center. Shit. Yo, Coca-Cola? Okay. That's good. Yo, any good drinks in the vending machine? Whereas really, we need a lifeline? Yo, true. Malmina Voda Street. Okay, I've been there before. Wait a minute. That's not a Russian flag. That is not a Russian flag. Is this like an Italian embassy? I think I'm getting baited. I think this is not it. This is Italy? Hungary? Is that the Hungary flag? I don't know what flag that is. Those guys posted up. I don't know, bruh. I'm gonna go. We're gonna go outside of Moscow. It looks like kind of rural-ish. Over by Domodedovo. Right along the line main road here. Guess. Oh, is Bulgaria? Oh, shit. Alright, 10 more. Update. Dude, can you guys see the faces I'm making when I do those push-ups? I'm like making that kind of face. Alright, next guess. Here we go. Wait, this place is beautiful. This place is gorgeous. Wow. There's some very small vehicles here. I'm not seeing like any information though. Dude, where am I going? Can I go back? How do I go back to the start? Oh, here. Either way. Hami del Serrat. Is that Spanish? Italian, maybe? Portuguese? Let's go over to this, like, spaceship-looking place. I can't go any further. Oh. Come on. What the fuck is happening? Okay, I don't know where the fuck we are. I'm going Spain. Right here, bang. Okay, it was Spain. We take those. No car license plates. They're blurred out, and I can't tell. Cannot tell what license plate belongs to what place. All right, final 10 push-ups here. I didn't add the last 10 I just did. Final 10, and it's over. Wait, is it the final 10? Maybe I'll do 20 more. I don't remember. That was the final 10. I'm calling it the final 10. $260 of $260. Challenge complete. That took a fuck ton of time. My pick. Hey, been following your route journey for a while. Decided to give Rogue a try recently. Outlaw's pretty difficult in my opinion. I've been struggling a bit in Mythic Plus. I got 3.8k on Bear, 3.7k on Unholy. I feel like my DPS is lacking in the keys I'm doing on my Rogue. I watch your guide and wow, walks. I assume you mean walks. Walks toxic. And still feel like I struggle to pump in AoE and easy tips. Easy tips. Put yourself in a composition where you're being buffed. Play Fizz comp is the easiest tip I can give you. If you're playing with like a mage, a warlock, you're losing damage. So. Other tips are just like to prioritize uptime and do your rotation good. Bofa, Raxa, Soak, yep. Yeah. I don't know where we are. I'm not gonna lie. We got a gas station here. Play ask for a sub. Haha, fuck outlaw. I mean, I guess that would be an easy tip, yeah. The reason I say your comp matters is because like you basically gain up to like 15% damage for free if you play with specs that are buffing you. Like a shaman, a monk, druid, warrior. I would say warrior, shaman, monk are like the three probably most important for your damage. Druid falls behind a little bit. Well, I don't know where we are. I'm gonna go freaking. We're like somewhere here, I think. I'm gonna go India. We're going over by Uday. Yeah, we're gonna do Udaipur. Okay, it was in Cambodia. GG. I think it's shaman, compared to warrior, shout, and monk. I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure. Like you could sim it for one if you're curious. Just go on raid bots and you can select buffs and see how beneficial they are for you. However, I'm pretty sure off the top of my head, I recall the Shaman buff being at least 6% damage for all of the rogue specs. Albalone Dolphin Drive. Are we in the US somewhere in like the middle of a desert? Bro, who called this? Wait, there's water right here. Dude, why is there a castle over here? This looks very American-ish. Kind of. I don't know what flag this is. That is not American. Where the fuck are we? Is this like some island? Some island in the Pacific Ocean? It's just straight desert with water. Yellow license plates. We're driving on the left side of the road. So we're not America. Dude, what? I'm so confused. This is like, we're in like some random fucking island. Give me an island in the Pacific Ocean. We're not in Hawaii. There's got to be an island here somewhere. We're in French Polynesia. Okay, it was Nambia. I was not going to guess that. Last one. Small roads, Hopefield. These hedges, architecture, kind of, it's Europe-y to me. I'm thinking like England right now. I'm locking it in. I don't need to move around anymore. We're in the United Kingdom right now. We're actually over by Liverpool. Right over here. Oh, I was in Scotland. That was close though. 9K. Very nice. Okay. Chat, on that note, I'm going to get the fuck off. Respectfully. I need to eat. I'm starving. We still got to set up the microphone. Bunch of stuff we got to get to. I don't think I'll be going live again tomorrow. So if I don't go live, I'll see you guys Tuesday at the very least for our raid reclear. But until then, guys, have yourselves a lovely night, morning, afternoon. I appreciate you all being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Crazy support, by the way, for the watch party. Big raids from tons of people. Pretty cool. We got the residuals of the Warcraft stream from earlier. Very cool. Very cool. I think it's only right that I similarly raid out. Let me find somebody to raid. I'm gonna send you guys over to Dazer, I think. That work? I don't think that worked. Oh, it did work. Alright, W. Guys, GN. And I'll catch you when I catch you next time. Peace.